Howdy there, folks! It's a beautiful afternoon where everything here's gone wrong! Not really, but there's a couple of issues we need to address. So one is that we're not really consistently delivering enough sticky resin to justify having 4 centrifugal extractors, so we need to increase sticky resin production. We're doing okay with iron, but we're not, again, producing enough to keep all 4 introduction furnaces running simultaneously. And then don't get me started on the coal situation. Only one of these is going at any given time. So we have some high volume items that we need to drastically increase production on. How are we going to do it? And it's relevant because remember over here, all of this over here, not necessarily the rare earth stuff, but like the compressed coal, right? Because what is it? We just need coal dust in order to get the raw carbon fiber. If we're not getting enough coal dust just to continue operation on, I don't know. I mean, to be fair, we have an excess, but I want to keep all these machines running because we're going to need a lot of it. And we've got an excess of refined iron, but we're going to need more of it. We're going to need more regular iron, and I don't think we're going to need any more rubber, but this is just an opportunity to go crazy, go ham. I can't start on this. I can't start on any of this. I got to do that first. So here's what I've come up with. We're going to go over here. We're going to carve out this section, just like we did on the other side, and we're going to have whole wall manufacturing, where we have an entire grid, 5 of these contraptions, all dedicated to the construction of a singular material. We're going to do 3 of them today. Coal blocks, sticky resin, iron, not in that order. And we're going to put them on this side of the building for no real reason. It's definitely not necessary, and it isn't probably really going to make any impact on anything. I'm just doing them over here because there's nothing over here right now. The factory is definitely weighted more to that side, and there's no reason not to just do a little bit more over here when we can. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Okay, well that's interesting. I came over here and realized that we have an excess of sticky resin. Like, we have so much sticky resin. Like, I don't think we need to be manufacturing sticky resin over here, even though I've technically already started, and now we've got this mess to sort through. So that's unfortunate. But, yeah, the issue with the sticky resin is not the manufacturing of the sticky resin, because we've got plenty of that. I think the problem is just it's not extracting it fast enough to load up all of these machines. Or I didn't configure this one correctly, which, now that I've said it aloud, I'm willing to bet that's the actual issue. I really need another way into the basement. Coming all the way over here is a bit of a nightmare. But I'm starting to feel like, yeah, that's definitely probably the bigger issue here. Oh, also, that's configured from above. I remember now. Okay, let's see where I went wrong. Well, no. It's definitely configured. What if I take it out and I put it back in? Then what happens? Anything? Have we just reached some sort of theoretical maximum for items being piped in? It's there's definitely enough. Throw that in there and it works just fine. Oh, it gets extracted. Is that the same with all of these machines? Well, no, this is definitely a shortage of the material in question, but like iron. I think we do actually have plenty of iron being manufactured. And in fact, if we check our iron, we have an excess. So what's the actual issue then? I'm trying to fix a problem with something that's not going to fix the problem. Is this configured correctly? Yes. So I've done some reading about the quicksort module that we use to extract items from here. There's another one called an extractor module that works, from what I've read, a bit more like... Let's see, is it this one? The extractor module works a bit more like a wooden transport pipe, where it just continuously pulls out item after item after item, but it doesn't seem to suggest any kind of speed, and that's kind of what we're accomplishing here. Apparently, the quicksort module is supposed to be able to pull out an entire stack of items in a go, so it's not really making any sense to me why it has been unable to sort the items. Is there any way to, like, modify these? I know you can right-click on the green ones. You can't really do anything with the blue ones. One thing I did note was that it routinely mentioned the concept of a default... Here we go. A default route. I'm not sure what that does. I'm not sure what the default route is all about. But it mentioned it a lot inside of the wiki page. Oops, nope, don't do that. don't do that. So I was just wondering if I, like, configure this... and I say that this is a default route. It really doesn't give me any information about that. Oh, well, Shrek, I've done a mistake. Give me one of these. Let me see if I can correct this horrible... There we go. I don't know what the import button does. What I would recommend is not touching it. But I've set this now as default route, so... will that make any difference on the network? I've yet to see anything go in here. Still. At all. What? What? Why? Why is this not working? I don't understand. What if I unplugged one of these? What if we go down here to this first one and we just take that one out entirely? Because it could have been that the issue... oh, now it's getting some. For a moment it did. Not anymore. What if I disable all of these? Is the issue that we've reached the theoretical maximum limit that these pipes can pull an item through? See, now this one's filling up. It's not going in stacks, though. They're going, like, one at a time. I was told stacks! Well, now none are flowing into it. It's completely stopped entirely. Why has that happened? Do I need to, like, take the quicksort module out and then reinstall it? Well, that hasn't done anything. So in spite of the fact that it's got plenty there, and in spite of the fact that this is configured, maybe if we turn off default route? I just don't understand. It's like it doesn't like this machine specifically. Oh, there comes some. See, I took it out and put it back in. But... no, that was the wrong one. Oh, here we go. Okay, sorry. Well, I mean, I did. I took that one out and I put it back in. And now it's working. But now if I, like, plug all of these back in... are they once again going to take priority? I'm watching it once again slowly drain. This is very disappointing. So, I did get a recommendation on the internet. One that I think is quite interesting. So, we... the recommendation was to stack quicksort modules. Now, you can't actually put two of them in here. But it's possible that we can get the next tier up from this, so the MK3. And then maybe that'll get us somewhere. Doesn't look complicated to build at all, although we will need a new logistics programmer, a blank one, but that's not a big deal. I just don't know if that is the best approach. See, there's still so little I understand about this mod, and I don't know if that's really the way to go with the quicksorts, or if like an extraction module is necessary. I'm reading all of these things, and I still just don't know. I need a tier 3. That's the one right there. Can you? Has it been learned? How do we do this? Do you hit? What? Shoot! Wait a minute. How do you do this? I've forgotten. Unlock. It looks like it's already been unlocked. Compile. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. See, enough time passes and I forget all of these things. It's the sad reality of my existence. I just cannot retain useful Minecraft information. No valid program loaded. Okay, now we flash it. There we go. Can I tell you all about Takua? Yeah, of course I can. But, you know, the rest of this is a mystery to me. Let's go ahead and add that. And then I suppose we'll save that recipe for later, because I'm sure we're going to need it again. Recipe for glowstone dust, eh? Hey, that's going to be the thing that holds us back? Alright, well, I have a new black hole unit. Oh, shoot, this one with the black hole dust. There we go. Or the glowstone dust, even. That says you're wrong about needing it. So can you make me one of these? Got to make an MK2. I guess we got to start all the way from the 1. Can we not start from the 2? Do we need to hit this button? And then it'll... It's failed for unknown reason. The 2 has failed for unknown reason. Let's make a few of these. 3 of those. Lovely. That inventory is getting very full, and I would not be surprised if we had to come up with another solution for that in the near future. It might be weird if we had to have 2 of those crafting tables just for this one mod. I mean, it wouldn't be weird. It would be doable. Right, so if we break this, and everything breaks temporarily, but then we plop this one... Oh, well, there goes the painting as well. Plop that sucker down. So that'll start running again. And then we want to have the... Yep, we want to have that in there. And then, I guess, maybe 2 of these? 2 quicksort modules? And then, where did the painting go? Come back here, you. Definitely need you to be here. I cannot go and check whether or not this has made any difference until I have verified the painting has been restored. So now we come down here. Okay. Right. It's made a difference. That was the secret all along. We just, I guess, hit a limit for how much sticky resin the quicksort module could extract at any given time. And now we've doubled it. So I don't really think we need to do a whole bank. I mean, this is now a horrific mess that I have created. Look how much sticky resin there is. I'll deal with that later. Iron, you might say, well, Reese, you have an excess of that too. Are you going to worry about that? My answer to you is that, yes. Yes, I am. I'm still going to move iron over there. And the reason is... which, by the way, these have been disabled for some time now. I turned them off so they'd stop making more iron. And I want to throw out there, we just have so much iron. But the reason is, other things need iron, and I'd like to have just the one source of iron. So I'll clear all these out later, but in the meantime, that's going. Time to hook all of these up, and I guess these are going to come in handy for this endeavor. Excellent use! I don't know why I got so excited when I said that. Excellent, like we're cracking one over the frying pan and having a delicious dinner of fried eggs, which is normally reserved for breakfast, but breakfast is a farce. It's not the most important meal of the day, and the types of food they feed you literally ruin your metabolism, ruin your good health, make you feel worse throughout the day, make you drink a lot of coffee, make you drink a lot of caffeine and energy drink products just to get over the hurdle of the horrible foods they've force-fed you and made you believe a toaster strudel? That's candy! Anyway, Pop-Tarts are poison. In a sense, when you look at what refined sugar does to your cells, I'm just saying. We're making excellent use of the pause button today to keep this video's runtime low. I've been going, the problem is I don't know how long I've been recording, because I'm at 18 minutes of record time, but I've been here longer than that. The machines, though, oh, the machines! I'm so excited about what we've got going on here, alright? So we've got the full bank of iron and the full bank of the blocks of coal, and this time around we are keeping the black hole units, but I kept them kind of tucked out of sight down here. This is going to make them more of a challenge to access in the future if I need to actually walk up and take something out of them, which is what I liked about this here, right? Is I can just come... Oh my gosh, what happened? Do we have too much? We might have too much. We might have too many blocks of charcoal. Which isn't an issue. I'm not upset about it at all. I can just take these back over here and toss them in. But the reason I liked having the black hole units accessible up top is if I'm building something else, I'm like, gosh, I really need a stack of electronic circuits. I can just come and grab them, and it's wonderful and beautiful and fantastic. But this over here, this is going fantastically. Look at the volume of iron ingots we have now. Someone remind me, how much can a black hole unit? Let's see. Black hole storage units. If this comes up with anything other than Minecraft on this Google search, so help me, what is the maximum number? Okay, so that's hundreds, thousands, millions. Okay, all right. If I'm reading this correctly, 2,147,483. Oh, sorry, 2,147,000,000. Skipped that one. 483,647. So that's how many iron ingots we have to have before this fills up. I'd love to see it happen someday. You know what I'm saying? But look, we have excess of coal, And we did use the MK3s down here, so each one has 2 quicksort modules. Again, if you know more about this mod than I do, and I'm sure you probably do because that's not going to take a lot, but if you do and you know of a way to maybe make it more efficient without needing 2 quicksort modules, comment down below and let me know. But all of these are full. All of these are full. This is not going to be full. No, all of these are full as well. Wonderful. And again, all we did down here was we ended up actually just leaving all of this in place and adding that second quicksort module. And we're fine. We're fine. We're not running out of sticky resin anytime soon. So this is all wonderful, beautiful, perfect, happy, pleased with it as it is. Fantastic work. So now that we've got that out of the way, I do still need to come through here and deal with this. This is still an issue. I don't know what to do other than... Oh, you know what? No, we can leave them in there. Because whatever we end up changing this over to, it'll just consume these and turn them into that other object. So that's perfect and wonderful, and I don't have to worry about it. So the next step in the operation is going to be kind of where I was hoping to start with this one. Working over here to get that up and running, get this up and running, kind of continue to figure out where we're going to place everything. We need so many machines. And I don't mean like the little ones. I mean a lot of them. And it's going to take a while. I don't know, folks. This is going to be probably... Because in the past, I've never done a series this long before. If you look back through sort of all of my previous Minecraft series, all of my previous TEKKIT series, by the time we got to a point where we needed to do like heavy automation, it was wrapping up. We were done. We weren't doing the heavy automation. I didn't have the patience for it. Raymond Card was showing up to blow things up, and Iroth was coming to destroy you, cub, or whatever he sounds like when he talks. And we were done. So this is the first time I've ever actually gone through the effort of building a big space and figuring out the automation. And I'm having a lot of fun with it. It's just very involved. So I guess we're going to start with the bronze. So we need 4 more furnaces. We need 4 craftings, which we have those already. And then we need 2 compressors. All right. Let's get started. All right. Ooh, 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 ooh. I don't think I've ever seen an episode of Big Time Rush in my life. Bit after my time, and I don't know if I would have cared about it beforehand. I watched a couple episodes of the Jonas TV show. It wasn't very good, but then they moved them to LA, and that was better. Kind of makes you wonder why they didn't just start there? I don't know. Listen, we've got it all set up and running now. So what we've got is, over here where we once had iron, we instead have bronze being produced. Now remember, for whatever reason, bronze ingots don't have an EMC value. I don't know why. Some arbitrary reason, I'm sure. But bronze dust does. So we're generating bronze dust and storing it in here, and we have one of these big old MK3s, which are great. It's pumping all of the items out, all the way down here to the bronze production assembly, where we have induction furnaces even. Words are a challenge, and those are taking the dust and turning them into ingots. They're getting piped over to here to these auto workbenches, where they are being compressed very slowly into mixed metal ingots, which are then going over here to these 2 singularity compressors, which are then compressing them down into alloy. Now, I sort of assumed, and I guess incorrectly, that 4 of these would be enough to saturate 2 of these. But no, we don't have enough excess to saturate even one of them. Which kind of makes me wonder if maybe we shouldn't refine this slightly, shrink this down to 1 singularity compressor, and then add an additional auto workbench. And for the first time ever in the entire setup, 5 auto workbenches? That's insane! We've never done anything like that, but I think it might be necessary. Because... again, we're just not generating enough to keep even one of them running, let alone 2, and this singularity compressor will find work elsewhere, specifically over here. So I'm just wondering if we ought not just go ahead and do that now. Again, it was 0 effort, folks. 0 effort. It's just taking the time to do the thing. And it does take time. I feel like that's why I don't usually do this sort of thing in a mod pack. It's why for the last 10, 11, 12, 13, however long I've been doing YouTube videos, we don't get this far, because I'm like, oh, I've got to sit down and I've got to move all these little pieces around and make sure they all work, and it's so irritating. And there's also, I mean, I'll do things like this in certain videos, certainly, in certain series, and in my real life, I do this sort of thing all the time. But I feel like there's this expectation when you're making a video that you gotta keep it moving, you gotta keep it flowing, you gotta keep the energy up. And so anytime I have to pause to, like, very slowly shuffle components around, I'm like, oh no, the video is trash. It's a trash video now. But I can just cut it out, it's fine. So we're doing... I don't want to say we're doing better now, because the issue here is that it's just draining all of these out. And there's no shot we're going to be producing enough, even from all of these auto workbenches. I mean, you see how slow they are. They're so slow! I don't think we're going to be able to maintain any sort of consistent output here, is the issue. And that's alright, we don't really need this to fill up. You know, this can be empty. I'll go ahead and empty it myself, and I'll manually move all of these over, and we'll just kind of we'll kind of see where that lands us. But I do just sort of wish we could move the compressor entirely over to there, and then have all of this be auto. I mean, what are we up to right now? 5, so we could add 6, 7, 8, 9. We could have 9 of them going. No, sorry, 10. Because the pipes would be underneath. Wait, hold on. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, yeah, and then the black hole unit. We could do that. I think that what I need to do is learn to be more fluid with all of this, and stop acting like once something is placed, it's there forever. Because that's the sort of mindset that I keep getting myself caught in. Once I get one of these banks of things set up, I'm like, well, that's it forever now, and if we outgrow it, we'll have to deal with it. You know, if in the future we need more of these, and it turns out what we're getting isn't enough, or it's not coming out fast enough, I'll just move it. I can just move it. It's a fiddly process, but I can just do that. But now, we can safely say that we are done with that, and with that. Those are taken care of, at least we've got that much accomplished, and I suppose the next stage in the operation is going to be the carbon plate. So, we're going to need a lot of crafters to make the raw carbon fiber, and then turn that... So, let's see. It's 2 to 1. So, 4, and then 2, and then maybe we just do 1 compressor again, just to create the actual carbon, because we don't need a bank of 4 of them, unless we go crazy with the number of auto crafters, and then how many of these carbon plates do we really need? Or do we want to do what I didn't do here and overdo it? Do we want to go crazy and say, you know what, there are a lot of recipes that need carbon plate, let's go ham, and just go get silly with it, and forget what I've done here with this whole assembly, and say, you know what, 8 crafters, 8 of them making the raw carbon fiber, and then that's 2 to 1, so 4 doing this, and then, I mean, even then 1 compressor would probably be enough. So hear me out. You know, continuing from that idea we had over here of expanding this to 10 of these, because, by the way, this is done now, right? It's basically run out. And then every so often, it gets a little delivery of them, but then it's out again, and you're just kind of left sitting here, and then you get another little bank. Like, it mostly is keeping up, right? Like, for the most part. But then you have these moments of just dead space. So what I'm thinking is, over here, we just go ahead and preemptively say, yeah, 10 of these, right? 10 auto crafters making the raw carbon fiber, 5 taking the raw carbon fiber and turning into raw carbon mesh, and then just 1 compressor, because that should be fast enough. But with the ability to expand to 2, we're not going to jump ahead and do whatever we're doing over here until we've tested and made sure. And then that's the plan here. That's what we're doing. We're going to execute on that first. I just wanted to take a moment to share something with you folks that I just learned just now that would have been helpful doing all of this. If you have a stack of the item sync modules and you right-click on them and you set them, right, like so, it updates the entire stack. They're all 1 coal dust now. And if you separate them, they're all still set up to... That has saved me an immeasurable amount of time. You have no idea. Okay, so I'm asking the real questions here today because I got this set up. We've got 10 of these auto workbenches producing the raw carbon fiber, and we've got 5 of those, because remember, it's 2 to 1. We've got all of these. They're not... See, here's the deal. This one's full. This one's starting to fill up. eventually, because we are producing enough that it will eventually be one-to-one with all of these, eventually they'll all get filled up. Or well, they'll all be going. That's what matters. But then the question is, do I want to take it to the next stage of the process? Do I want to go ahead and build the compressor to make the carbon plate here? Or do I want to build it somewhere else? Also, just having a look at the speed at which the raw carbon mesh is coming through, I'm realizing we're going to have sort of the same situation as we have over there, where it's not going to be going all of the time, which has made me wonder if maybe or not we should have made it even bigger. Because this is the speed they're coming in, and a single compressor is just going to zip right through that. But again, it doesn't need to be fast. It just needs to be functional. So, I've answered my own question. And just like that, we have our full production assembly line. I don't think these are all full yet, but we're getting there. The third one's filling up. Eventually, it'll reach equilibrium. Or it won't. I think all 4 of these will be filled up, and then this one will only ever have enough to process 1 at a time. I could manually fill it, but to what end? But 10 of these, 5 of these, 1 of these, and currently it's staying stocked, but for how long? Because at the moment, this also has some excess. And that's eventually, I think that's going to run out. Like, we're at 101, 100. 101. 99. Yeah, it's going to run out eventually. Oh, shot back up to 101. But, I don't know, maybe when all of these are going simultaneously, we'll be getting somewhere. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't know why I continue to postulate and theorize. Postulate is probably not the correct pronunciation of postulate. And that's also probably not the correct usage of that term in this current situation. Why is tinning gets up there? We have made no dent in this at all. That is insane. There's still so much to manufacture. That is absurd. There's such a volume of things that need to be automated. Okay, I mean, obviously not these 3. These are just machines. But, I mean, we do have to build electrolyzers. So that is technically a part of this. They don't have to be automated, though. But we've got to automate. And then even when you get into things like these, you have to have different components. We have to automate MV transform. I think we might already be doing that. I can't remember now. But you see what I'm saying. It's just... And then I think we're already doing these cables. No, we're not. No, we're not. We're doing double insulated gold, so we've got to add these. So there's more we have to automate now. Yeah, these are being automated already. That I hadn't previously considered. It's going to take forever. I think we're going to take a break from this. I don't know what we're going to do next episode, but it's not going to involve this down here. I'm walking away from all this for the time being. I'm proud of the work that we've done. I think we've accomplished a lot over the last several hours of my life that are just draining away while I don't really achieve anything outside of this room that I'm currently trapped in. It's one of those things where I've been thinking about this a lot lately. I was like, you know what? I love doing this, but I hate that it is being done at the expense of time that I could be investing in something else, but I don't know what else I would invest it in. It's like one of those things where it's like, it's almost like a job that I love, but it's not my job. I have a job. I have a job where I leave at 7, and sometimes I don't get home till 7, and then on top of that, I make Minecraft videos. There's this great moment in Whale Lords, one of my favorite YouTube series. This may be getting a little bit too introspective and personal. You can leave if you'd like to. The video's over, but they're talking to Sly Tony in the volcano underground, and Sips just has this like existential moment where he's like, you know, I just realized I'm a 35-year-old grown man playing Minecraft with my friends. This is what's happening. It's just very fun. And no one acknowledges that he says it. They all just continue with this bizarre conversation they're having with Sly Tony. And I'm like, that's funny. I like that life, though. But it's like, there's the duality of Reese, where this is what I love doing and I want to do it. But then there's what I have to do and it's not this. Anyway, hey, you know what? Just read your Bible and pray. Put your faith in God. He'll direct your path. That's what we all need to be doing, and we'll figure out where we're supposed to be in the end. Thank you, folks, for watching. God bless each and every one of you. And I'll see you next time where we're going to go do something else that doesn't involve being down here in this basement. Because I'm tired of being down here in this basement. Bye! Howdy there, folks! How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome back to TEKKIT 2, our adventure extravaganza, where I did say we were going to leave here, didn't I? And I plan on it. We are not going to be spending any more time down here today than we have to, other than just to say that things are going really well. Everything is still producing at a pretty reasonable pace. Also, yeah, we can just... Okay, well, if I don't look down and I keep moving at a reasonable pace, we can walk right over holes in the floor, and that's fun. And check this out. Empty, right? But that's just because it's so efficient and getting down here and making 4,563 carbon plates. How crazy is that? How absolutely crazy is that? This has a little bit of a buffer. It doesn't need it. It executes perfectly and gets the results we want. How are we doing here? All right. That was never going to fill up. It really is genuinely just a little bit of a buffer. Because this is oh my gosh. See, everything is working fine. Everything is working dandy. Everything is going along swimmingly. It's weird that we've only got 42,000 iron when you consider how much iron we're currently producing. As opposed to, I mean, look, I get that this isn't being used and iron is, but there's a lot more EMC going into making iron. So you would expect there to be more iron. It's not getting stuck up here, is it? No, it looks like it's being removed at a reasonable pace. And then, of course, down here, yeah, we're finally okay on blocks of coal. Everything's running smoothly, and I haven't checked this in a while. I'm wondering. 131 medium voltage solar panels, so we're just getting a head start there on the time when we're eventually going to start making high voltage, which is going to be great. But the last thing I want to talk about down here, and then we're leaving. I don't know what we're going to do. We're just going to go upstairs and see if we can find something interesting, I guess. But I was thinking about blowing out this wall and installing windows, and what I thought about doing was either one big window or stripes of windows, so like every other one is a window, or staggered window. So this is 3 blocks thick, and I was thinking we get rid of the middle block, and we have... And you know what? We might as well just go ahead and demo this, because I would love to get some feedback on what you folks think about this. Also, it's not called the window, it's called glass. And then you make a window out of it. So the way that I was sort of picturing this, oh, this part's underground. I do oftentimes forget that, yes, large portions of the factory are slightly below sea level. So we might have to do this demonstration from outside. This is not going to be the whole episode. This is just going to be a small portion of it. There we go. So, oh yeah, that's going to be weird. Because some of it is above ground and some of it isn't. So will the window just, like, scale down? Or am I going to strip away all of this to make it uniform? I don't know. But the idea that I had was, let's say the windows are here. Okay? And then on the inside, we make this hollow. Right? And then we have that. And then that's like that. And so the staggered window, where that's like that. And then, look, I've got to do the whole thing properly, otherwise it's not going to really match the vibe and aesthetic I'm going for. So there we go, we fill that in. And then we'll leave the inside hollow. We could fill it with glass as well. But, boom, that's the look right there. And then imagine that, but all the way up and down. I haven't decided for sure that's what I'm going to do. I have decided that I will be breaking that piece, and we're just going to fill all of this in with marble. We're going to leave those floating in there because that's funny. They'll go away eventually. But, I don't know. It's that, or it's 3 glass all thick all the way through. I think that's an interesting look, and I'm curious to see how it looks from the inside. Because that's where we're going to be spending most of our time, let's be honest. Where's the door? Isn't there an invisible pressure plate here? There is, okay. So that'll automatically close. That'll automatically open. I keep forgetting about that. So yeah, there we go. I guess really there's not a whole lot of light getting through there. I do maybe like the idea of stripping away, at least to sea level, the ground outside and having those windows be all the way down. You don't really get a good glimpse outside unless you're sort of at an angle with the windows. Maybe I don't like it all that much. We might end up having to just experiment and try different things before we decide exactly how we want to do this. So comment down below. Let me know what you think we ought to do. And then in the meantime, let's head upstairs. We've talked about bees, and we've talked about trees, and we've talked about doing any number... Oh, good. The Spurious is clear. Oh, my good gosh, who was that? Great, fantastic. Spurious is cleared out. Looks like there's another story unfolding now. You just can't get away from this nonsense. Who are you? Fernie? Is he a dwarf? He's a little fella. He's a little fella. I'm trying to get a look at his whole outfit, but he's not. Is he wearing overalls? Like, it's hard to tell from the front because of the magnificent beard. But when I get around the back, it definitely looks like he's wearing some brown overalls. This is a weird way to greet a stranger, isn't it? Let's see what the game has in store for us today. Hello there! Hello, kind stranger. My name is Fernie. I hope that I am not bothering you. I mean, I really didn't have anything planned. I was just going to kind of wing it. So, no, not at all. Welcome to my home. My family and I live across the way there on that island. We've been neighbors for some time now. Fernie! Fernie from the sign with the trading post who wants us to bring monies. Fernie! That Fernie! I've never seen you before. Yes, well, we are being hunted by a foul beast that consumes dwarves. So he is a dwarf. So we've been hiding. That sounds like a rough time. I mean, you've built a lot of buildings for someone who's hiding. But I guess a beast that eats dwarves is not going to eat buildings, I suppose. That sounds rough. I'm sorry to hear that. Yes, it's been rough, but we get by thanks to some invisibility potion that we purchased from a pair of witches. You know, I had a pair of witches under my house once. Some of you folks may remember a long time ago when we were building the NASA expansion in the far west wing. In the first floor basement, not the deep basement or the factory basement, which isn't really a basement. It's just barely below sea level, but you know what I'm trying to get at here. Yeah, I don't know what happened to them. I went down to hunt them and they escaped somehow. None of that's relevant, is it? I'm glad that you found a way to survive, though. That's good. And invisibility potion explains why I couldn't see you. So you've been there the whole time. Presumably you and your family. Every time I've gone to that island and never done anything, you've been there. I've just not... How do you run a trading post when you're invisible? I guess you don't, because I've never seen anyone come by. Well, hey, look, glad you've managed to survive. Sadly, we've run out, and they are too busy to make any more for us, so I spied your brewing stand through your window and was hoping that you would be willing to help us, perhaps. Yeah, I do have a brewing stand, and it would be cruel of me to let your family be consumed by some sort of foul beast. So, of course, yeah, I can... how many do you need? Thank you. Please deliver 9 potions to my brother if it isn't too much hassle. Do you have a brother? Oh gosh, you do. Who is this Gray? Oh, from Gray's mind. Yes. Okay. So I guess you've been down there. Do you have a key to this place? We tried to get in here once, but there's no key. So what do I got to do? Potion of invisibility. Oh, 3-minute version. So... Not too picky. They just want the basic potions. Gray's not super talkative at the moment. Sure, you know what? This is not exactly what I had planned for my day, but also... Did I put down a thing to open? Yeah, okay, good. I didn't really have anything planned, if I'm being completely honest with you today. So we might as well make potions of invisibility. So let's see. Potion of invisibility. What have you got for me? So it looks like it's going to be pretty simple. We can... Oh, that's the 8-minute one. No, we just need the 3-minute one. That's all we need. So we need a potion of night vision and a fermented spider eye. I'm just going to go ahead and add that over there so I can quickly reference it. And then that's a golden carrot and an awkward potion. There's a lot of steps involved with here. So that's a water bottle and a nether wart. Okay. I think we can get all of these things from right here. Watch this. Nether wart? Yeah, we can get a ton of. We can get an awkward... well, no, we can't get an awkward person. A Persian? Persian. We can't get one of those. We can't get a golden carrot. I don't even know why I typed that in there to begin with. A spider eye that has been fermented. Odd request, but I can do that. And then we need a bottle, but not with water in it. But I think I know of a surefire, fast way to fill up a water bottle. Watch this. Check this out. This is cool. This isn't going to work, really? Are you for real? You're not going to let me just fill the water... Why? It can be used in crafting. I've seen it be used in crafting to fill, like, water cells. And you can make cold tea if you have some tea leaves. There's a lot of things you can do with this, but apparently you can't fill a bottle. That's a darn shame, so we need 9 of these. Do we not have an infinite water source in the house? I suppose not. We always just come down here to where I also have some... assorted vegetables planted for some reason. Have we ever... Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Have we ever once come down here and harvested these? Is this the first time? Did I start this farm in earnest so we would have a place to eat food, and I've just never harvested from there before? Comment down below if you've seen me harvest from there before. That's pretty funny. We can go ahead and just condense that down, though. And we're not actually going to eat either of those. The first harvest is now gone. What a shame. I don't... Blaze powder... Is that necessary? I think that's necessary, but over there. I don't know why it was there. So we need to throw in 3 potions, and in order to get the first stage of this, we can go ahead and get rid of water bottle, the awkward potion, we're just going to add some nether wart. And then, could we speed this up by getting some additional brewing stands? What goes into a brewing stand? And does it not have an EMC value? Brewing stand. It absolutely does. Okay, we're going to wait till this is done. And only after it's finished are we going to completely just shred the darn thing. Apparently destroy the floor in the process. Like absolutely unhinged lunatics. And then, I don't know, maybe this is going to become a lucrative business for us. So maybe we need multiple brewing stands. I don't know. But now we need to queue up 3 more here with one of those and a bit of that. And then the same thing over here. What are you waiting for, Gary? I want to do all of these in sort of sequence. So we're going to get rid of the nether wart and the awkward potion. Next up is the night vision, and that's going to be the golden carrot. Which makes sense because Western propaganda during World War II was that carrots gave soldiers better eyesight. I'm pretty sure it was like a weird propaganda thing to like trick the Germans, or maybe that's one of those apocryphal stories that everyone says is true, but no one's ever actually bothered to verify, and therefore it probably isn't actually true. But if you tell someone that it's not true, they'll argue with you because they've always been told that that's true. But then again, that's probably the same for eating carrots making your eyesight better. A lot of people have been told that. I've been told that that's not true. And that's just like an apocryphal World War II thing. But then that story might be apocryphal. I don't know. I haven't checked. Are you going to check? Someone Google it. Are carrots, I think because of like beta-carotene or something like that, is the concentration of beta-carotene, so now we're going to add the fermented spider eye, inside of carrots, or is there anything inside of carrots that will give you substantially better eyesight if consumed in reasonable quantities? True or false? And then also, was it like Western propaganda to trick the Germans? Or, I guess anyone, it could have also been the Japanese. I always heard it was the Germans, though. So, comment that down below and let me know. We're going to all learn together whether or not that's all been some BS. And there we go, Potions of Invisibility. That was pretty quick. We've got a nice supply here, ready to go to Fernie's brother. I've got the potions, by the way. Thank you so much for doing that for us. Absolutely, Fernie. Happy to help. Only too happy to help. Hello, Gray. Let's see. So we did get 9 of these, right? And we're getting 8 coins for each of these. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Does that mean that there are, Does that mean that there are a 9... Wait, is that in my inventory now? I couldn't put it down here a second ago. Check that out. They're IC2 coins as well. I think this is what we got for doing quests with... Yeah! 17 coins. Can I buy anything at Fernie's Emporium? Opening soon, Fernie's Trading Emporium. Bring money. I did. It's not open. Maybe soon? Maybe we have to defeat their monster. Hey, Fernie. Do you want me to defeat the monster for you? So that you don't have to live in hiding anymore and your Emporium can be properly opened? If it finds us, your aid would be appreciated. Until then, thank you, Reesecrafts. No, Fernie, thank you. Thank you so much for revealing yourself. Now I know I'm not crazy. And that, in fact, there is... It's just good to know that someone's been building all of this, and it's not just me in some sort of weird fever dream, like fugue state. It's someone else has been behind all of this, and that is beautiful. And it's actually, I mean, I don't know, presumably we gave them 9 potions. Does that mean there's 9 dwarves? Where are they? Are any of the other ones visible? I don't actually know. I don't actually know. Okay. Well, I wonder what's going on with everyone else. Does anyone else have any interesting quests for me? Oh, geez, it's got real stuttery there. What's going on with the pig people? Oh! Well. Alright. What happened here? Oh, I guess they wanted to contain the lava flows, and it, like, maybe backed up and filled the island? Is that what I'm seeing here? I genuinely don't know. And then what is this? It's some kind of, like, bridge. Oh, is it maybe, like, a magma duct? Like an aqueduct, but for magma? What are they doing out here? Also, is this nether wart? This is so much nether wart. Is that their one decoration? That's the one thing they know what to do with, is nether wart. Bless them. I don't like this little terraforming project they got going on over here, but I'll tell you what, I'm grateful that it is only happening inside of their walls, right? They encased 2 volcanoes, and they've limited their madness to that, and they're keeping it tight in, which is good to see. I wonder what the goal here is, though. Like, what are they trying to achieve? They've built this dock that is full of... Have we been in here before? Carrots? What the heck? They've got, like, so many carrots. What are they doing with all... I mean, I guess they're pigmen, so... Ooh. Iron and coal and sticks. Everything you need to start building weapons, one assumes. Oh. Oh, and oh. Supplies. Right, to keep an army fed. Is this the Navy? What is this boat? I would break it, but I don't... I feel like that would be an act of war. Oh my... Look at these guys! Look at these guys! Is it my imagination? Are they bigger than the average pigman? Look at... What is this armor? And these shields that they've got. They're massive! Yeah, I'm not here for this. I forgot I can walk on water now. That's... Yeah, no, we're dealing with a constantly advancing force here that I'm not comfortable with. But again, if we can manipulate them into buying weapons from us, although it looks like they're building their own, but they're building like swords and things, I'm sure. Like, yeah, they've got weird-looking armor and shields and swords. But do you know what they don't have? Muskets and blunderbusses, which I'm still thinking that might be a fun idea. We can open, maybe we can even sell them at the Emporium. Although we probably have to pay Fernie as like a middleman. What if we built a competing Emporium across the way, right? So you have your Emporium here, and then across the way you've got my just like basic trading post. It can be well, we don't have to compete. Mine can be super specialized on weapons. So you come in and we could get sneaky and we could build it over here. And maybe hire some villagers or something. Oh, we can get Napier or maybe someone from Napier's village to run it. And it's conveniently located right between the Endermen and the Pigmen on neutral ground. And they can come over and they'll exchange back and forth and they'll never know. They'll never know that it was me. Secretly, so we can have an underground tunnel connecting it. We can have the factory automatically building the munitions and the weapons and the armaments and have them like ducked over here and pay someone else. Oh, that would be sick. Are you kidding me right now? Or we could have 2 different stores. That way we don't run the risk of them accidentally finding out about each other. And we can place one really close to the pigmen. And then we can actually, if you have a look at our map here, what are we working with? Yeah, so if we just put one on this peninsula here, just like right next to the pigman, or to the Enderman Tower, and then one on this peninsula here, right next to the pigmen, and we just give them completely different but similar enough names that they should be able to figure it out, but they don't, and that's funny. Oh, there's more volcanoes up here. I hope they don't find out about it. Look at that. All of that is lava now. That wasn't the case. And then, yeah, look, it looks like they're trying to channel it out. What are they working on? Comment down below. What do you think they're working on? Does it feel like this crisis is coming to a head? See, what I like about the Endermen, sure, they transformed a whole island and a couple of small satellite islands into, like, Enderstone, and it's very creepy, and the tower is creepy looking. But you know what? They haven't done anything else. They've not built a giant wall. They've not populated it with a bunch of Endermen. They just exist here, and they're chill. And I appreciate that. But we are going to try to bait them into a war. I do wish I didn't live between them. And now I've met Fernie and his brother Gray, and apparently he has a whole family. We sold them 9 potions, so presumably there's 9 dwarves over here. And they seem like lovely chaps. So, I mean, just based on the 2 we've met so far, one didn't even speak, but I'd hate to actually have the war happen on their island now. Maybe we need to build some sort of battle arena where they can settle their disputes in an arena that they have to pay to rent with weaponry that they can buy, or there's a subscription service where for a flat fee each month they get access to unlimited weapons but can only take out 3 or 4 at a time, or maybe more depending on what tier of subscription they have. Oh, I'm getting brilliant ideas right now. And it doesn't actually matter if they break during the battle because we'll be manufacturing them for free in my factory. We'll just have an endless supply of weapons feeding into this gladiatorial arena. It'll be like in Bionicle 2009 when they had the Glatorian, and anytime there was a fight over land, territory, resources, you just sent your 2 Glatorian. You didn't have a whole fight between 2 tribes. You just sent in the Glatorian, and whichever Glatorian won, their group got whatever the supplies were. That was an interesting year for Bionicle. And then it got shut down by LEGO, and then it rebooted in 2015 and was bad. And then it got canceled again in 2016 because it was bad. And then we're just waiting on them to realize that they need to bring it back, but like the original, just rerun the originals. That's fine. They basically did with the Tahu construction set, or contract, whatever they call it. Contraction, I think. It's a pretty cool little set. I like it a lot. It was fun to build, and I like the throwback. Tahu's cool. I wish we had all the Toa in that style. Thank you folks for watching. That's pretty much it for today. We met Fernie, I guess. Whatever else I was going to do, I've been too distracted now by just thoughts of war. I like it. Thank you folks for watching. God bless you, and I'll see you later. Goodbye. Yeah. Yeah, don't like this. Don't know what this is, but I don't like it. I can only imagine how this might end up getting used. Just, I mean, look at it. Just rows and rows and rows of lava. Just as far as the eye can see. What is the purpose of this? See, I don't like what they're doing. At least with the Endermen, they came over and asked me for things. They came over and asked me for an Ender... Well, no, not an Ender Pearl Plus. No, a Watch of Flowing Time and all of those rings. I mean, I don't know what they're doing, but at least I've got something of an idea. But this I don't know about. But of course, then again, I guess I don't really know what they're doing with any of that. Wonder what they are doing with that Watch of Flowing Time. Wonder what happened to that baby dragon as well. Hope he's okay. Howdy folks, how are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome back to TEKKIT 2, or as I've recently taken to calling it, Being Confused. What is going on here? Alright, we've been watching them build this up. They dammed up their lava so they could build a magma channel to direct it into what appears to be some sort of large smithy work. I mean, you've got what are clearly blacksmiths. They've got hammers, they've got anvils, they've got little armor stands and furnaces. They're very clearly preparing for war. Okay, they're making weapons and armor, I assume. I've not actually seen them do it yet, but That appears to be what's going on here. And then they've got like a barracks of some kind here where they can house a whole lot of pigmen. And the real issue here is that it seems like they're getting ready for war without me, because the whole idea that we had, the whole new direction for the series, was that we were going to become weapons manufacturers. We were going to transform after we built high voltage solar arrays. All the rest of this was going to be dedicated to automatically building weapons, munitions, armor, armaments, all of that sort of thing. And now that's not happening. If they're going to be building their own, are they going to start a war with their own equipment? Are they starting a competing like weapons brand? I don't. Can I compete with them? I mean, I guess they don't have automation, but they've got the brute force. They've got big, sweaty, burly pigmen out there hammering out swords and armor. And what am I doing? I'm over here making potions for dwarves. I don't know what to do about this one, folks. I guess we could focus, if their intentions are to invade the Endermen, I could focus all of my efforts on building the supplies for the Endermen. So it might not be a complete loss. I wanted to fund both sides of the war, but I guess I could just fund one side, and that would keep the war going. And actually, now that I think about it, if they're the aggressors, right? If they invade the Endermen, it would be really easy to make the Endermen seem like these sad, the good guys, right? Portray them as the good guys. It's sad, their struggle. We all need to empathize with them. We don't want to get directly involved, though. What we want to do is supply them with weapons so that I can get the dwarves to pay for the weapons, right? Like, I'll tax the dwarves to pay for the weapons to send to the Endermen, and the Endermen will pay us through, like, back doors. Ooh! I'll make the weapons manufacturing a business. I'll be the government. And then we'll buy a bunch of weapons using the dwarf money from the people running the manufacturing, and then we'll give that away to free to the Endermen, because we're getting our money from the dwarves, and we'll say it's because they're being invaded by the bad guys, and they're the objective good guys, and then people might get upset with it after a while, but it's okay, because the weapons company will donate heavily to my re-election campaign, and I'll get a seat on their board once I'm out of office. Did that get too real for a minute? Doesn't matter. It's not what we're doing. I'm manufacturing the weapons. I'm selling them to them. And maybe I have to do some Napier, why are you here, Napier? It's been so long. I haven't done anything to your village lately. Why? What? Reescrafts, you must come quick. Whatever for, Napier? What seems to be the issue? They attacked us from the east. They used TNT. They destroyed half of the village. When? Months ago, I just escaped and made my way here to plead for your help. What are you going on about, though? Who attacked you? Pirates. Someone killed their captain, and then they wrecked their ship. They enslaved us. Why did they enslave you? They wanted us to build them a new ship, but none of us knew how. Oh, no shipwrights. Captain dead, huh? Oh dear. Remember, wasn't there a ship, like, right out? Oh. Uh-oh. Oh no, it was, like, right out here, wasn't it? We killed the captain out there. Oh no. Okay, well, I mean, you couldn't build them a ship, so what did they do? They made us cut down all of our trees and build a terrible fence. What makes it terrible? It's their captain. He is drunk all of the time and has no clue what he's doing. Oh, so he's like Dade Phelan. It's a reference for a very niche group of Texans who... Okay, let's have a look here, right? Oh, shoot, yeah. Oh, no, yeah, all the trees are gone. Oh. Oh. Okay, yeah, part of the village. Oh, okay. I don't know what this is. This just looks like dirt. Alright, well, Napier, what's with the urgency? Like, you said this happened months ago. Obviously, I'm gonna go help, but, like, why now? Yesterday, he said we were useless, and he was going to finish us. He rounded everyone up, and we need to hurry. Oh, that is actually the most urgent thing to ever happen in this game. We've had people ask for our help, but this is teleport... Listen. We're gonna go deal with it. Teleport 2, can you take us both to Pirate Town? Oh, you son of a gun. You crazy son of a gun. He absolutely... Well, he took me. Oh, no, good. They're both here. All right. Napier, you wait here with Teleport 2. I'm gonna go deal with the pirates. Thank you, Reese Crafts. You're welcome. It's a thing of beauty when Reese is on duty. And that is just a giant patch of dirt. I wonder if that's a result of the bombing. Oh yeah, they're waiting for me. Oh, it's gonna be too easy, folks. It's gonna be all too easy. Okay, hold on. Wait, no, hold on. Hold on. Let me... I can't... Oh, gosh. All right, no. Ah! You guys gotta hold... You know what? Hold on. Oh, jeez. No, wait, I've got a better idea. It's not like they can actually hurt me. I'm fine. Okay, the town's already destroyed anyway. So what if we just did this, right? Did that not hurt them? Oh, they don't actually seem bothered by that. Is that... Oh, jeez. Is that killing any of them? No, that's just causing, like, massive mayhem and damage to the village and not actually killing the pirates. That's okay. No, look, I got them. Is that all of them? Did we get them? Oh, no! The villagers! Sit tight! Don't worry, I'm on duty. What's happening? Oh, good. They've all... I guess they all ran over there to that corner once they figured out what was going on. Probably a good call. Oh? Oh! I see. The problem is that these things are like, ah! Here we go. Come here, you. Come here. No, come here. Come here. Come here. Stop it. Stop it. How many more pirates are there? We can't let them hide indoors. We have to get them out. You know, at whatever costs. Hi there, you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. I know that we're technically destroying the village, but the village is, I mean, it's already mostly destroyed anyway, so who cares? Oh, jeez. Plus, we're getting the element of surprise. How many of these guys are there? Should we have done, like, a scout around here to figure out, like, how many there... You know what? It doesn't matter at this point. Does not matter at this point. We're just taking them by surprise. Somehow they haven't already heard the sounds of destruction going on outside. I'm surprised this isn't killing them. I was told it was a quite effective weapon. Because you can use it against people in certain types of armor that are otherwise, like, indestructible. I think quantum armor is weak to this. Maybe I'm thinking of, like, gem armor. Hello? There's not even anyone in this house. No, there is. No, there... I mean, stop that. Stop that right now. Called for aggression. I mean, I guess it is called for. I am trying to kill you. But you actually invaded a town. Stop it. Look, if we just get them both stuck in a hole, then we can have, like... no, I was gonna say we'll have an easy time picking them off. If we get him inside of a hole. There we go. Okay. That all of them? Again, I'm very sorry. I didn't realize. Okay. I think that's all of them, though. I don't see any more, unless there's some down here. No. No, can confirm there's none down here. Jeez, this place is a wreck. Not from what I did. I realize I've destroyed part of the town. But it was already destroyed, is my argument here, okay? I mean, it's not that big a deal. They can rebuild. It's not a huge issue. You know, what matters is that we took care of the pirate menace. Come here, you. There we are. Is that all of them? I don't see any more. Yeah. See, I thought this was going to be like a big deal. I thought there was going to be like a pirate oh, actually, we never saw the pirate captain. Unless he was just one of the guys we killed. I expected this to be a lot worse. When he said there was, like, a weird fence surrounding the place, was he referring to that there, or... Oh, wait, no. Oh. Oh, yeah, I suppose a drunk captain would... Yeah, okay. Alright, well. Let's let everyone out, first off. Hey, folks, how are y'all doing? Hopefully y'all remember me. Savior of your village, back again. There you go. They love it. You're all free. I'll bring down this wall too. You're all free. You're welcome. Look at them. They're not even mad that I blew up their walls. They're just happy to be free. Free at last. And then this guy down here, I don't know what to do. Oh, he's gone. Oh no, he's still down here. I'll figure that out later. Maybe we can go get, unless we have it with us. Do we have our Pokeball? We might be able to use that to get him out. Hold on, yeah, we've got plenty of mob imprisonment tools. This seems cruel. But wait a minute, let's see if this works. Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at that! And now we've restored... See? That was like the easiest thing we've ever done. That was barely even an inconvenience. We came, we saw pirates, we defeated them. I've barely been recording for like 5 minutes. This is fantastic! Alright, let's go let Napier know the good news. Napier! Brother, great news. I defeated all of the pirates. But Reescrafts, you destroyed the village. Ah! It was already mostly destroyed. I just had to blow the walls off so I could see whether or not there were pirates inside. Reescrafts. You seem disappointed in me, Napier. Maybe justifiably. I suppose, looking at the situation, perhaps I could have carried myself a little bit better. There's a giant crater in the ground now. I didn't destroy that building. That one was already destroyed. Okay. Alright. Alright. Okay. Listen. Napier, here's the situation, okay? Your village, if we have a look at the map, is very far away, okay? It's very far away, which makes it very hard for me to help you. The pirate captain could still be out there because I didn't see him. So if he comes back with more pirates, it's going to take you a while to travel from here to my house to get my help again. All right? If you have a look at my map again, though, my house is surrounded by a lot of premium land. Look, there's a whole island over here. Granted, it is a little bit smaller than the one you're currently on. But you're much closer to what I would consider to be an economic mecca of trade and wealth. You've got powerful nations. You've got the dwarves, the pigmen, the endermen, me. And you could be on this little peninsula. I'll sell it to you. This little island, you can just have that. I don't think anyone lives there. This little peninsula, I don't care. You can live just north of the dwarves. What I'm saying is, just consider coming back, bringing your whole village. I mean, you don't have much to bring anyway. Your houses are destroyed, mostly by pirates, a little bit by me. I didn't see any possessions, so everything you owned is gone. Just pack up, move yourself on north. Oh, wait, no, that's north. South, down south. You were looking the right direction anyway, so good on you. And then that way you can be near an economic, like, boom town. I don't know how to do terms properly. But what I'm saying is that you'll have more success. I'll help you build a new village. Teleport 2 might chip in as well. Look at me, Napier, please. I'm telling you. Don't look away, please. I'm telling you. I will help you build a new village. And you'll be safer. Because these guys aren't going to come mess with me. Nobody comes and messes with me. Sure, they'll, like, rope me in on a side project now and then. But, I mean, I killed a lot of denizens of the Nether with, like, a nuke, and then I broke time and space to undo it, but I still killed a lot of pigmen. And you know what? They just made me do a quest for them. They didn't dare try to harm me, because I'm invincible. All right, look at my armor. And then the Enderman, this has gone on for too long. This is my pitch. Come live next door to me and I'll take care of you. Yes, I think that would be for the best. It would be. It would be. So you stay here, talk to the others, get them organized. I'll head back. I'll build like a refugee camp. Thank you, Reescrafts. No, Napier. Thank you. Don't you see, folks, what I have done? I have gathered myself a workforce that will now be loyal to me. Oh, they might have their Enderman army, their Dwarf army, their Pigman army. I got those two in reverse, but you know what Pigman, Enderman. But I'm going to have villagers. They're going to live somewhere around here. I'll get them to work manning the factory. They can work in my weapons store. They can run deliveries for me, delivering the munitions to the nations. We're going to keep them at war until we make all the money, and we're actually going to genuinely take care of them. I'm not an evil guy. I'm not going to leave them out here. Clearly, the pirate captain's not dead, and I might be responsible for why he came over here in the first place. If I killed the last captain, there was a mutiny and the ship caught on fire and they crashed and now they're here. The pirate captain might have escaped. He might come back, and I can't leave them all the way over here, because what am I going to do? Am I going to move over here to keep an eye on them? Absolutely no, I am not. I've already got a massive factory I'm working on. So we're gonna head back. We'll take the long way. We'll pick out a location for them. I'll build some little tents or something, and then next 20 episodes or so, we'll work on building them a little village. What could possibly go wrong? Howdy there, folks! How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome back to our TEKKIT 2 Let's Play Adventure Extravaganza, where if you have a look right down there, you'll see that things are a little bit different now since last time. We actually did move the entirety of Napier's village into my factory. This was the best place I could come up with. It's outside of the elements, there's no harsh air or anything, it might be air-conditioned. I don't know, it's Minecraft. I genuinely do not know. But everyone is here. We have these lovely tents that I built for them out of reinforced framed slant pieces and wool and wool and wool and mostly just a lot of wool. And then I lit them really nicely with glowstone torches. I don't know. I think it's pretty nice. And they're not trapped in here. There are gates, all right? They can leave if they want to, go poke around the factory, see if they can understand how the machines work, and then maybe even work the machines. I'm maybe going for a little bit of like a Willy Wonka Oompa Loompa situation, right? Like, come live in my factory and I'll give you all the chocolate you could ever want to eat. Actually, that's a great idea. We might need to automate the chocolate production, and then we can just keep them fed on that. That would be great. Napier, how are things going? Thank you for taking us in, Reese Crafts. Of course, Napier, of course. Feel free to stay as long as you need to. How long do you think it will be before you find new land for us to build on? It could be days, months, weeks, years even. Why don't you just hop on out and just have a look around and see if you might not find something you want to do as like a thank you, like maybe build some assembly lines or something like that. We'll consider that, I suppose. Great, Napier, great. Listen, we're trying to make the best of a bad situation. To loosely quote President Barack Obama, in the midst of great tragedy, you can find great opportunity. And in the midst of pirates invading an island because you might have killed their captain, you know, maybe destroying a village, you can find a workforce willing to work for you for chocolate, possibly. I don't actually intend on keeping them in here, mainly because this is all going to be turned into automation at some point. So I really just can't leave them in here. It would be extremely inconvenient for me to try to build machines around their tents. I was thinking that maybe we could talk to the dwarves, because they have large swaths of open land. The problem with talking to the dwarves, and some of you may have figured this out already, but like the primary issue when it comes to, gosh, it really do freeze when you get over here, doesn't it? It's almost like there's just a little bit too much going on in this particular region. But the issue with the dwarves is that I can't find them. We gave them the invisibility potion and they're invisible again, so I have a feeling we're going to have to deal with that at some point. But, I mean, they've got plenty of room. Granted, it does look like more room when you're looking on the overhead map. Like, that looks... like that, and then that in particular look like massive swaths of land. But then when you actually look at it in person, that's just a little field. I mean, I guess the whole of my original, like, part of the base would fit in there. And that's probably plenty of room. I don't know. Maybe we can set them up just north of the island over here? I don't think anyone's set claim to this land, so this would be a good place to build a village. I know what you're thinking, Reese, you own a massive peninsula, but I might want to do something with this. I don't know, I haven't decided yet. I've not even actually explored this. We've been doing this series for how long now? And I've never once explored this area over here. We went and cut down some trees that one time. But I genuinely, I mean, look, there's like this whole little crevice running through here. I had no idea. I got some red currant if I wanted to, you know, numb on that. There's tons of options around here. This is a lovely place. Maybe I want to bulldoze it all down. Look, there's bees. There's a meadows hive if we want to get into bees. I really do need to learn a lot about bees at some point. It'd be great if I could, like, clone myself and then send that clone off into another series to learn about bees and then bring that information back to me. That would be really cool. So, I mean, obviously there's things I want to do with this that don't involve, like, loading a bunch of villagers onto it. And then this over here, I always imagined this is where we would actually do, like, tree breeding when we ever got around to it. Or the power station there and the tree breeding over there. What is this island? Do you reckon we could just move them onto this island? I mean, compared to what they were living on before, if we have a look here on the map. That's what they had. Okay? That's like basically the same size. And they had a lot of wasted space up there. They weren't living on this entire island. Basically, no one lived on this beach. It was only in this little cluster. So, really, if you want to maximize your, it's very sandy. It's a very sandy beach. I'll give you that. But maybe we can use a terraformer to transform it? Hold on. Isn't that a thing you can build? Terraform. There we go. So we have the terraformer as well as the terraformer. One of these is from Galacticraft. Terraformers are used to add some greenery to distant planets, adding grass, trees, and water when given the correct materials. That's kind of cool. I didn't know we could do that, but this is the one we're looking for here for industrial craft. And we could build one of these. I mean, that seems like as good a... Look, that's not even really difficult to build at all. We could build a few of them. I don't know how they work. I've never in all of my life used a terraformer. But I reckon if we just set one up over here, it would maybe transform a part of the island. All we'd really needed to do is be less sandy, more green. And then, they say not to build your house on sand because it'll wash away in the storm, but build your house on God and also stone. So I imagine if we dig deep enough, we'll eventually find concrete. And we can kind of build some support pillars up. And maybe they become one of those societies where they build off into the water. And they have big pillars holding up these massive buildings and stuff. That could be cool for them. I don't know what they want. I have no clue. I'm not going to ask them because that's not what we're doing today. I promised Napier that it would take a while, but we'd eventually figure it out. That's not the way in. That's the way in. We'll eventually figure it out. I figured today we had enough adventuring to be getting on with, and we would instead focus our efforts over here on the automation station. And how are we doing in that regard? 168 medium voltage solar panels, that's not too shabby. So, the last thing that we did, the last time around, was we automated the construction of carbon plate. I did have someone comment and point out that we don't have to use induction furnaces. Even though we do have a lot of induction furnaces, we could swap those out with red matter furnaces, and they'd be a lot faster, and they don't use electricity. That's true. That would also be way more efficient in terms of space. We're not going to, though, because they're too fast. They're too fast and we're kind of limited in how quickly we can get material loaded into these as it is. And I feel like we're doing fine there, but maybe in the future, as we continue to expand if we need furnaces, a red matter furnace might be a good option. Now that it's refreshed on my mind, because those things are ridiculously, absurdly fast. So I can definitely see getting some use out of those in the future. But all this is well. All this is well. Something else I realized we could do is if we didn't want everything running at all times, like right now, this is basically going to run forever because we're trying to fill up this carbon plate thing and it'll never fill up. But there is it a dirt chest that holds one stack of 24 items? Is that correct? Dirt chest 9000. I think so. It'll hold one stack of 64 items. And that could actually be useful. I've always been curious as to why you would want something like that. But for automation in a system like this, if we didn't want this to constantly be going and making an infinite amount of these because it's a waste of electricity and resources, we could replace this black hole unit with a dirt chest. Now, we're not going to because I do want that to keep manufacturing those. We're going to need them for later on. But if we just wanted to manufacture some like raw material that we could have at hand, I mean, I could get a dirt chest and put it up top and have it hooked up to, I mean, let's say something we need pretty often when we're building is we do need advanced alloy. So I could just have a dirt chest, and it'll keep topped off at 64, but I'm assuming that's what a dirt chest does. And maybe we should go ahead and build a dirt chest just to make sure. What is that, a chest surrounded by dirt? I mean, it says like a dark oak chest and all of that nonsense, but let's see if that's actually how it works. Because that would be really useful for certain things, just being able to have, not an endless pit that's constantly having things filled up into it, but just a tiny little supply of ready-to-use objects that we use rather frequently. It could be useful. So let's grab ourselves a stack of dirt, even though we don't need a stack, we only need 8 of them, and let's grab ourselves a chest, even though we only need 1 of them, we'll grab 1 of them, and then we'll surround that chest with a little bit of dirt, and that'll give us dirt chest 9000. We'll plop that sucker down. How to save your dirt chest 9000. That's a really odd thing to find. Welcome to your new dirt chest 9000. We hope you will enjoy many happy years of storing your stack of dirt in your storage utility. Is it literally only there to hold dirt, though? Is that the thing? Because I thought that the dirt chest would hold anything. So we'll grab a stack of stone and a stack of dirt, And then we'll throw the stack of dirt away and get a new stack of dirt for no particular reason. How to use, not save. I don't know where save came from. What is? Does it say save anywhere on there? It doesn't. Okay, so that was just my imagination. Get out of here. Stack of dirt. Oh, it's... Okay. Stack... No. So you can only store dirt in the dirt chests. Figures. I guess that makes sense. It does have an EMC value, though. So we can just trash it and carry on with our lives. So that's not what I thought it was going to end up being. There's got to be a chest to do that, though. I'm positive. Unless I'm thinking of a different mod pack, which I could be. But I'm almost positive there was a chest you could get that would hold just one stack of 64 items. And if you know what I'm talking about, comment down below and let me know, because I certainly don't. Sweet chestnut leaves. I thought it was going to be a chest made out of leaves, and I got really excited for some reason. Treasure chest. Interesting. Parachute chest. Or pear chest, if you're so inclined. Yeah, I definitely thought for sure that was a real thing and I wasn't just imagining it, but it's starting to feel more and more like I was just imagining it and it's not a real thing. Just because I can't find it again. Metals chest. Condenses metals to blocks. Well, that could be useful for certain types of automation, I suppose. If instead of manufacturing a block of iron, you just had that right there, and you just dumped iron into it and condensed it into blocks and then had an export for it, that would actually be super useful. But this is a letdown. This is a letdown. Comment down below, though, if you know what I was trying to talk about and if it's a real thing. And in the meantime, we're going to focus again on automation. There's a lot we need to do if we're going to get high voltage solar panels. That's kind of where we're at right now. It's high voltage or bust. We got to figure that out. So, what do we do next? We got the carbon plate. Actually, we did get another comment. Apparently, we can make a frame that is completely clear, which I didn't know about. Yeah, the glass item frame. That sounds kind of fun. And it doesn't have a background. I liked the white background, but that was only because I didn't realize we could get one without a background at all. Which I actually have some of these frames in real life, where it's just like two pieces of glass wedged together, and then you stick things inside of them, and there's like these tasteful tiny clips that hold it all together. I have a lot of interesting little things stored in those. So we need just, what, glass panes and an item frame? So I'll get the frames first, because we can get those out of here. It's probably only going to work with vanilla frames, but I'll grab a white frame and see if we can turn that in there as well. And then inside of the lighting chest is where we keep our stacks of glass panes, because that's where they typically get used. So first things first, cannot use the white item frame. You got to go with the Minecraft vanilla frame. And this has an EMC value, so we can actually just generate more of them, which is spectacular. So let's get a stack of those out, and then let's say we go over here. Beautiful. And we want to store this. Oh wow, yeah, that is actually... That is so invisible, you can't even... That is actually nuts. That is super invisible. Look, the game can't even see that it's there. Like, you'll notice that the Wayla isn't even showing up for it. Oh, that could get trippy if you kind of forgot that you did that. Can you imagine? Oh my gosh. Hold on, no, we're gonna come back over here, and we're gonna see what these look like on the machines. So if we wanted to go right here... I don't know if I'm going to like this or not. It might actually be too clear. Okay. See, yeah, that's the issue. Because there's a lot going on the texture of the machine, if you just plop that on there, it just kind of looks like a monster came up and clawed the machine slightly. You know what I mean? So I do still like these, and I think they have their place. But the way that this simplifies the background when you put the item on there, yeah, I think that definitely works better for this operation. Meanwhile, over here, I mean, this might be a use case for it. Let's see. Again, that might... comment down below, let me know what you think, but I think that looks... It looks messy, I guess is how I would describe it. It looks kind of like clutter, just hanging out there. The frame, I feel like adds some space and separation that you kind of need. I don't know how I feel about that. That just looks like an actual item. Like, even from a distance here, you can kind of look and tell what's inside of each of the frames, and then that just sort of blends in. And then when you're right on top of it, it's pretty obvious, but I don't know. I think we're going to stick with these for right now. But we're going to find fun things to do with the glass item frames, because I do like those a lot too. Especially the way we use them upstairs. Unless, of course, I forget about them. Now, there's a ton of stuff inside of this chest. This is the chest where I was basically just throwing things that I didn't have room for in my inventory. Why are you even here? You shouldn't be here. You should be upstairs. It doesn't really matter. Some of these things have an EMC value and can be condensed because we don't need to be holding on to, like, a sign, a chest, block, wool, or marble. But there we go. So where we stopped last time was we had just manufactured carbon plates. So we got that ticked off. I guess the next thing we could move on to do is we need to automate the construction of 4 times heavy voltage cable as well as plasma cable. So to get the plasma cable, though, we're going to also need to automate magnets. See, I don't know what to kind of start with all this. There's just so much that needs to be done that it can feel overwhelming. Why don't we start with energy crystals and then also Lapitron crystals? So we'll start with the energy crystal first. That means we need to add diamond, and I think we already have redstone automation, if I'm not mistaken. And if I am mistaken, then it's an embarrassment for me. We do have redstone automation up and running, and we have a really good supply of redstone, and I don't reckon we'll be running out of that anytime soon. I wish I had that chest that only held 1 stack of 64 items, but I currently don't. I understand that we don't have to use the black hole units. We could use a regular chest in their place, but we're not going to. So we might end up needing more redstone than what we're currently producing, which seems ridiculous to say, but we'll see. But let's say we go ahead and we'll do the energy crystal first, and then we'll move on to Lapitron. So we'll also need to automate, basically lapis and diamond are the 2 items we don't currently have automated production on. And then we get some of these automatically being assembled, and we get some of these being automatically assembled. And I'll figure out the rates and everything. Maybe just 4 of these and then 4 of these. Does that seem reasonable? Unless we might want some extras of these, because sometimes you do just need energy crystals. So we could go with like 6 energy crystal manufacturing and then 4 Lapitron crystal manufacturing. That could work. My concern is that now electronic circuits, we're not going to be building enough of those. Because how many of those are we building at any given time? So we have 4 machines building electronic circuits, and we have a tiny little amount of them stocked up here. But do you think it would be ridiculous if we built more automation for these? I mean, sure, yeah, we have automation going already, but I just feel like we're going to hit a bottleneck with these in the future. We might just have to... You know what? I need to stop treating everything like it's set in stone. Anything can be moved. Anything can be expanded. None of this is permanent. It's all flexible, just like my brain. So let's get started. All right, well, I did go ahead and I moved the redstone production from over there to over here, and I completely neglected before starting to record this section to add in our frames. So it might be a little bit confusing what's going on here, but worry not, because I'm about to correct that right now. So we do now have massively more redstone being produced, and the reason for that is because just because we're just now needing like more redstone doesn't mean that we're not going to need a whole lot more redstone in the future. In fact, I can foresee a future where redstone might be one of the most important ingredients, maybe behind iron, that we need for automation. So I figured more redstone would be good. And then also I went ahead and did a huge stack on diamonds because they just take more EMC. Therefore, it's going to take longer for even one of these to generate a single diamond. You can see it happening right now. It's a slow rolling process. But I figured this would be the faster and more efficient way to manage it. And there you go. So I have a whole stack of those now operating. And we're doing all right. We got 230 some odd diamond. The alternative to this, and I did think about this, I would like to try to do this someday. We got a comment from someone saying that if you use Silk Touch to collect a stack of diamonds, and you do basically this same setup with the chest and then the automated import upgrade, you can have it generate infinite diamonds. And because when you run a diamond through, if we have a look here at uses, when you run a diamond through an extractor, so you don't use a furnace, but you use an extractor, you get 3 diamonds for every 1 diamond ore. That could be crazy. That might be the way more fast and efficient way of doing that, because you can get the big fast extractor, like... Is that what this is? That's a canning machine. You're an extractor? A centrifugal extractor? Get one of these running with, like, a big supply of iron just being constantly pumped in? Or not iron, but, well, I mean, we could do it. Well, I mean, that's what we're doing already. But with diamonds, I mean, come on. That would obviously be way faster than what we're currently doing. But that would require that I build a Silk Touch tool and then go dig around for a long time until I had enough diamonds to do the job. So, I don't know about that. But, it looks so silly to just be standing here when suddenly all of them go in that one go and you just see them all shoot straight down. That was fun. That was fun and quirky. But for now, though, this will work. We've got 257 diamonds, so that'll be fine for now. And I can actually get to work on what I said I was going to do in the first place. I did clear this out. We got that out of workbench down here. And I thought for sure we had more than that, but I guess we just put them all down. But we're going to work on transforming the rest of this area here. I don't know what these are for. I don't know what I had originally planned on doing here, but we're going to go ahead. And like I said before, we're going to automate the construction of energy crystals and Lapotron crystals at slightly more 2-to-1, maybe 3-to-1 or 4-to-1, so that we can have some extra energy crystals. Because there are other things that we're going to want to automate that also need energy crystals. And if they're all going directly into manufacturing Lapotron crystals, that's not going to be super helpful. That's okay for this over here, because we're never ever going to need these by themselves. Raw carbon fiber are always going to get turned into carbon balls, or whatever they're called, are always going to get turned into carbon plate. So that's fine the way we have that set up. Same over here. We're never going to need the raw, like, bars. We're always just going to want to compress them into advanced alloy. This is different, though. This is different. We're not always going to want the energy crystals turned into Lapotron crystals. We might need the energy crystals by themselves for certain things. So we want to manufacture more energy crystals than what we need for Lapotron crystals, so that we can have some excess energy crystals waiting for us. So that means I need to make more automated crafting tables, which means I need to make more gears. I forgot about lapis. That's what we paused to do. I was supposed to make automated diamond and redstone, but no, I wasn't. I was supposed to do diamond and lapis, and then I was like, man, we need more redstone. You know what? We can just convert this over here to lapis, because I don't think we're gonna need lapis for anything else. So we can probably produce enough lapis over here. Potentially. How fast can that go? So that's just a bunch of, like, pent-up energy. It's not gonna go that fast once it's done. I don't think. Well, shoot, I don't know. We'll see. In the meantime, I'll go ahead and get all this hooked in, and it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, I'm gonna get it all working soon enough. You mark my words. Soon enough, it'll all be working just dandy. There we go. Look at that. We already have 506 lapis. It's churning away in there. It's gonna be fine. I guess something else I should note, because I didn't say it before. I guess in my mind I was like, that goes without saying, but I did once again use the MK Chassis 3s down here, so that we could have the 2 quicksort modules, just in case we got in a position where we needed to move a lot of redstone, which I assume we will have to in the future. But I'm going to go back to doing this now, just kind of getting these primed, because I've realized in the past, if you don't manually go through here and set these, but then you configure it to start importing the items, boy, are you going to be in a mess of trouble when it starts, like, dropping diamonds all through here, and then redstone over here, and then the machine doesn't work properly because you started pumping items in before you actually configured where they go, and you got to go through and manually remove them. I did that a few times. Definitely had to do that a few times. You know what's fantastic was this discovery, that all I have to do is open this up and do this, and then just like that, all 13 of these are programmed. That was a revelation for the ages. I added this little entrance over here so it would be easier to get down here while I was working, but I think that I've got everything I need now to get these configured. I actually didn't need to configure all 13 of them like that. One of these does need to be made slightly differently. I'll just separate it from the group, and there we go, I fixed it. I'm going to have to configure that with the actual end product once we have some of them being produced, but now we just go through here, and we do 1, 2, oh shoot, we've already messed up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Did I, like, mess those up by right-click holding? Okay, no. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So if I did that correctly, that's fine, and then I can go back through and place these in there. And I don't need to click... if each one of these got one of these, then it's fine, right? Like, there we go. Yeah, there should be... Yeah, okay, yeah, so words are difficult sometimes, and I'm just... It sounds like I'm just yammering and stammering and not saying anything of import, but I assure you I'm saying very important things right now. So that's loaded, with the exception of the fact that it only has the 1 diamond, and it's not operating. It's not doing anything. Why is it not doing anything? Hello? Wait a minute. Does this have an alternate recipe where it can use industrial diamonds? That's the issue! Duh! We figured it out! I'm glad that I recorded that and just looked like a moron so that all of you can now understand if you have the same problem. That's what it is. So we can go ahead and we can put all of this back the way that it was. I am so glad that we figured that out together. If any of you were having a similar issue, you now know what it was. Now, in terms of fixing this, all we have to do is go back up here and look at the machines and figure out which ones only have an industrial diamond. And then we just, like, take our regular diamond and just plop it on there. And then we don't even have to, like, get crazy upset or anything. Let's see. Regular diamond. I think we could actually just pick up the regular diamond. And, yeah, you don't even have to, like, get rid of the industrial diamond. Just hover the regular diamond over it and left-click. And it replaces it with a regular diamond. And look, it's a thing of beauty, isn't it? Like, it's actually functioning. Although I don't know how, because isn't it gonna... Oh, I guess it's... Well... Okay, because it's got a stack now. And if you're wondering how that happens, I'm assuming just every time I clicked on one of these, and I clicked there and I went down here, it was just the luck of the draw of whether or not it landed on one of those diamonds in the time it took me to hit the Move Items button. And that's how you end up in a situation like that. That's why you gotta be mindful if you're not actually physically placing the items in for the recipe, but rather just using the JEI configuration, that you're using the correct things. So there we go. Crisis averted. We got all the correct diamonds in place, and I wouldn't be shocked if now we were running out of diamonds. Because that's, yeah, we're out of diamonds now. We can just kind of manually toss some more in there. And hopefully this speeds up. I mean, it's not going to speed up any. It's going to keep going that pace. And actually looking at how quickly this consumes diamonds. Yeah. This consumes diamonds, it looks like, faster than we're making them. If we have a look inside of here. It's very close. They might be close to 1-to-1. But that raises the question of what do we do for diamonds? Do we build a second line for the diamonds? Or do we do my crazy plan of getting something with silk touch and then going underground? Hold on, what are you? The Vira? What do you do? Silk touch mode, eh? That sounds kind of crazy. That would require an advanced chainsaw and an advanced diamond drill, as well as the mining laser. And a Vira core. I mean, wouldn't it be easier to just try to find an enchanting book with silk touch, or maybe to just go make a silk touch item ourselves, just by, you know, enchanting? I don't... This feels like it's pretty excessive. Superconductors and magatrons? It's talking all kinds of nonsense to build one of these things. That seems way convoluted. I mean, it looks cool, don't get me wrong. It's from Gravsuit Classics, which is a mod we've not touched on. Maybe we can automate that as well. But, yeah, I think we're going to run into some issues here with diamonds. We could manually kind of, like, bump the supply a little bit if we wanted to, right? We could just, like, manually fill this up a bit just to make sure it doesn't stop running while we try to figure out the next stage in the operation. I kind of feel like... the issue is that it's going to take forever to find enough diamonds. Can we make... Hold on. Can we make a diamond block with just using diamonds? Is there a way to pump diamonds? Nether diamond ore. Wait a minute. Can you run nether diamond ore through a macerator and get 5 diamonds, eh? Interesting. I mean, if that's broken in the same way, then... An Orion drive, eh? I wonder what that does. I genuinely don't know. Have you built one of these before? Oh, baby, that's to build an astro miner. That's cool. I suppose if we have a divining rod and a lot of patience, maybe a diamond pickaxe, if we can get silk touch on this, we could definitely make it happen. You know, we could for sure... Oh my gosh, the number of crabs in here. We could for sure make that happen. Let's see. Oh. What do I need? Is it lapis or something ridiculous inside of here? Am I wrong? I think it's lapis. Let's see. Just get a stack of that, and then drop that in there, and then drop this over here. And then what are you? Unbreaking, eh? That's not what I need, but okay. How about you give me something else now? Oh, you can't enchant a tool more than once. Is that what you're saying? Well, I got news for you. An unbreaking pickaxe is completely useless, and I don't need it. Give me another pickaxe. We're gonna run out of XP. I've only got 15 levels left. Enchanting in Minecraft is kind of crap, isn't it? It's what I'm learning. It's not something I do often. More unbreaking and efficiency. Silk Touch right there. Level requirement 30? 30?! Well, at least it's queued up. I just gotta go beef my level up somehow. What's the fastest way to level up in Minecraft? How do I get some XP? Let's see here. Explosive lens. No, that's not it. Reinforced track has nothing to do with XP. Maybe it's not XP. Maybe it's just XP? It kind of feels like that hasn't made a difference. Experience bank. That's fun. What if I just go stand next to where all the baby chicks are being massacred, right? Like, if we just head down here. Somehow there's a pig down here. And a cat. Oh, that's right. We started a whole breeding thing that we then abandoned. I have been down here since, because I was, yeah, keeping pink slime ingots manufacturing. I felt like that might be a good idea. Do these drop XP? They don't seem to. They do drop feathers, apparently, though. It's good that this is all still working just fine. We did burn through all of our pink slime, though, creating that. That's okay. We've got so much, like, goo now. Do you get any XP for killing, like, a pig? Didn't... a little bit. I mean, what we gotta do is we basically gotta find a place where... Because I know that you can cook up metal and things, and that'll give you XP on occasion, right? So if I just take a electronite ore, whatever that is... Well, I don't know if that's gonna work. Oh, jeez. Where can we go? Where there's a lot of enemies that we can just kill without getting in trouble for it. Venus, maybe? We don't go there often. Oh. Right out the gate, we're dying. That's good. Do we not have an oxygen thing around here? I thought we had an oxygen bubble set up on all these planets. Where's this one's... Did I never set up an oxygen bubble here? What is this chest? It's just a chest full of crap. Am I gonna die here? I don't think I can die. I actually don't think that I can die. I have nausea, but I'm not actually taking damage. I don't think I need oxygen. I think I'll be fine. I think the armor is protecting me. It's making it difficult to fly is the only issue. There's no bad guys down here. This was a waste of my time. I'm leaving. This place sucks. Wait! 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 Why am I all out of XP now? Wait, when did that happen? Are you kidding me right now? Wait, what happened? I had 15 levels. Where did they all go? I didn't die. I haven't... What happened? Oh, you've got to be Shrekking me right now. Did it genuinely all just, like, vanish for some reason? Come here. Come here, sheep. Come here. Hold still. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Weird visual glitch, I guess. My issue right now is even if we build another stack of these... That's 10 making diamonds, and we've got 12 of these going. That's not good. Get that out of there. See, that can happen sometimes if you're not paying a lot of attention to what's happening. Right, well, anyway, energy crystal, and then what else goes into the Lapatron? We also need some electronic circuits. Those are being manufactured right around here somewhere. Hey, wait a minute. Wait, where did all of the frames go? What the heck? All of the frames are gone off of the machines. And over here. What? What happened? These are still... No, only like a couple of these are still in play. What on earth is going on? What is happening? Am I going crazy? Is that just because I went to another planet? That doesn't make sense. What if I hold on? Hold on just a minute. Unlogged. We're gonna log back in. We're gonna see what okay, they're all back. What? Oh, and there it goes. Everything just explodes out. Are you kidding me right now? Is this actually a bit right now? Are you for real? This entire thing is making iron? And it's all being... Really? Where's all of that going? How many places are... The only place that iron is going to is here, right? So keeping this topped off... Really? Really? Not enough! It's not enough! Are you for real? I don't even know what to make of that. Look how quickly we're generating iron. It's not enough! Huh. I mean, what about... Yeah, no, that's plenty. Well, geez. Well, goodness gracious me's. That explains why none of these are ever at, like, look, there's just, it's not even running! Oh, no! Oh, no! It's all falling apart! Oh, well, hold on. How fast is iron being generated inside of that, like, broken machine? Is that potentially our next, like, evolution of all the automation? This is generating iron, like, dust pretty quickly. Like, that's crazy fast iron dust generation. And iron dust can be turned into iron 1-to-1, right? Again, though, if we had a stack of diamonds, that would be the way to go. But we don't. Even this would be technically faster diamond generation. I've just realized we don't have to have diamonds, we can just do this. And this is generating diamonds faster than our wall of diamond generators. So, what are we gonna do? We're gonna have to rethink all this. This changes everything. This actually changes everything. The speed at which that produces the iron might mean that we move away from this wall of generating iron. This can be turned into literally anything else, it doesn't matter. But we might have to, and I've been manually keeping this topped off by just throwing diamonds in there. We might have to move away from that for diamonds and for iron, just because the volume at which we need those things generated cannot, they can't be met. It cannot be met with what we're currently manufacturing here. This works fine for everything else, but we might have to, like, square away a part of the factory over here and focus it on just having a macerator, macerate iron, infinitely from a chest in some weird broken way. That might be what we have to do. What the heck was that? What the goodness gracious, good gosh heckin' loud volcano eruption, dinosaur, angry Godzilla, King Kong, clashing, screaming, shouting, kind of monster was that? Calm down, everyone. Everyone, you at home, calm down. You calm down over there, Napier. Keep your people in line. It's gonna be okay. I've got a guitar. I've got a guitar. I'm gonna, whatever this is, I'm gonna put a stop to it, all right? Nobody panic. And if all else fails, we can hide in the basement. Nothing can get us down there. Oh my good gosh, what is this? There's a gathering of the minds in my house. Who are you? We got Ragnar, Bramble, Maggie, Fernie, Gray, Basleaf, Balder, and Gunner all in my home right now. Hi, Maggie. How are you doing? Nice to meet you. Fernie, what is going on? Please help us, Reesecraft. It has found us. It has found us. You mean the clown from the movie? You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? No, you've never even heard of it, Steve. What exactly is it? The Beast. The Beast has come? Oh my good gosh. Is that the Beast? That is an abomination. What am I even looking at over there, eh? Please help us, Reesecrafts. Wink. Why the wink? Hi, Maggie. I'm gonna help you. Just you watch. I'm gonna go help you right now. Epic time for a combat encounter. What? It's got a frickin' snake body. It's got wings and a tail and a mane and horns and a snout and claw. What is this beast? I hate it and I don't want it to live on this earth anymore. Can we, like... Oh, we did. Did we hit it just then? Looked like we hit it. It's the Dwarf Devourer, or Dwarf Devourer. I can hit it. Oh my gosh, how much health does this thing have? It's got like a boss health bar. Oh my good gosh! That was uncalled for aggression. That is quite the knockback you have there. How much damage can I do with this thing, and how long will it take to defeat it? That's the question, right? I don't think it can hurt me. Ow! Good gosh, it's got crazy knockback though. I can't get close enough to actually hit it with my guitar, which I feel is gonna be what— Good gravy! Come here, what the heck? I have nausea? Yeah, I have nausea from looking at you, you disgusting beast! If we, like, drop in from above, that's what we gotta do. We gotta, like, get, like, high enough that we can then— Good gosh, stop that! Hold on, can I, like, equip that? And then we can just be constantly firing this off. This is like an epic battle of the ages right now, alright? That's what this is. Epic battle of the ages. Okay, you have to have an empty hand to right-click. Well, I mean, you don't have to, but it doesn't... You can't right-click the thing when you have the sword in your hand, because I guess it's expecting you to be cutting down a tree. How are you supposed to fight this if you don't have... Who designs these things? If I did not have a Wolfram Alpha, what is this thing called? The... What is the Wolfgang Puck? What is this? The Archangel's Smite. I don't know where I was getting wolf from. If I didn't have this thing, I've no... Oh, I am so sorry. I've killed the sheep. I have no idea how I would go about fighting this thing. Because I can't get close enough to hit it with my gosh darn sword. The knockback is killing me right now. At least it's not like poisonous or something. Then it might actually have a chance of defeating me. Stop that. Stop that right now. Does knockback work if I'm like doing creative flying like this? Yes, it does. The nausea doesn't help. Hold still. You gosh darn beast! Why is no one coming to help me right now? Really, should I have gone and asked for aid? I can imagine a world where maybe this went slightly differently. Maybe I went next door and I asked the pigmen for their aid, and then maybe I went to the Endermen and they sent over the baby dragon to fight. The baby dragon's a dragon. It's going to be actual decades before it's old enough to do battle with this thing. But that would have been really epic. This is episode, like, what, 49? Is this episode 50 of this series? That would have made an epic, like, conclusion to the series. Can you imagine? If I, like, went and rallied everyone's help to help defeat this thing? That would have been pretty cool. That's not what's happening, though. The series isn't over today, alright? Don't panic. I'm gonna defeat this thing, and it's gonna be fine. We're doing a really bang-up job, too. It's just a bit involved. Is the game not fun anymore? When we're basically invincible because we have incredible armor? Is that the case? Would this be way more epic if I was just in regular old diamond gear and I had a bow and arrow and I had to just use my wits and, like, I don't know, TNT maybe? Do you think this thing is susceptible? If I stay low enough, can it not hit me? Wait a minute. Oh. It seems to have lost interest in me. Maybe it's because it's in the water. Can it not swim? No, it's hitting me. It's hitting me. It's just I'm in this corner, so I can't be knocked back. That's what we gotta do. We just gotta get back in that... Gosh dang it! We gotta get back in the corner where we can't get knocked... Stop it! Stop it right now! I found your weakness! I'm going to exploit it! You Dwarf Devourer! Stop now! I'm going to get back in the corner! Nobody keeps Reese out of the corner! There's a whole movie about it! Maybe, I don't know, I've never seen Dirty Dancing. There's a line similar to that, though. I'm getting back in the corner! Please stop. Please stop. I'm asking you. Thank you. Alright, back in the corner. We can defeat Pomilio Devourator. What, no XP drops? Really? I'm trying to get, like, 30 levels, and you couldn't do that for me? I mean, I guess at the end of the day, we did defeat it. So, I mean, there's that. Guess we should go report in now. After that little disaster. Good news, everyone! I defeated it! Yeah! Thank you, Reesecrafts. Finally, we can be free! Absolutely, you can! Thank you so much, Reesecrafts. Hopefully, I'll find a way to thank you someday, Wink. Again with the wink, though, Maggie. Hi. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to shift there. Sorry for any confusion that might have caused. Oh, you guys are great. If y'all just been living next door to me this whole time, eh? You just been over there. I've just been walking around and talking about having a war on your island, and you've just been there. Get out of my house. Get out of my house right now. I'm gonna go to bed. I don't want to see any of you when I wake up. Oh. Well, what do you know? They actually left. That was not the expected action. I gotta remember there's a thing that opens and closes those doors. But are they invisible still? No. No, they're not invisible still. Well, look at that. Gray, how are you doing today? Oh, you're still a trader, eh? Thank you for helping us, Reesecrafts. I can finally start selling more ores now. Cool, yeah. Can I still... Apparently I can still sell you potions of invisibility. That's fun. I guess if we want to make some extra money here. Fernie! Thank you, Reesecrafts. Now that we don't have to hide, I can finally open up the trading post. That's gonna be great! I'm looking forward to that. Looking forward to that a lot. Baz? Down here at, I have claimed this fishing spot. Leave it be. How are you, Baz? Leave me alone, Reesecrafts. I just want to fish. Alright, well. You know what? I respect a person who knows what they want out of life. and they're willing to just tell people exactly what they're thinking. Bramble! Hello, Reese Crafts. Finally, I can work in the sun without fear of being eaten. Yeah, well, I mean, at least not by that weirdo creature. Yeah, you don't have to worry about that again. But yeah, I'm happy for you. Very happy for you. Oh, it's Maggie. So this was Maggie's house all along. Hi, Maggie. Come to spend the evening with me, Reese Crafts? Wink? Maybe, you know. Wait, maybe later. Maybe. Oh, look, they've all taken their little stations. Look at this. We've got Gunner here. A lovely day out, thanks to you, Reese Crafts. See, that's the type of appreciation we're looking for right there. Whatever's wrong with Baz, I don't know. I think he might have a catfish up his... well, hey, Ragnar. Me and my other brothers in the towers are to keep watch just in case. I gotcha. That's what the towers are for, right. Is it just the 9 of them, and are they all related? Why are they here? There must be some sort of deep history, some sort of deep lore about these fellas that we've yet to unlock that I suppose we'll probably find out as time passes. Provided the series goes on that long, can you imagine? So this is where Balder lives. Hello, Balder. I failed to protect my kin. We would have died if not for you. Thank you. Without you, Reese Crafts, thank you. You're welcome. Anytime, it's no bother. I sincerely mean that. I'm just happy to be here and help in whatever way that I can. Whatever way is going to be convenient for folks, you know? And then finally, we've got Leaf. Leaf, you've got the biggest place of them all, even though you look like the smallest. I guess you're all the same height. You just look like a wee man. I like your mustache, though. It reminds me of my own. How are you, Leaf? Thank you, Reese Crafts. Time to get back to inventing. You're an inventor! I thought you were in a tower and supposed to be keeping an eye out. What are you inventing here? I've never actually gone inside of one of these. Whoa. Oh, this is kind of cool. Look at this! This is... Look at the carpet! This is actually really cool! I love this! Ebony wood as well. This is fantastic! Lots of empty space, though. I don't know exactly what he's inventing. There's no evidence that any inventing is taking place in here. Well, Leaf, this place is really cool. This is great! So the dwarves are finally free from their threat of being eaten by the giant snake-legged lady thing that I've already forgotten the name of. Good riddance to it. I wonder if now's a good time to mention that maybe some villagers need to move in with them. Probably not the best time. You know what I could do? I could just put the villagers out here. Tidy this up some, have them live in this little area. There's not a whole lot of room for expansion, though. I don't know if they would like that. I'm not sure. I mean, there's not that many of them. They fit in that tiny little space, so we could definitely make something work over here. But then again, this is where I was going to build my store, which I wanted to have villagers, like, work in, was the idea. I could just pack in some more villagers over here. I mean, we could do all kinds of things. If I was willing to just give up a little bit of land, I mean, I might just go ahead and do that then. I can see it. Look, envision with me now this idea that I'm having forming in my brain, right? We build a nice, like, seawall sort of a thing, or like a wooden walkway that kind of goes the full length there, and they can have their houses butting up against the actual walls of the factory and all that. I mean, we don't have to sequester them off into one little area. It would be harder to trick them into working for me if we did that. Better to keep them close at hand. So maybe all of this gets turned into their village. I kind of like that idea. I kind of like that a lot. And then that way I don't have to terraform an island. Although I might... comment down below if you want to see me build a terraformer and attempt to terraform this island that I don't know if we've ever set foot on. There's some kind of... There's a cave here with just sand. Easy there. Easy there. What is this place? See, this has just been here. This is just a cave that's been here since the start of the series that I've just never been in because there's never been a need for me to go in here. Has that ever driven you nuts in like a Let's Play series or something where you'll be watching someone, they'll be playing Minecraft, they'll have their base, there'll be like something nearby that is always visible, like a small cave or a hole in the ground, and maybe they even glance down there and say, I wonder what's down there, but then they never go, and you don't know what the world seed is, so you'll never be able to explore that world and figure out what it is, and every time you go back to rewatch that Let's Play, you're just like, what's down there? Even though you know it's just like a Minecraft cave, and it's got some like diamonds or whatever, but still, it's the curiosity and the pain of knowing you'll never know. Anyway, thank you folks for watching. God bless you. I gotta get back downstairs. I gotta continue work on whatever this is. Man, feels like everything's coming to a head, though, doesn't it? Feel like everything's coming together. We finally met the dwarves. All that time ago when they started building things over here, we didn't know what it was all about. Now we know it was the dwarves, and that makes a whole lot of sense. And wow, yeah, now we've got the villagers over here with us, and then whatever the heck is happening over here. I'm kind of curious about those witches, though, that we heard about. Remember that they were making the potion for Fernie and his kid? Look at this. This I still don't like. This is like the beginning of an invasion army. They're preparing for war. Very openly. And I don't know how to feel about it. But the witches. We found... Fernie mentioned that they used to buy potion from a couple of witches. And remember, we fought a couple of witches downstairs once in a cave. That was right beneath my house, I think. We have a little zoom over here. It was like right down here. Do you think it's still there, maybe? Okay, well maybe not right there. Where was that place? Yeah, right here. So what is this just like... Okay, so that's probably... Oh. Did I build that there? What the heck? Does this go somewhere? Wait a minute. What? Okay, so we went down here. I remember that because we went into there. But does this actually go somewhere? No, this is where we stopped exploring. We didn't go any further than this. That's right, I remember now. Oh! Oh, we are underneath. Look at the mini-map. We are under the... Oh. We're underneath the pigmen right now. I just realized. What the heck? Purple lanterns. What is this? How long has this been here? We're coming up on the other side of the pigmen now, I think. Oh, it's been covered now by basalt. Where did it go originally? Very odd. Very, very odd. So this tunnel with inverted purple lamps used to go somewhere, and then I guess it got covered by construction at the pigmen. I guess that's like mods fighting one another for dominance or something like that. You know what I mean? Not player moderators, but like mods as in like different Minecraft mods. Oh, there's another tunnel. What is this place? Well, hey, thank you folks for watching. God bless each and every single one of you. Hope you've enjoyed this. Next episode, we're going to continue trying to automate high voltage solar panels. Till then, thank you folks for watching. God bless you. And I'll see you later. Goodbye. Alright, and then that button. There you go. So you stand there and then aim the camera... No, kind of like crouch a little bit more and aim the camera straight up at me. Okay, there you go. Alright, now this button here is the one that starts the recording. These over here are the levels, so you gotta keep an eye on those. Make sure that I'm not peeking or anything.
What? Oh, what does that mean?
If the levels, like, if they're green and they go into the yellow, that's okay, but if they start to turn red, that means I'm peeking.
Peeking?
Yeah, it means I'm too loud for the microphone, alright? Just make sure, if it turns red, just tell me. Alright, we'll come over, we'll adjust the microphone, alright?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Also keep an eye on this little doodad here. This will tell you whether or not the memory card's almost full.
Memory, sir?
Yeah, it stores the video, alright? Just make sure it doesn't fill up. It's completely empty, so it shouldn't be a problem, but just keep an eye on it.
Yes, sir.
Alright, okay, how does everything look?
Oh, your face looks weird, sir.
That's very rude. I don't know why you would tell someone that.
I mean, in the camera, sir. Maybe like a shadow or something.
Okay, well, we'll try to fix it in post, alright? It's not that big a deal.
You sure you don't want to film somewhere else, sir?
No, it's gotta be here, alright? And make sure you can see all the refugees here behind me, okay?
Oh, alright, sir.
Okay, are we ready?
Yes, sir.
Alright, let's get going. As soon as you're ready, just say action.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Sorry, sir. Action.
Howdy, folks. How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and here at Howdy Folks, the business, the company, the factory, we manufacture things, but we also, we care about people. People are very important to us here, and we like to look after people. And when people's homes get destroyed by pirates, it's up to us to go and rescue them and bring them here to our factory, where we've built a lovely refugee camp, but that's not enough for us here. I've actually taken things a step further. Okay, how was that?
I think it was good, sir.
Okay, good. Give me the camera.
Oh, here.
There we go. All right. Well, now let me give you a tour of what's been going on here, because it's not enough that we give them tents in a factory. We have to make sure that folks are able to get back on their feet and actually live their lives the way they once did. And that is why I am proud to announce that we have funded the construction of this lovely new village right outside of our factory. We have this beautiful new walkway, complete with some beautiful lamps that aren't working right now. Are they turned off? No, they're turned on. It's just the game's lighting engine breaks sometimes, and I don't know why. But as you can see here, a lot has been going on. They cleared out all of this, and when I say they, I want it known. I did none of this. This is all of the villagers' hard work, blood, sweat, and tears went into taking up all the dirt here. I don't actually know where they put it. I don't really care. Of course, I supplied them with all of the materials necessary, as well as all the tools and all of the instructions, but good gosh, look at these lovely houses they've built. Now, not everyone has been moved up here just yet. Not yet. We need to build more housing, but we've moved quite a few of the villagers up here, and they're having a great time just standing. What the heck? Fridges. I actually don't know where they got these. I didn't, this was not part of the design brief. Do they all have these? What are these? They've got, what they got, had a water source? What is this? They've got ovens, they've got refrigerators. This is insane. I had no idea. But of course, as you can see, all of this lovely work would not have been possible without the hard work of the villagers themselves, led up by Napier. Napier, I've got to say, you've done a fabulous job here. Thank you, Reese Crafts. Of course, of course. Keep up the excellent work. Sure thing, sir.
Huh?
Napier's hard work here is only the beginning. If you have a look at the map, you'll see that this takes up a trifling little area and the total land that has been made available to us. We have room to add more housing. I mean, I guess we could add housing along here, although that would kind of ruin my idea for this lovely window into the outside, or into the inside from the outside, so I don't... Maybe I won't allow that. This could just be like a lovely little walkway here that everyone can use. But as you can see, we've gone ahead and claimed this island here. Now, granted, I've not put lights on it, but I feel like building this bridge should be enough of a statement to everyone that I own this island now. I don't know why I was acting like it wasn't part of my domain, but no longer. I have now actually gone ahead and staked my claim with the bridge. And actually, this walkway here, if you've not been paying attention, it also drops down to here, where we can do some more building, get some more, like, villager huts set up, maybe some stores to sell the wares from the factory, because that's something I'm thinking about doing. We'll just produce not just weapons to fuel a war between two opposing factions and line our pockets with lots of gold. And not just that, but also maybe we'll sell some household goods. I don't know. How does one go about building an oven? Let's see. There it is. It's just blocks of iron around a furnace. Okay, Mr. McCrayfish's furniture mod. Is that in the mod pack by default? I don't think that it is. I have no idea why it's here. What about a fridge? What goes into building a refrigerator? Also blocks of iron. See, we could build these things, and they actually have an EMC value. I don't need to build them. If I just make one, we can then go on to just infinitely generate them. I don't know where they got theirs. I wonder if they got them from the dwarf. The dwarf has a store. If he's selling stuff, I mean, where are they getting the money? Have they already started some form of trade without consulting me? The whole idea is they're supposed to be like my little workforce. They're supposed to be like my Oompa Loompas. Oompa Loompas didn't go around buying chocolate from other people. They just got it directly from... Let's see, Fernie. Well, sign's gone. Maybe that means he's open now. Hi, Fernie. Look at this little son of a... Look how expensive this is! 64 coins! How many coins do we even have right now? I think altogether we've got 17. Each of these is worth 8, though. Okay, hold on. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 8, 16, 32. We need 8 of these. We need 8 of these in order to get a single... what do you do with these? Can you combine them together? You can. But we don't have a big enough crafting grid for it. I'm not buying a fridge from this man. It's way overpriced. Did they do that? Maybe they got like a discount or something. Don't look at me like that, Baz. I'm sorry I'm bothering you. I know. You've claimed the fishing spot. Leave it be. I'm sorry. I'll leave. I'll leave. I apologize. I'm sorry I ever bothered you. Take a blueberry. See what he does about it. Well, I'm not sure what comes next, but hopefully this video will bring us some sponsors. If you'd like to sponsor the work here on the village, become a channel member. That won't actually directly help support any of this, but it does help support Howdy Folks. And then if you live in Minecraft and you want to become a sponsor, just come on by the factory. We're located here between the pigmen and the endermen. And I don't know if anyone can actually see these videos that live inside of the world. I don't know if Minecraft has the internet and YouTube. So maybe I'm wasting my time on this. Maybe we'll have to, like, put them on discs and send them out places. Can you build a disc? Can you make, like, a DVD? We can make a floppy. Alright, cool. I have the kid... I've already forgotten this. The kid in the basement helped me with the camera earlier. I'll have him load all these onto floppy disks, and then maybe also disk drives, and maybe we'll also have to build computers. And then he can send this disc out to a bunch of different places, and maybe we'll get... Oh, we can start a charity! What we can do is we can start a charity. And we can be like, support our charity, because we're taking care of these poor displaced villagers, and we're building them a village. But then what we do is the charity, the 501c3 or whatever it is, what we'll do is we'll make ourselves executives of the charity, right? And then we'll get really big payment. Because here's the thing about a charity. You have to have people working on the charity. Not everyone's going to be a volunteer. Some people need to support their families, so the charity hires them. Even non-profit charities have people on the payroll to manage the charity, and that's where the scheme comes in. You know, all these movie stars and politicians that have these charities? I'm not saying all of them are crooked and stealing money, because legally I can't say that. What I will say is it wouldn't shock me if one or two of them didn't create the charity so that they could put themselves on the board of directors and then have a large portion of the money funneled to them, and then also get it all tax-free. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, I'll come speak at your event, but don't pay me. In exchange, you can leave a sizable donation with my tax-free charity. It's a write-off for you, and then at the end of the year, I'll get a bonus for all the hard work I've done working on the charity. I'm not saying that's, you know, maybe that's something we'll do in Minecraft, and maybe it works the same. Although, is there any governing body around here? What's the rules? Who's in charge? I just showed up and built a house here. And then they got here, and then they got here, and then they got here. Am I the government? Are we all independent nations? I hadn't considered it. I've been doing a lot of trespassing on international territory, if that's the case. You know what I mean? Like, I've just been crossing borders and poking around in things I probably ought not be poking around in. I haven't really considered it. That looks like a beetle of some kind. I don't know if that's intentional or not. Am I a king? I must ponder this. Thank you, folks, for watching. God bless you, and I'll see you later. Goodbye! Howdy, folks! How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome back to our TEKKIT 2 Let's Play adventure, where things have gotten a little out of hand lately. Fighting pirates, defeating kaiju, rescuing villagers, trying to film an infomercial to drum up interest in investing in the factory, which has not paid off dividends yet, although I've yet to send off that little villager boy with the discs to pass around, so maybe that'll go somewhere, I don't know, and maybe it brought in some new channel members, I've not checked. Maybe consider if you want to support what we do here at Howdy Folks. It's a fun time. But what we are going to do today is we're actually going to buckle down. And we're going to work on, you know, the factory, what we're trying to achieve here. Our goal, the goal for which we have striven these last actually almost a year. I think September 1st will be the anniversary of this series, the 1-year anniversary, which is crazy. I want to throw out that we have achieved one thing, and that is we've managed to make 201 medium voltage solar panels, and then somewhere along the way, we actually managed to make 1,891 Lapatron crystals and 5,084 energy crystals. But remember, the thing that's kind of right now causing us to stumble, you know, this hurdle, is that we're not making enough diamonds. Now, I could make a solar flower or a power flower, whatever you wish to call it, and I could generate diamonds a bit faster, because you can affix far more energy. Well, yeah, actually, you'd be able to surround at least 4 more Mark II relays and order more energy collectors and generate diamonds much more quickly that way. But I've been kind of rethinking this entire wall of generations that we've got going on here, because I had another idea, and I know that's a little bit risky for me to mention, but if we step outside for a moment, I'd like to discuss this concept with you that I've not fully landed on how I would want to execute it, but I'd love to get your feedback on it. See, here's the thing. Right now, we're generating all of these items from energy, which is fine and is working, and for sort of low-cost things like furnaces and glass and sticky resin and, you know, things of that nature, it's working out just fine. But what about the high-value items? I mean, then you have to come over here where you have an entire line of iron, an entire line of coal blocks, an entire line of redstone. It's getting a little bit silly. Now, we could build proper-sized solar flowers or power flowers, whatever you might want to call them, and yeah, that would work. To be clear, there's nothing wrong with that. That would be fine. They would generate quite a bit more. 2 diamond ones would probably replace that entire lineup. You know, full-sized solar flowers, power flowers, whichever you prefer. But then I had this other idea. What if we built those, and we had them generating red matter? And then what if we built a lot of them? What if we built a ton of matter generators, all generating red matter, and then, instead of using energy to create items, we piped that red matter into the factory, into individual condenser units, and had those produce the items? And think about how dense we could pack that. I mean, right over here, there's a lot of space wasted on things like, collectors and condensers and everything. Relays, but what if it was just condensers packed in as far as the eye could see? See, that got me thinking. That's kind of a fun and wacky idea. And I liked it. But I wasn't sure how to do it, because there's a few different options available to us. If we head back inside and we have a look here, what we could do is we could affix them to the ceiling up here and have the whole ceiling be covered in sort of dangling power flowers. And I mean, we've got a lot of open air in here. There's plenty of room for that. But I like the unobstructed view to the sky, and I kind of don't want to undo that. And then I thought, okay, well, what I could do is I could have glass walkways all along the outside, and then the whole of the upper floor could be lined in them. And that would be kind of cool, because then we'd still have that full unobstructed view to the sky, and we'd still have all this open space to hop around in, which we do enjoy doing. But then also the entire upper floor would be generating red matter that would then get piped out into machines to get turned into other things, that would then get piped down here to be turned into other things. And I liked that idea too. I was a fan of that idea too, all the way up until I had this other idea, which was, we have a lot of room. We have a lot of land. We're not hurting for space around here, right? So, I mean, yeah, we need to find some place to put the rest of the villagers, because we built them 7 houses here or whatever it is. And when I say we, I mean, of course, the villagers did all the work. But, I mean, we've got this island here. We can just stick them on the island and that'll be okay. And then, build, I don't know, like a hotel or something over there. And then over here, what if we built a tower of power? An entire structure, a spire, reaching up into the heavens. And it was a spiraling staircase all down the middle, and all inside of it were generators generating red matter. And then right at the bottom, that all gets dumped into one single container, which then pipes them all out and into here. But then I thought, man, that'd be a lot of effort to build. And it would be a lot easier to do a second floor made out of glass along the outside edge and just built the power flowers. But then I felt, you know what, that's a waste. That's a waste. We have all this space, but it's more efficient with my time, and time efficiency is important. But a massive tower And so here's what I've come up with, and I feel like this is the best of both worlds. I'm going to do a proof of concept inside. We're just going to build a second floor. We're going to build it, you know, out of glass, and we're going to just kind of see how efficiently we can produce red matter and how quickly that could be used to make diamonds, and whether or not we want to kind of continue with that idea. And I figured the best place to do it would be right over here, okay? Because we got to cut all of this out anyway so I can do the windows. And I think I'm still wanting to do the alternating windows situation. I'm not sure. I think that's what I want to do. So the other idea I had was that we could actually carve out a part of the wall and have them be slightly inset into the walls. So the wall down towards the bottom is thicker than it is towards the top. I don't know. I've not fully decided on that yet. But I'm going to just start building and we'll see kind of what it ends up looking like. And I'm wearing glasses now to show that time has passed. Or I'm not, and you'll never know because I don't have the face cam on right now. But you're getting an idea here of about how quickly the original setup can process a single diamond. Now, of course, this is not representative of the number of diamonds we produce per minute, because this is only one of 5 contraptions we have doing this same task. But you're wondering, geez, Reese, what have you been doing over these past many minutes? Not like little, like miniature minutes, but like many as in multiples. I've been doing this. Doesn't it look fantastic? I wasn't sure how it was going to look when I started. There's only 2 of them right now, I realize. It's not done yet, but I like it. The pillars with the glass inside, and then it's slightly inset into the wall. We've got glass on the floor here, and what I might do is once I determine the exact width I need this to do, is I might put a little bit of banding along the side here, maybe using, like I did up here, like sort of tapering with the stairs. Do that along the bottom here. Put some scaffolding. Have a ladder that goes maybe inside of the wall up to the next floor. I love these ideas. I did run out of EMC, which is why I sort of stopped. I have enough to do one more. But if we have a look inside of this one, I was like, you know what? I'm going to need EMC to build all this stuff, so we might as well go ahead and just get this one started. I decided to put red matter in here because that was the original idea, that we'll have these producing red matter, and then it'll output the red matter to other machines, and the machines will produce other things with them. But then I was like, why use the red matter standard when we can use the diamond standard? So this one's set up doing diamonds. Now, you saw before how quickly one of those contraptions over there can produce a diamond, and as you can see, this is quite a bit faster. I kind of went all out here. The only way you could make this more efficient is adding a collector on the bottom, or you could also do a relay and a collector, and the relay would add, I know, earlier in this sentence, or in this series, I should say, not in this sentence just started. Well, not at this point, it's gone on too long now. I'm trying to do a correction, though. Earlier in this series, I very boldly and with a great deal of certainty in my voice declared that having a relay to connect one additional collector was dumb, and you were an idiot if you did that, because you gained nothing for it, as opposed to just putting the collector directly against the condenser. And oh, woe is me, was I humbled when I found out that wasn't true, by some actually very gracious commenters who were like, actually, you're wrong. Very polite of them, which is why I decided to go all out, even though the amount of EMC produced by one of these is minuscule. I decided to go ahead and instead of putting this directly on top of the collector or the condenser down below, I did add I did additional one of these, just just a little bit of extra oomph, just that tiny little bit, just to make diamonds just a little bit faster, as they say. Now, we could do that on the bottom too, right? We could put one of these here and then one of these here, and it's that much more effective. But let me ask you this here, folks. How you gonna get the stuff out, eh? Didn't consider that, did ya? No. I did, though. That's why I left the bottom open, so that we could get in here and fetch the diamonds, all of which I'll take right now, because we're running very low. And gosh darn it. See, this is just, it's not that it's ineffective. It's that it's inefficient. It's taking too long. And if the goal is to have a bunch of these lined up across here, or even a tower of power outside, producing a ton of these, I mean, in that situation, the red matter might make more sense. But in this situation, the diamonds make more sense, because the diamonds can be piped out and then converted. I either pumped directly down here where they are needed, Actually, where are the diamonds needed? Inside of here, right? Is this need diamond? And this does not need diamond, but it does need diamond because it needs this, and this need diamond. So we could have them pumped directly down here. And, I mean, as you can see, again, even just like a couple of these, so much more efficient, albeit takes up way more space. Now, what we can do, you can actually cancel this, and that EMC doesn't go anywhere. It's still stored inside of here. When you put this in here, as you can see, it just shoots up and generates 22 diamonds very quickly. All right, there we go. So the two of those are running. Diamonds might be better, because we'll have to have diamonds pumping out and getting turned into iron, diamonds pumping out and getting turned into redstone. Iron is the other one that we're not able to keep up with. We're just using more iron than we're producing, even with this whole contraption. So we're going to have to get more efficient at that. Now, I mean, the idea was to have, like, one item, right? Like a bunch of these, and they're all producing diamonds, and the diamonds get converted into other things. We could do it differently. We could do it slightly differently, and we could have multiples of these orbs, these little pods kind of all over the place, and they could be doing different things. So we could have some iron ones, we could have some red matter or redstone ones, you know, still keep these along the wall here for these sort of lower volume items, but I don't... It kind of overcomplicates things by having everything produce diamonds and then distributing the diamonds around and having those converted into other objects. I understand that that kind of complicates things, but in practice, I like it. Before we go any further, though, because I'm going to continue and I'm going to keep experimenting here with this, I did want to address one other thing here, something that might be considered a little bit of an elephant in the room, if you will. Why not just do this? This is super fast and efficient, and we know we can break it further thanks to comments from someone who's already done so. We can get, if we get some, like, silk touch... Actually, you know what I just realized? Is there's probably actually a way to make this even more broken already. What? Do we have gold ore, maybe? Aluminum? See, what I was thinking is if we had gold ore, a stack of gold ore, gold is worth more than iron, so we could actually have this going even faster than it currently is. Why not just do that? Just build a silk touch tool and do that, and I'll tell you why, because you might remember a few episodes ago even, if I can do words correctly, I was all about that. That's exactly what we were working towards. We built a whole enchanting thing in the basement. Well, no, I think that was there for something else, wasn't it? Was that? Yeah, that was there for something different. Yeah, we had to put a fire aspect or something like that on a sword. We went over there, though, and we talked about getting Silk Touch, and we were going to do that. And then we talked about building the Vera, and that seemed like a fun, big weapon that we could build and a fun thing that we could do. And look, it's not that I'm opposed to this or think that it's wrong or that you shouldn't do it, but where I'm currently at on this is that I don't want to use an exploit. Because you never know when that's going to get patched. Now, has the game been patched in a while? No. But patches do come out for it on occasion. It's been almost a year since the game release, the mod pack release, so I don't expect any more in the future. But if it did, that might get patched, that weird little bug there. I'm sure the mod itself has been fixed, and if the mod version got updated, then the whole thing is gone. I wanted to go with something that was a little bit harder to break, because it's built into the very essence of the mod pack, which is what you got with these. This is what the whole pack is built around, is building these powerful... Because this is classic TEKKIT, right? This is... Well, it's TEKKIT Classic, really, right? That's what this is based off of, and part of TEKKIT Classic was building massive farms full of energy collectors, power flowers, or solar flowers, or energy flowers, if you're so inclined, and just generating a bunch of items. That's like the core of what TEKKIT Classic was. It's the core of what this is TEKKIT Classic. So, I mean, this isn't going anywhere. Whereas that exploit could be patched. So that's the only reason I'm doing this. And I think in your world, if you wanted to just do that, you know, take advantage of that exploit, you'd be more than right to. And, I mean, we are. We currently are. I've not been to my collector in the basement in months. Real life months it has been since I have gone down there and engaged with that thing at all. It's probably full, and I haven't even checked on it. I just can't be bothered. We need to go check on it soon, but not right now. So, obviously, we're getting by without going down there because we're taking advantage of that exploit. We're going to continue to. I just don't want to become reliant on it, is the difference. Currently, we're not reliant on that exploit. Because like I say, we got the whole system down in the basement that we can go tap into it, and at a moment's notice should the situation arise. But as of right now, that situation has not arrived, and we're just kind of, you know, we're playing and having fun with it, and it's good. So, what's going on around here? Hold on just a second here. How did I do that? How did I manage that little embarrassing snafu? Here we go. All right, make more diamonds. So I'm going to continue doing this until we have a bank of them so we can fit 2 more in over here and 2 more in down there. And we'll kind of see where we can go from there. Okay, so this is a little bit different than what we've done before. I'll tell you what, this was actually really difficult to figure out how to do. Not from a practical standpoint, like I knew how to do it, but from a design and aesthetic standpoint. I struggled between having the golden transport pipe down here and up here. And the decision that was ultimately made to put it down here was because that way I can see out the window. Because if it was up high, it would be blocking the window like this, but all the way across, and how miserable would that be? But yeah, we're just using the Buildcraft pipes here because there's kind of no reason not to. They're really simple. Up top here, we've got the wooden transport pipe with the pipe pulser and some plugs to make sure that everything moves along the way we want to. After that, it goes into a gold pipe, which will accelerate them. They'll be going nice and fast. They do get a little bit slower going through the iron pipe, but the iron pipe's necessary to make sure that the diamonds go the direction we want. Without it, the diamond would hit, and it's a coin flip, whether or not it goes left or right. And we always want it to go in that direction. That's what these little lines indicate. Nothing can go back that way, but things can pass through them, heading along in this direction. And then they all go into the black hole storage unit, which, as you can tell, is filling up. It's actually filling up with diamonds. We've got a pretty good supply. Now, it should be noted that these are probably all full right now. So it's going to be a while before it drains them of however many it's already got in storage. But once that happens, they're getting replaced at a pretty decent pace, and I do expect this to be empty here soon, even though it's already at 200, because eventually those are going to end up over here inside. Well, actually, that's what, 60, that's 63, that's 62. Okay, well, you know what? At the moment, it's actually doing pretty decent. I should note, these are still going. They are not hooked up in the way that they were before, because I actually took that black hole unit and moved it up here. Speaking of, we should probably take that frame and everything as well. But we're just using these because they don't require any electricity. They're a lot simpler to run, and they're all just getting piped into the black hole unit, where back here we do have our logistics chassis MK3 with the 2 quicksort modules. Remember, the item sink is for having items piped in. We're only extracting items, and for that, we just need the 2 quicksort modules. I did have someone ask in a comment whether or not we could configure these differently, and the answer is no. There's no configuration on quicksort modules. These are for the export. They'll extract, I believe, a stack at a time. We just need 2 of them to keep up. Also, to address another concern, you can't put stacks of items in here, right? So a marble, I can put that in there, right-clicking, left-clicking, middle-clicking, no matter what, it only puts 1. But it will request a full stack at a time until an inventory is full. So if I hooked one of these up, and for instance it's got a diamond in it, it would request a full stack of diamonds, and these would be capable of supplying a full stack of diamonds. It's just, these can only do 1 operation at a time. So let's say one of these machines down here calls for a single diamond, because remember, once it's full, and it does get a full stack at a time, it's not going to request another full stack. It'll only request the amount that it needs. In that case, when this is done, it'll request 1. And then that'll go into the line, but it takes a while to travel here. So another one gets used, and it'll request another 1. And then by the time, see, at this point, it's already requested the 2 that are missing, but it's going to be losing another one before either of those arrive through the mess of network that we've got going on down below. Hopefully this makes sense. So there's not really much we can do to improve that other than putting the source of the diamonds closer, which we could do. We could put a chest full of diamonds like right down here and have that be kept full, and then it just summons from those, and that actually wouldn't be such a bad idea. Now that I think about it, if I'd thought about it really early on when we first started the factory, we could have absolutely had maybe barrels, because barrels are capable of holding a stack of items each, and we could have like a barrel right here full of diamonds, and it just stays topped off. It requests 1 diamond at a time, however many, And yeah, that would work. But what I was going to say is because each of these is just routinely requesting a single diamond because, boom, it just requested a single diamond. But the previous single diamond it already requested is already on the way. It's a lot of operations, and one quick sync, what is these called? Quick sort module isn't able to keep up. That's why we need the 2. Now, we don't actually need an MK3 here anymore because we could just use an MK2 because we've only got 2 items in there, but I just moved it over here because I had it. And that's the setup, and it looks like the excess of diamonds has finished filtering out. So now we could just stand here if we wanted to and watch how quickly diamonds filter in normally. So there we go. We see a batch coming through, and then once it wraps up, the next batch is already starting. You can see them coming in from the left side and the right side. So we've got a nice steady flow, a nice steady supply of diamonds being generated. So that's our diamond problems dealt with. We could pretty much shut all this down now and we'd be good to go. It wouldn't shock me if I came over here and found that we do have an excess of 366 diamonds. But remember, this was not the original plan. The plan was to start with this and then have the diamonds go into other condensers to make other things. Now, this is not enough. We'll need to build more. The 5 of the... Well, hold on. That's not 5. That's 7. That's 4 plus 3. So 4, 5, 6, 7. See how math works? It's fantastic. That's not going to be enough to supply all of the items that we need. It's enough to keep this going and have an excess, which is fantastic. But if we want to have those piping out into condensers to make iron and redstone, and I'm not pointing at the right things when I say that, but you know what I mean, we'll need a lot more. We'll need... What is in my mouth? What is that? What on earth? What did I eat today? That looks like a popcorn kernel. Oh, I did have... Okay, I was going to say I haven't had popcorn in... because the only place I normally eat popcorn is at the theater, and I was like, I haven't been to a movie in months, possibly? But no, I had some popcorn on the way home from work. I remember it now. It was like a little bagged popcorn from the... It doesn't matter. It's not relevant to what's happening. A little bit of a, like, you know, the little skin on a kernel was like suddenly came loose, and I was like, oh, what about? You get the idea. It's happened to all of us. Happened to the best of us. Happens to the greats all the time. I can't think of any off the top of my head that I could definitively say it's happened to, but I think you could interpret... You know, I'm sure it's probably happened to you. Comment down below. Have you ever found a popcorn kernel in your mouth? Not like the full kernel, but the skin of the kernel. Or like, you know, a bit of the flesh on the outside of a popped portion in your mouth 4 hours later. I've not brushed my teeth yet because I haven't eaten dinner yet. So I'm going to go do that. Listen, none of this is relevant. So we're going to have to build more of these is what I'm getting at. So what I could do is continue building along that wall. Continue building along that wall. And I could do that. Or we could build the Tower of Power. This ridiculous idea of a monolithic structure rising from the earth into the sky all the way up to the build limit. Constantly producing... I mean, at that point, we'd have so many of them going at once. Diamonds would be silly. At that matter, all the way up at the build height. I mean, that we could. I mean, look, we'd be dwarfing that tower. We'd be dwarfing their entire little kingdom they got over there. What is the build limit in this version of Minecraft? I know it's higher now in newer versions, but this is not a newer version. Is it 256? I think it's right here. I think it's 2. I might be wrong. It might be 128. The build limit could be 128. Let me check. No, it can't be. Because that would, like, 64... no, because that's 64 blocks down, 64 blocks... That's not it. It's got to be 256. Yeah, 256. I had to look it up on the Google. So, right, like, standing here would be the top of our tower. Dwarfing everything beneath us. That would be kind of crazy. Maybe it would look silly, though. Oh, jeez. I don't know. I'm of many minds about this. Not little brains, mind you, but like multiple... I have many opinions is the thing I'm trying to get at here. And I'm not sure which I actually stand by. Then again, like, that's risky, because what if someone comes by and steals them all? Or someone comes by and steals all my red matter. In here, it's inside of the factory. I mean, we have so much room in this factory we're not using. I'm talking myself out of the giant tower. I mean, we can still build a giant tower. There's nothing saying we can't do that. Maybe we can build a tower to God. No one's ever had that idea before. Thank you, folks, for watching. God bless you. Give me your feedback in the comments section down below. Bye. Howdy there, folks! How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome back to TEKKIT 2, the Let's Play that'll never end. It just keeps going, and we keep finding new things that I want to do. Like, for instance, I've been getting the villagers out here with picks and shovels, and they've been clearing away all of this land here next to the factory so that we can continue to expand their new village and, I don't know, maybe build some kind of a weapons store out here? I haven't really decided. The two locations that I'm considering for weapons store are down here, where it'll be right across from the trading post, so as people make their way along the waterways to shop with Fernie, they'll look across the way and think, oh, look, high-class weaponry and explosives. Let's go get some of those as well. So that's idea number one. That also means that it's pretty well protected on both sides, like no one's going to sneak in and steal things because they'd have to come along one of these waterways, go through the factory or the house or through the dwarf kingdom. So, I mean, that's just one idea. The other option is out here, so that when people are on their way across the ocean, they'll be like, oh, why go to Fernie's? We can go over here and just buy swords and cleavers and things. I don't know. I don't really want to. I kind of like the dwarves. Like, on an actual level, I think they're kind of fun, so I don't really want to ruin their business. I just want to get a little bit of it. You know, I just want to make a little bit of, and then most of our sales are going to go to these two warring nations. You know, that's sort of the real goal. But we do need more housing. This is not enough housing. We can house them up here. We can house them down here. We can house them on this island. We can house them anywhere. I just figured, you know what? We're going to want to build something over here at some point. So we might as well go ahead and have this cleared out. It's also leading up to an additional thing that I want to do. There's a second goal with all of this, and I needed to get it kind of level with all of this over here in order for this potential aesthetic change to work. See, now I got to try to figure out how to get back in here. There we go. So, I did something else inside of here. I built more of these. So, last time around, we experimented with having all of these and having all of them pump diamonds into there, and I realized, you know what, we probably need more. So I built some more, and look, yeah, are there houses outside that completely block some of these windows? Yeah, there are. But I tried without doing those cut in, and it just looked weird. I like the look of it with the pillars and everything. I think this is a really good look, so that's what we did, and that's how it turned out. And if you're wondering how many diamonds we have, all of those are set up exactly the same as these, by the way. So it's the exact same thing. They're up here. They are producing diamonds. And then you've got your wooden transport pipe with your plugs all around, a pulsar, gold, and then iron pipage. And then it all comes back around. And, oh goodness. Yeah, so this typically does happen right after I log in. Some things get thrown out on the ground. Why? Oh. Oh dear. Sorry. The W key on my orb weaver is now, like, officially broken, and that was the sound of me getting a message. I was wondering why it kept flopping off, and now I see why. It's because it is completely broken. Okay, well, I'll need to get a new one then. It doesn't have hot swappable or even swappable. Yeah, I don't think it does. No, that's not swappable. That's, like, baked in. The actual key itself. So that's... I guess I could get a new... Actually, it's just the cap that's broken. I could probably get a new cap and keep using this darn thing. I've had it for years at this point. Or I could probably just... Oh, well, now it's jammed on there. I'm sorry, you can't see any of this. This isn't thrilling content, is it? Oh, gosh, is the key... What's happening? The key... No, the key itself's not jammed. Why won't you go back on? I'm trying to record a video here. This is cringe. There we go. All right, so now everything's piping into here. We've got about 3,829, 31, 33 diamonds, so everything's going really well there. Oh boy, we've got even more if they'd stop being thrown out on the ground. Again, this happens from time to time. Right after you sign in, there's always a bit of a period of about 5 minutes where periodically things get thrown on the ground, and I'm not really sure why. If I had to speculate, I'd say it's probably because, and I don't know this to be the fact, but I think maybe... when the game is constantly calling for items to be sent through the transport pipes, right? The logistics pipes. And when you log out, it's already summoned some, so those are in the pipe. And then when you log back in, it doesn't register that those items are on the way, so it sends out the summons again. But then by the time the requested items arrive, the items that were already in transit have arrived as well, and there's nowhere for those items to go. But instead of sending them back, for whatever reason, the game just barfs them up onto the ground. I don't know if that's actually what's happening. That's just been my working theory. And this Orb Weaver, it gets jammed if I don't hit down in the exact right way. This is going to be such a difficult... Oh, I can't consistently hit... It's the S key, by the way, in case you couldn't tell. It's the one that controls moving backwards. This is going to get very confusing, because I backpedal a lot. Well, what are we doing today, folks? Well, like I said, we're going to be doing some stuff over here, but I don't know if that's going to be today. But basically, I want to relocate all of that down there, and have this stretch out this way, and we're going to do pillars, same as this side. The issue is that you might remember through this wall, there is a little shelf, the solar shelf, if you're so inclined. Also, I'm sorry, I need to silence my phone. Everything is a disaster here. Anyway, if we just, like, carve through the wall here... Our beautiful wall is full of dirt. That's disturbing, isn't it? Yeah, here we go. So if we actually carve through the wall here to make pillars, it's going to go into this room. And that's kind of okay. I'm okay with that, because we'll just have the window. I mean, what we might do is we might lower this floor here to make it level with what will eventually be the walkway out there. And then we'll have the pillars going into this room. And then maybe we replace these windows with pillars as well. Or maybe they're like alternating, staggered pillars. Or maybe they're just big windows. I don't know. I don't know if that's something I'm going to figure out right now. Because the other thing that I wanted to talk to you folks about, the other idea that I had was, you might remember we discussed building a big tower. And you might have noticed, based on everything that I was just talking about, that that's not necessarily my plan anymore. We're not using this territory out here for a big tower. We're going to use it to expand the village. But that doesn't mean we're not going to build a big tower. What if we built the big tower right here, on top of the factory? And the idea that I had for this is we keep all of this part of the factory the same, but then right here, where all of this snow is for whatever reason, and I really do need to get rid of it all, what about right here? We just take this and we go back across with it, okay? And we kind of separate this part of the factory, and we start building up with it. So instead of like a skinny spiral tower reaching to the heavens, all of this mass becomes a tower that just looms over everything. And we can stand atop it, and everyone can look at us and despair. How good does that sound? You know, I finished a previous episode, not the most recent, but, you know, the one where we were having a look at the city and everything. I finished it with the question, are we kings? And it was a genuine question. I don't know. You know, we kind of make jokes and quips and stuff about the government bodies and war and countries, but if that's the kingdom of the pigmen, and that's the country of the Endermen, and that's the dwarf kingdom, well then what am I? If I've just got my own territory, and I've got subjects that live under my rule, does that not make me a king? Am I not entitled to rule this land that I own and those who dwell within it? I feel like I must be. And in fact, maybe it was even ordained that I rule, you know? Also, this is the worst tool for this, because even if you're, like, really feathering the button, it's very likely that that's gonna happen, and you're just gonna have to, like, jump up and replace it. And I can't hit the back key anymore. It's just completely, like, jammed in place. This is very frustrating. I'm gonna have to do something about this. I'm gonna have to get a new gamepad. I can't play with a mouse, like, just a regular keyboard anymore, either. I have, what, 10 years now of muscle memory for using this orb? Not 10 years. It's not been that long. Actually, hold on. When did I get this? Was it at my first apartment? Yeah. Yeah, pretty close to 10 years of muscle memory with this Orb Weaver. It's very difficult to go to anything else. I don't even know if they make it anymore. I guess I could check. Oh. Okay, I'm on the website and I'm not seeing the Orb Weaver. What I'm seeing is they've got a Tartarus 2, or a Tartarus, if you're so inclined. I always thought it was Tartarus, but everyone who reviewed these said Tartarus, and I was like, am I a genius and I'm the only one who's figured this out, or is everyone else an idiot? I'm gonna go with Tartarus. There's a Tartarus 2, and then a Tartarus Pro, and a Tartarus Pro Mercury, which is white, which kind of looks sick. What's the difference between the Pro and the 2? They look identical. What? Oh, Okay, it's Mecha Membrane on the Tartarus V2. Mecha Membrane keys versus analog optical switches, dual function keys, and adjustable actuation. That sounds unnecessary. What? Why'd they get rid of one of the buttons for a scroll wheel? That's this button, too. Whichever one that is. Is that C? Let's see. If this is S, then this is X, C, V. It doesn't have a V key on it. Why doesn't it have a V key? Why has it got a scroll wheel? Who asked for that? No one asked for that. No one wants that. No one wants... Who designs these things? Who makes these terrible decisions? I'm looking up, looking up keycap replacements for the Orb Weaver now. I found some lunatic on Imgur that's dismantled his and replaced it with just regular keycaps. And that's probably what I'm going to do, because that's a lot cheaper than paying $130 for a new Tartarus Pro. It's insane. Modifying Orb Weaver for custom keycaps. These just look like regular old keycaps. That's the move right there. That is the move. I'm sorry. My keycap problems are not your problems. I'm gonna put all of this away. And I think what I'll do first... Here, I kind of want to explain why we're not working in the factory and getting the high-voltage solar panels built. And it's because I realize that the more we add, the more strain we have on the bits of the supply line that we've already built. And I don't want to continue to add more things until we can reach... Why is this still happening? This shouldn't be happening. You shouldn't just... It's specifically furnaces and diamonds as well, which is weird. Oh, also, I added a world anchor, or like a world spike over here, just to be sure. And I did notice, we got a comment from... Oh, I don't want to say a name and then realize I'm misremembering, but I'm pretty sure there was a comment from executive producer and channel member Jake Yates about a world anchor that did not... Let's see, the world anchor uses... Blah, 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 blah. Here it is, yeah. So it was from Jake Yates. Found it. Okay, it was from Jake Yates, yes. I thought I remembered that. There's a passive world spike, which has an EMC value. You can't find it by searching it. You can only find it by looking at uses for ender pearls and go through the crafting options. So let's see. Ender pearls. Or I guess just ender pearl, obviously. And then uses. And then I don't know what direction was going to get us there fastest. But I also don't know what it's going to look like, which is why I'm going through and checking everything I'm looking at. Although I'm pretty sure it's none of these things. What is that? A Rether Pearl? Or I don't know what you would do with that. It looks kind of cool, though. Tracker, Rep, Gravisand. Is that like gravity-defying sand? What? I assume that is exactly what that is. I'm sorry. Adding that, I'm assuming it lets you teleport. I don't know that to be true. Also, an Ender Offset Wand. Don't know what that does. There's a lot of interesting things that we're finding here. Voidstone. That sounds kind of fun. We should be doing this for random items. Okay, hold on. So we got a standard world spike from Railcraft. Isn't that what we built? A personal world spike. Passive world spike. Add that. That's the one. It's got an EMC value. What? How did we not notice this? World spike points... expends world spike. Yeah, we knew about these. These aren't new to us. All right. Well, there you go. And so we can build it with gold, prismarine, obsidian, and an ender pearl. Prismarine, we literally have none of, and I didn't even know that was in this version of Minecraft because I don't know the versions well enough. But I know where to get it. Oh, apparently we can just use UU matter, which is handy. That's actually super handy. But also we could go find like an undersea dungeon somewhere and just fight these weirdos, and that could be fun. I don't know enough about Minecraft to know these things, you know? I'm a bit of a noob with the new stuff. But that's an option, so thank you, Jake Yates. Thank you, channel member, supporter, possibly executive producer of this episode. I try to stagger them. We only have 2. So it could have also been Purple Lemons, in which case, thank you, Purple Lemons, for your support as well. I'm sorry that I keep thinking Jake Yates. I know I'm the worst Grand Puff in the world. Have we spat any more diamonds in the ground? No, we're doing pretty well. Right, here's what I'm going to do. I don't want to... trying to get back to where we left off last time, before I got distracted, which keeps happening. I don't want to keep adding on to the factory until we've got sort of the back end taken care of. I want to make sure that everything is being manufactured in a timely manner, and that we have enough of everything, and that everything's being produced reasonably, and until some of the old stuff is dealt with. I don't want to go on expanding the factory and adding the new stuff, even though we are close now. We are close now. We've gotten this far, you know. We are producing these in a pretty decent pace. You know, we got 3,000 of them now, which means the next thing that we have to automate is, oh gosh, see, it's all a mess. I don't even know which of these are necessary, because I was just like throwing stuff down here, and like I don't need that there anymore, and I don't need that there anymore, and then I just added these 3 items for the heck of it. The terraformer, we don't really need to be tracking that right now. I feel like right now what we need to be focusing on is high voltage stuff, right? That's all that needs to be up here. Everything else can come later. But for right now, that's kind of where we are. Of course, I'm not getting anything done because I'm looking at keycaps now on eBay. God, this is the worst video I've ever made in this series. Alright, before we do anything, I need to take you on a little bit of a journey I just went on, because I realized I was pretty hungry, so I paused the video. Actually paused the recording, got up, made a few eggs, ate that, came back, sat down, and was like, I can't deal with this W key. So I looked around for some spare keycaps, found some. Most of them were too tall. The ones that weren't too tall were too wide. So that wasn't going to work. And then I went online. I was like, maybe I'll just buy the Tartarus Pro. Tartarus Pro is $130. I don't see it being worth that much, but I could get it open box, right, for like $80. And I was like, okay, well, there's an option. But then I noticed that I could get a Red Dragon K585, which is basically just like it's a gamepad, right? I love the gamepad. I like the ergonomics of the gamepad. I love a gamepad. That's why I want a Tartarus. And I was like, man, that thing's $35. I can get it in white. It has actual mechanical keys and normal caps from what it looks like here, and they're swappable, right? 3 or 5 pin. This is clearly, I think it's swappable. Is it swappable? What did it say? Let me make sure before I just make that claim. 3 types for essential needs. Well, okay, yeah, I got the brown switches, but it also has red and blue. And then somewhere around in here, it said that, yeah, 3 or 5 pins. Pop them out. Swap them if you want to. That's pretty cool. $35. Comes in white. It has more keys. I went with that. I don't know if I'm going to like it. It doesn't look as ergonomic. That's the thing I liked about the Orb Weaver. And from the looks of things, the Tartarus, your hand just kind of grips it real nice. But it's $35, so if I hate it, I haven't spent a whole lot of money. I'm kind of sick of Razer anyway. Their build quality sucks. Their products are not great. I remember when I bought the Orb Weaver, I had a channel member, Gardner, who used to like be the sugar daddy of the channel and helped fund a lot of the early tech that we got, was like, hey, you probably shouldn't buy Razer. They don't make good stuff. And I was like, I'm sure it'll be fine. And to be fair, I've had the Orb Weaver for nearly a decade. It's been okay, but I've always had problems with it. The little cushion where you rest your palm, the glue under there melted within like a year, and it started running out and getting on my palm. And I was like, why am I melting? But that wasn't it. I wasn't melting. It was the Orb Weaver. And then, yeah, I don't know. We started having trouble with the keys popping off a couple of years ago. One of the keys doesn't read consistently. That's why I've had trouble dodging in Assassin's Creed when that started playing through that game. I thought it was just awful, but no, the key just doesn't always register. I'm ready to try something different. And if it's terrible, it's terrible. Also, it just has regular keys, so I don't know if I'll have to go through and do a whole bunch of finagling to get it reconfigured in Linux. Like, I have to use Keymapper in Linux to get the Razer product to work. If this doesn't work, maybe I'll pick up another different brand, but I'm kind of ready to move on past Razer, if I'm honest with you. So I'll let you know when the Red Dragon comes in. We'll talk about it. I'll let you know how it works out for me. Until then, I'm going to do the thing that I said I was going to do a long time ago, and, well, I'll tell you what we're going to do first, is we're actually going to kind of mock out how this would look if we decided to build a massive tower. So what I'd have to do first off is figure out the angle here of how this would jut out. And I think the issue is that that's in the way now there, because I want it to kind of follow this same curve here. So, well, yeah, it's going to kind of be in the way, but that's okay. I can move all of that down a little bit if it comes down to it. So that's going to have to kind of swing out here. And then I don't want to have a wall down there, so what we might do is like an archway, because you got to have support, even if it's only visual. You don't want that to just be like floating bits of marble, because that looks silly. So we'll have some kind of like an arch coming up and supporting it, and then coming back around to here. I'm going to mock that up real quick and kind of show you what I mean. Right, so I haven't built the underlying structure here, but I noticed something odd, and that was this corner. This corner was not symmetrical with all the other corners. The corners of this building have a design. It's 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Wait, this one's different too! Why is that one different? These are the corners over here that I've based everything around. This is the inside corner. It's 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2. Or 2, 2, 2. You see what I mean? And then on the outside, it's the inverse, right? It's 2, 2, 1, 2, 2. Well, okay, not the inverse, but... Okay, so maybe this one is correct. I was looking at the outside. The inside here... Yeah! 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2. Or 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2. You know what I mean. For some reason, this corner just wasn't like that, so I had to correct it, and now there's a pillar going through this individual's roof, and I hope they don't mind or get upset about it. But what can you do? And then now, look at this. This is just, like, very plainly in the way, so all of these will have to be shuffled around. I just wanted to give you an update on the situation. I'm just realizing that this entire time the factory has existed, it's been a lie. Okay. Well, I don't know about this. I don't know about this design. It looks very, it's too squared. I think it needs to be a more gradual sort of an arc. I was trying to go for something different than just the stairs, you know, but looking at it now, I think I hate what I've done here, and I need to redo it. But this is the general idea. This is the sort of archway we're going to have. And I did have to eliminate an entire one of these pods, and now I'm realizing that it's no longer, like, even along the side here. And look, this one has a pillar here, and that one has a glass down there, starting instead of a pillar. And the only way to correct that would be to shift that pillar over, and then shift all of those pillars over, and have somewhere in the middle, I guess right about here, like a double wide glass pane, but then maybe some kind of a design so it's hidden and hiding the fact that it's not perfectly symmetrical, or I pick up the entire factory and I move it over one block that direction. I could do that! Not above such activities. I could do that, and I might. You can't tell me what to do. My gosh, the amount of effort that would take, though, to relocate everything. I definitely just wouldn't use World Edit. Anyway, that's a situation for later to deal with. For right now, this is what it looks like at the top. And you can see we've got these sort of carved out. And I think that looks pretty good. And then the tower, I'm not really sure what we would do. Because where would we just use the inside wall, or would we still make it 3 thick? I don't know. I haven't really thought that far through. I feel like we would go along the outside, right? We would kind of build up the wall along the outside, which means that it would... I can make that work, yeah. I could have it open and have some doors here. Should I go ahead and mock that up next, I guess? I guess that would be the next thing to do. Could we just use this? Would this work? Kinda. Yeah, kinda. Dang it! Even if I wanted to extend the whole thing in that direction by 1, that would mess up the symmetry of the solar panel shelf. So I can't do that. I just have to make do with the thing as it is, and that's fine too. That's okay. I'll survive. I will survive. Here's what we've got, right? So we can walk through here for whatever reason, if you want to. I can't imagine wanting to, but if that, you know, at the end of the day, that's your prerogative. And then what we can do is we can have right here doors on either side that you can walk into, and here you go. Now you're inside. Congratulations. And then... look, I haven't really thought this whole tower thing out yet. This is the tower, and it's going to go up. And it's going to go up, and it's going to be amazing. And then maybe there will also be windows. Maybe there will be glass floors. Ooh. Maybe every floor after the first floor is a glass floor. How cool is that? So from the ground, you can look up and see straight through to the sky. And at noon, the sun will be right overhead and shine straight down into the factory. It sounds beautiful. It sounds enchanting. It sounds charming. I like that. And then what I was going to say is for the doors, we can do one of these. And then from there, what we can do is we can have it extend over and kind of complete what the corner should look like based on how the outside corners normally look. So, for example, over here, what we've got to do is we've got to follow this sort of a vibe. So it's 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, and then 1. And then I can remember that. Watch me go. Watch me immediately give up and create a squared edge instead first, and then work my way backwards. There we go. There we go. That's what we're looking for right there, I think. No. Yeah, there we go. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Perfect. So that's how that'll kind of... Yeah, that looks great. And then it'll just be like suspended there, and you can kind of walk over. And I don't know, maybe we'll have like a wall here or something so you don't walk off the edge. Although we've never had any kind of wall or gate before, so I don't know how we would start now. These will have to be super secured. Maybe we'll make them out of invisible doors with invisible pressure plates. That'll probably be a good idea. Although that's kind of obvious that they're there considering the walkway and everything, but whatever. Am I worried about monsters? A little bit, but not a whole lot, because I've not seen any spawn in a long time, which is a little bit sus, but we're going to carry on and not worry about it. Several days later. Ooh, this is funky. This is very funky. I got it. I got the red dragon. I don't know if I like it. I'm having some issues with it because there's no like Linux client. I thought I could use my key remapper to just like inject new key mappings, and I can. But the problem is it's got F1, 2, 3, and 4, which is nice, but that's the same bindings as G2, 3, 4, and 5. And then G1, I think, is bound to... Jeez, I don't even remember. What I do know is that the mapping as it stands now means that if I change G1, right, it also changes F1. Because they're both, like, mapped... it's very confusing. So I might have to boot into Windows and use the Windows software to change it, because I think it does have onboard memory. And then maybe I can sign back into... I'm sorry, I'm just... Welcome back to TEKKIT. I've not been idle. I have been working with the old broken Razor, Chroma, Naga, Saki, what was it? Orb Weaver? I've already forgotten. It's so irrelevant to me. This thing fits weird in the hand, and I don't have the muscle memory of using the Orb Weaver for like 8 years is hard to break. But I've been busy. I guess I need to explain why I'm not finished and why I'm about to put this video out anyway, because I actually need your folks' opinion on the situation before I proceed, okay? So, let me just step in here, and I'll just turn around, and now let me explain, alright? I know this might look confusing, because in a previous video, I said the words, "Am I a king?" And it might look like I'm starting to build a castle up there, but that's not what that... Ignore the crenellations, that's not what that is, okay? Let me just sort of explain the situation as it stands right now. Here is the assembly line. And we've got diamonds being produced up there, as you know, and we've got this set up to make even more diamonds. I'm looking into ways to manufacture and craft things slightly more efficiently, so we might cover that in the next video, maybe not. But I did also go ahead and I built a third floor, right? So, like, if you consider this the second floor, then this up here is going to be the third floor. This is how we get in here for right now. And as you can see, we had to make do with this not being laid out properly to have, like, it's an even number. So we just added these little, I don't know, circles with lights in them, and that fixed it. And I think if we go up more floors, I could put the circles and lights in different positions and create shapes. Maybe like a big sword to signify that we're the greatest manufacturer of weapons in all of Minecraft. Yeah, that could be fun. But I actually need to ask you folks a question here, because you might have noticed I actually already started to build another floor. That's what these are. This isn't for folks to like hide behind when we're being laid siege to, having siege laid upon us, and then they can peek out and like shoot out. They're not battlements. It's the start of the next floor. Actually, the fun thing about this, you'll notice this floor is a little bit wider than the floor below it, and I realized that completely cut off our solar panels. So I did the only sensible thing I could think of, and I moved the entire solar shelf out 1 block. Which is what took the most time. But they are now back in the direct sunlight, so that's good, producing energy again. Just added a nice little stair here, and I didn't move the whole thing, just that upper part. And added a little bit of a staircase down below, a little staircase on that under edge. Oh, and then of course this down here. I guess I should explain this down here too, shouldn't I? Well, I wanted to be able to see out of this wall. I moved the door here too, so it's slightly in a more convenient location. But, you know, when you're up here on this floor, you can see out all the other walls, so I wanted to be able to see out of this wall too. So I just, I trimmed it down level with the second floor, and punched some holes in the wall there, kind of like this, lined them up here. They're doing the staggered thing that we've always talked about. Now, I'm not sure if I'm going to maintain that, because it needs to be able to, you know, kind of blend in nicely over here in this corner, but I can't do that. I can't clear out this corner until we've, actually, wait, could I carve out more of this corner? I think I could. I think I could carve out a couple more blocks and we'd be okay. What I was going to say, though, is all of this needs to be moved, and that's sort of my next objective, but I'm trying to figure out where I'm going to move it to. Because the idea that I had is that maybe we've been trying to compress all of this too much, and it makes more sense to build even more space, and instead of packing it all in down there, just have floors. Floors and floors, all of which automate their own little processes, right? So this here could be the floor that generates all the metal. All of the metal here, everyone. All of the iron, all of the gold, all of the bronze. All the bronze gets cooked up here. There's an entire row of solar flowers producing iron and some red matter furnaces to turn that into the refined iron. But then also there's a separate row creating iron just for the sake of having iron, and it's not connected to the row. That's, I mean, come on now. Come on now. Sounds good to me. It sounds good to you too, I'm assuming. Doesn't that sound good to everyone? It sounds good to me. It sounds good to me. Can't understand how you wouldn't want that. And then maybe it keeps going. You see, I don't plan on going out anymore, because then I'd have to move the solar shelf again. So we might go up and keep it this same size and do another floor and another floor and another floor, and then maybe start slowly tapering it in all the way up, up, up. Can you imagine? Can you see it? Can you visualize it in your mind's eye? This tower rising from the earth, this sheer white tower, just all the way up here at the build height, 256, and that's where my office will be. Well, this is where the roof of my office will be. And from here, I'll have like a big, like a glass floor. I can walk around and I can survey the neighboring kingdoms, and I can work on my machinations of war and manipulate things down below for my citizens, my subjects, my loyal testificate villagers from yonder village that were destroyed. And maybe more in the future if I can arrange it. Bring in more villagers, build more housing, build more floors, build and craft and automate. My question to all of you is, would that look funny? That's the thing I'm mostly concerned about, is if it's just like a single tower. And again, it's not gonna be just one solid blob. It'll kind of like narrow out and stuff, and maybe we'll even have it again, right? Because you know how you have that part, and then it comes out to here, and so maybe after a few floors, it goes out and it halves again, continues to go. I mean, you know, the sky's the limit. Well, no, actually, the 256 is the build limit, so that's our actual limit. You know, it doesn't have to be a solid structure going straight up. That, you know, we could shake it up a little bit, but is that going to look weird? I mean, my goal is to have the tallest thing in the game, bar none, to really assert my dominance over all of the other leaders of the world, you know? I mean, we're already, just with our base default house, I think we're, like, maybe at level or a little bit over whatever they've built over there. So that's nice if you kind of get level here. Yeah, well, okay. Well, with this structure, you know, I mean, what are we behind? We're behind the dwarves, and we're behind the Tower of the Eye. But once we get 3 or 4 floors in here, like 3 or 4 additional floors in, we'll be above them, and then we just go all the way to the sky. Who's going to compete with us? Who could possibly compete with us? And then I've had my eye on this nice plot of land here. Because if we get more villagers, and oh, I've got some plans for that. I mean, sure, we've got plenty of room to expand, but if it comes down to it, there's a big plot of land here. Maybe we can buy it. Maybe we can lease it. Maybe we can start a war. I don't know. You know, who knows what could happen next? Comment down. What do you, I mean, the question is it going to look silly? Before I continue working on it, because it's going to take a long time. I got to build all these. You think I'm using World Edit or something? I'm building all this by hand. So comment down below before I do all that effort. And then hopefully while I'm doing that, the villagers will get back out here and finish their work to get those guys out of my basement. I keep calling it the basement. This is the factory floor. I got to get them off the factory floor. I mean, I don't know what we're going to do with all this space. Maybe this will all be dedicated to weapons manufacturing. and this will be dedicated to solar panel and solar panel related objects, right? So like all of the metals and everything you need to build solar panels will be manufactured in here. And then we have the 4 quadrants of war. So we've got nukes, swords, I don't know, armors, and rations all manufactured in here. We'll get some, like, you know, freeze-dried beef or whatever they eat in the army. It'll be great. They'll love it. This is shaping up quite nicely, though. Again, just solar flowers, filled with solar flowers. It'll be glowing from miles away, and people will see it, and they will know my authority is unquestionable, that my power is undeniable. Look at me, all right? Look at me. I'm building, and I'm not going to stop, because it feels good to be alive and on top. My reach will be global, all right? My tower will be secure, because my cause is noble and my power is pure. I can hand out 1 million vaccinations, or let them all die of exasperation, have them all healed from their lacerations, or have them all killed by assassination. I can make anybody go to prison just because I don't like them. And I can do it all with no permission. I have it all under my command because I can guide missiles by satellite. I can hit a target through a telescope. I can end a planet in a holocaust if it comes down to it. Anyway, if you wouldn't mind, comment down below. Let me know what you think of the tower so far. That'd be pretty handy. Okay, thank you folks for watching. God bless you. I'm gonna go ahead and just get back to building, because even if you folks decide that it's ugly, I should at least have some sort of like topper for it, you know, to get it finished off. God bless you. I'll see you later. Goodbye. Howdy there, folks. How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome back to our TEKKIT 2, I did almost say Final Fantasy, Let's Play Adventure, where we're getting close to the 1-year anniversary. This series first launched, if I'm not mistaken, and this was based on something that I looked up a few weeks ago, so I could actually be mistaken, and even now as I'm talking about it, I've made the decision that I am going to very quickly negotiate over to a different page on the browser in front of me, while I continue to speak in a sort of like, what would the correct term be? Stilted manner, possibly, would be the right word for that. Well, I continue to mumble and grumble and try to distract you all and keep you from realizing that I'm currently moving the camera with one hand while typing with the other to look up the TEKKIT series and invert the release date. Yes! The first episode of this series was published on September 1st with the, well, that was episode 00. Episode 1 came out on the 4th, and then 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. I was going ham on these for the first little bit there because I was trying to make sure that I had a good foundation for folks who, wow, I actually did one every day. Gee golly, I did not realize that. I did one every day all the way up until September 18th. Wowzers! That's impressive. I wanted to make sure that if someone found the first episode, they had more to watch. And, yeah, well, the series is not ending anytime soon, despite what some of you may have been told. By some of you, I mean channel members. And by been told, I mean you watched the channel member podcast, where I kind of discussed winding down the series. But the truth is, we just have a lot to finish. We have a lot that I want to see done before I move on to something else. So we got to get high-voltage solar panels built. We need to start a war between two factions so that we can profit off of it. You know, we've got to do that. We've got to finish the tower and build my new executive office suite at the top. Speaking of, I did ask whether or not you folks thought the tower would be a good idea, and I got nothing but people praising my design aesthetic and my plans and saying, go ahead with the tower. Definitely everyone said, go ahead with the tower. And so, based on all the comments you see on the screen, you can see the consensus was clear. Build that tower, and I have been. I have been, but I'm not going to show you that over there. I'm going to actually take you up here. Now, if you're wondering, today I do actually have a plan. We are actually going to we're going to do some TEKKIT things today, because it's been a little while since we've done some TEKKIT things, and I've got a couple of different comments that I want to go over, because there's some interesting suggestions that have been made. But here's where we are so far with the tower, and I kind of wanted to just give you a glimpse of it. So, of course, we have that. They go in kind of tiers, and that's how I view it, not necessarily as the floors, because each tier so far is 3 floors. I kind of wish I'd made them 5 floors, so I might change that. I mean, that'll be a pain in the neck, but I can do it. But, so, as you can see, you got this first one that goes out 3, and then each subsequent floor goes in a few, in all sides except for 1. So here's kind of what I'm thinking about doing on this side. It does go in there, but you'll notice it doesn't go in here. And what I'm thinking about doing is with each tier going in another 3 blocks, or 2 blocks, depending on how you count it, and keep that side flat so that as it climbs, that side slowly shrinks in all the way to the top. And then on this side, I'm going to have a bit of a bulbous growth on the back. I don't know how else to describe it. It's going to come out a few blocks, and that's where the teleporters are going to be. And there's going to be enough teleporters. I mean, the original plan was to be have enough teleporters to teleport you to every floor, but that's inconceivable at this point, just because of the sheer size, I realized, and how many floors they're going to be. So if we have a look inside of here, and before we go in, one thing. Because of the spacing, these sides don't have a central pillar. So I've been experimenting with just having bigger windows, and you can kind of see how that's panned out down here with this window. I think that looks pretty interesting, and I thought about having different sizes. So right now they're alternating in this fashion, but I'm not sure if they're going to continue to do that. And I thought I could even maybe have like a sword. So have 1, 2, 3 that are the same size, and then have them kind of go out to the side, and then have them get narrower, and then light it up in such a way that it looks like a sword, maybe a pickaxe on the other side. There's a lot of interesting things we can do here. And I haven't necessarily landed on any of them as a certainty, but that's kind of where we're at. Now, right now, these aren't filled in, so I can just kind of fly in. And I've not finished the glass floors on these levels. But as you can see, they are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks tall, with the glass floor and then a glass ceiling. And look, took inspiration from the Yogscast, because of course I did. You can't play TEKKIT without knowing about the greatest TEKKIT series ever made. And I don't mean TEKKIT Legends, but thank you for thinking that. That's very kind. This is such a great idea, with the light rings that you fly through as a quick and easy way to, you know, let's say we have one teleporter at the base of maybe not each floor, but at the base of each tier, and then you can just kind of fly between them. And the idea is that each of these is going to have some sort of automation taking place. So, like this floor here, which is only a partial wraparound balcony situation, but it's got these set up generating diamonds, and it's generating so many diamonds that it's almost generating too many diamonds. We have 36,000 diamonds. If I need EMC, I don't even really need to ever go down where the reactor is anymore and get those diamonds. I haven't done that in real-life months. I don't need to. I've got diamonds being generated in there. I got diamonds being generated in here. It's fantastic. And then future floors, what I was thinking about doing with this floor here, for example, is essentially having a very similar sort of setup, but this is the metal floor. So all of the metals are produced here. And I don't just mean the metals that can be produced with the EMC. I think we have like a bank of iron, and then another bank of iron, but that iron specifically goes into, say, red matter furnaces and gets instantly cooked into the refined iron. And then we have, you know, copper and tin, but then also we have, because bronze, we have to cook the bronze. For some reason, you can't get bronze ingots with EMC. You can get the dust, and then that immediately goes into red matter furnaces, and that immediately gets cooked into the bronze bars. So instead of having that be a part of the assembly line down here, the way it is right now, basically eliminating both of these and just having it done on a floor that generates nothing but. And then, you know, I don't know, maybe this is like the floor that generates all the different types of plank in the game and all the different types of logs. And, you know, I don't know why we would do that. I don't know why we would need that. But the fact is, we could do it if we so chose. And maybe I so choose. I think what really matters right now, though, and the thing that we definitely need to focus on, is that the construct so far has now dwarfed the dwarf tower. And look at that wee little tower over there in the distance. Isn't it cute? Look how small it is. Look how old you've become, little tower of evil. Oh, this is fantastic. And yes, I do intend on putting an office at the top. Now, what that office is or how it works, I'm unsure. Now, I mentioned that today we were going to look at a couple of comments and kind of go over them. And one comment that I got was from channel member, so supporter GSNL, who said, I built my diamond farm with the blaze rod technique. So this is talking about the blaze rod technique that we've basically we touched on way earlier in the series, and there's an evolution of that being used again way down in the basement, where we're generating blaze rods and then splitting those into powder and then converting that into EMC. And our system is a little bit different than the standard. Our system is like generating rods from a solar flower or a power flower, if you're so inclined, or a light flower even. Why not? And an energy flower, potentially even. An EMC flower, if you're so inclined. A bud of, well, you get the idea. And it's being ground up and then dumped into a different quantity. It's not like circular in any way. And that's just one of the options. That's great. What I wanted to get at, though, in this comment is specifically there is a mention of a gravity pipe. Why have I never heard of that? Why have I never heard of a gravity pipe? So here it is, and it's just part of additional pipes, which I say that like, additional pipes. It's not in every pack. Not every pack has additional pipes, but we've used pipes from additional pipes before. I can't remember if in this series, but in other series. Extracts items slowly, so that might be the trick there. Slowly from the bottom of an inventory without needing power. So what we're doing right now, and I'm not saying a gravity pipe is going to work in every situation, because like it said, it did say slowly. It's essentially, it's a hopper that works with pipes. And what it is doing is it is extracting items from here. Like right now what we're doing is we've got the wooden pipes with this thing. But you see how infrequently it actually pulls the diamonds out. It takes a little while. So that's why I say this wouldn't work with something like, let's say, if it's generating trees, if it's really all that slow. One thing I've never tried to do is hop into a golden transport pipe, and I'm assuming that simply will not work, because I think you have to have some type of an input pipe. But obviously, as you can see here, we're going to go ahead and give it a go. Because the one thing I would hate to do is bring up the idea and then never, like, attempt it. So there you go, and then I throw those in there. And as you can see, nothing is happening. It is filling up with diamonds, though, because it's now viewed as an inventory. So it's so that's not going to work. So I guess that's the reason why that exists. The idea that, if you can't use a hopper, make a pipe that's basically a hopper that will work. I assume it'll work as an insertion pipe. So that's the first thing we're going to look at today. There's another comment that I've got that I've had this one requested a couple of times. I'm not sure if it's by the same individual, but I did want to talk about it today because it looks like an intriguing idea. So we need iron, we need stone, and we need gray stained glass, but I'm assuming it's just glass. So glass, we can get just regular old vanilla glass. Stone, did it say specifically any type of stone? It looks like just any kind of regular old stone ought to do the trick. So if we grab, probably not cobblestone, I will note that. It's probably not wanting that. We'll get a bit of stone, and then the final thing was iron, and I wish I'd gotten a bit more of the glass. I wish I'd just done stacks. That would have made more sense, because this is not going to have an EMC value. So actually, let me go ahead and correct my mistake. I'll get a stack of stone, I'll get a stack of iron, and I'll get a stack of glass, and now we can make a number of these, and then even if we don't use them, the resources required are very inexpensive, and that'll get us 32 of these with plenty of glass to spare, so we'll throw that in there. You know what they say, if you waste nothing, you want nothing. Although I'm not sure if that's true. Like, if I never waste a drip of milk, that doesn't mean that at some point I'm not going to want a new PlayStation, you know? There's rumors of a new one coming out soon. Probably just a slim. I've seen that it's going to have, like, possibly an external or an add-in DVD/Blu-ray. It would be Blu-ray drive. I don't know why I said DVD. That's a cool idea. Instead of having two systems on store shelves, have one and then an add-on. That's the way better way to approach it. Gosh, I love physical media, though. Okay, so there goes that. We're going to take that out of there. Going to affix the gravity-fed diamond pipe. And I do already see one issue with it. So can we not get this placed? There we go. We're probably, yeah, I see that diamond up there just with no clue of where to go. That's what we want to avoid using these. And we're going to need one additional one. I see that now. And because remember, there was a pipe pulser in that thing's position before. And that pipe pulser is no longer there. So we're going to go ahead and add some more pipe plugs. I'm going to grab a bunch of them. Because I think what we're going to end up doing is replacing all of these. I don't know if that actually helps from a lag perspective, because I would imagine if you can't see these lights, are they pulsing? Sometimes, you know, like if something is occluded, it won't actually do its animation. It looks like it always is, though. So we have a bunch of these always running, always being animated, always performing some type of logic. I imagine that would probably contribute somewhat to lag, which, to be fair, we don't have much of, which I'm grateful for. But it looks like this is definitely keeping up. I'm kind of curious to see, though, how quick it really is, because it made it sound like it was really, really slow. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get 2 different chests. In this case, we'll just go ahead and use alchemical chests, because that's what we're using anyway, although I'd imagine, in fact, I'm positive it wouldn't actually matter. We'll get some gold pipes so we can sort of see them go, and then we'll get a stack of something cheap. Literally nothing on this screen is cheap. Even the dragon egg is quite expensive. Could we have an army of dragons? The idea has only just occurred to me that we could possibly have an army of dragons if we wanted to pursue that. So we'll get sandstone. You could say that makes no sense. Why did I pick that? And my response to you will be, why wouldn't I pick sandstone? You know what I mean? Like, that just seems fun to me. Okay, well, sure. You know what? Yeah, we'll have that. That's fine. We'll have a little bend. There's no reason for it, other than I'm still trying to get used to this new controller I've got. And sometimes I hit the wrong buttons, but there you go. And then we'll fill that up with the sandstone. And slowly, eh? Slowly. Slowly. It even says, slowly. Slowly! It's faster than that thing is! It is actually genuinely faster. If we come up here and we grab... Well, no, that won't work. I just realized that's not going to work. But if we... what I was going to do is try to, like, throw more diamonds in there. But I don't think we can shift-click diamonds into that inventory. What we can do, though, is we can get this pipe here and break it. Replace it with the wooden one. And then affix that with one of these pulsers. And I put it back in here because I thought I wouldn't need it again. And what I did not anticipate was needing it for demonstration purposes. But we'll throw the sandstone in there. And as you can see, that is just absolutely nothing. compared to this. Is it gonna go? Look at that! Slowly, it said! Channel member, supporter, longtime viewer, GSNL. Thank you. Thank you for telling me what your setup was. Thank you for sharing. I love hearing what people are doing in the game, by the way. If you want to leave a comment, let me know. Like, I don't always respond to them or address them in video, I realize. So you might have wondered, geez, does Reese not look? No, but I do enjoy reading and kind of seeing what everyone else is doing, because I do take ideas from it, and it's also just interesting to see how other people are approaching the game. But my goodness, these are definitely the way to go. I feel like such a fool for not knowing about them sooner. Now, I do want to throw out there, it's possible that someone else might have mentioned them to me at some point. I'm not going to pretend like I am always paying, like, super close heed to every comment. I do read every comment, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I sort of mentally comprehend it, if you know what I mean. It's like when your dad is listening to you, and he's like, mm-hmm, but you know he didn't actually comprehend what you said. But if you ask him, like, what did I just say? Sometimes he'll come back with, like, exactly what you said. And you're surprised that he registered it, but you know he wasn't listening. I don't know if you guys have ever experienced that. I've actually noticed that I'm starting to do that, but I'm really good at it. I described it to my brother the other day he was asking me a question, and I'll be fully frank with all of you. I was not, like, giving him my full attention. I was driving, and when I drive, my mind tends to be, 1, on the road, and 2, on a conversation I had with someone else that turned into an argument, like, 12 years ago, and how I either won it, or how I didn't win it, and how I could have. And, you know, like shower thoughts, but on the road. But also it's on the road. So I wasn't, like, super paying attention to what he said. But like I described to him, because he asked, like, what did I say? And I just repeated back everything he had said to me in perfect order, like I had been paying the most attention. And it's like I told him, I was like, look, I have a very limited cache. So my brain can only actively process certain amounts of information at a time. But I have a very large amount of RAM. So you can just keep talking. And when I'm done thinking about whatever it is I'm currently thinking about, my brain will go through and rapidly access all of that memory. Like, it'll randomly, rapidly, almost like that's what RAM stands for. Now, RAM does stand for random access memory, but the RAM in my brain stands for rapid, right? It can rapidly access all of that information, and then I can come back and be like, okay, this is what he's talking about, and I can just be a part of the conversation like I was listening all along. So if I have a spaced out expression and I'm mumbling under my breath, I'm not paying attention to you. A part of my brain is, and as soon as you ask me a question, I'll be able to pull myself away from the present task and help you out. Okay, you just got to trust me on this, all right? And I think that might just be my dad energy, because as many of you know, I am a grandpuff. I am a grandpuff. Not a grandfather, I'm a grandpuff, and you're all my puffies. Oh, no, I don't like that. I wish I hadn't said that. I'll have to cut that. That's one of those things that you can't get away from. That's like the hashtag give cub pills that, unfortunately, Lucas Kits won't let die. I can't even remember how that started. I think I had a cold and was heavily medicated and a little bit silly. Listen. The puffies. Oh no, my little grand puffies. That's never gonna. That's gonna follow me and for the rest of my life now. I tried to make it Knucklehoxes. Actually, I still like Knucklehoxes. Knucklehoxes is a great term of frustrated endearment. This is great though. All right, I'm just gonna carry on. I can't believe I talked during all of that when I could have very easily just cut it out of the video. But this is quite the discovery. I am very grateful. So like I said, if you've watched the series and maybe you mentioned gravity pipes in the comments section before, and possibly I missed it, I'm very sorry. The comment I did see that kind of brought them to my attention was from channel member, supporter, long time subscriber across multiple channels now, GSNL. Thank you so much for that. So you're going to get the credit, but I do try to give credit where it's due in terms of not necessarily who says it first, but who gets it, like who sinks it in first. And that's going to be the case here, because on this next comment, I'm pretty sure I've seen this comment before, but I don't remember who said it. So this is from a fella named Brandon, who said you should look into setting up request pipes to ender chests. If you also have an ender pouch and remote order, you could access the full inventory of your factory from anywhere on the map. Could be useful, so you don't have to fly back and forth for just a few things you need. Now, I've had this suggested before, and I'm not, you know what, I can actually look up real quick just to make sure. I guess I can, well, no, I can do it with gravity pipe. Let me type in gravity. The only comment that's coming up when I search for gravity is from GSNL, so we can go ahead and say that he probably gave me that one. But then the remote, if I just type in remote, let's see. It was Brandon. Okay, so Brandon twice now, across a couple of different videos, has recommended setting up the remote ender chests so that we can order anything from the production line wherever you are in the world, get a bag for it to work well. See, this sounds like a cool setup. This is going to be classic throwback TEKKIT content, right? Like, I've done no research into this. I've never tested this. I'm only partially aware of what is being suggested to me. I don't know if I fully understand the concept or how to go about get it working. But gosh darn it, if we're not going to try our dandiest here, okay, to figure this out. So first off, we're going to look this device up. So this is called the remote order, and it looks like there's, oh gosh, there's, okay, remote orderer. There's a ton of different ones. They're all different colors. I don't know if those are required for the construction. Here we go. Type active requester. Lets you manually request items remotely. Can pull from any item source. You must right-click a remote orderer on this pipe. So in order, interesting. So I have to have a remote orderer as well. I guess I'll go ahead and add that. Oh, and then these are just different colors of them. Yeah, see, I'm not really sure what this is, but we got a remote orderer. That's not exactly what I wanted to do. I know that I don't have a programmer with this in there, a remote order logistics pipe. Do any of these, are any of these blank? None of these are blank. In that case, I'll need to just make one. There we go. Go over here to the program compiler, and I will need to locate where this thing is, and I don't know where that would be. Fluid, tier 3, chassis, could be tier 3. Unlock? Gonna unlock tier 3 together, everyone! It could be in there, it might not be. We'll find out. I actually don't, can you find out by looking at this? It just says logistics programmer. To be fair, in the interest of full transparency, I absolutely did not scroll through the entire list of things that were available to me. So it is wholly and entirely possible that I simply neglected to thoroughly search the list of things that I've already unlocked and it was already in there and not a part of Tier 3. I wonder if we can fill these up. Like, is there a reason to have multiple logistics disks? Well, you know what? I guess in instances like this, where we're starting to have so many things that are unlocked, we might find it difficult to locate certain things. So it might make sense to have multiple ones. But then again, if you do what I do and you just have multiple logistics programmers, you don't really need to come in here and swap them out very often. So, yeah, look at this. There's a whole bunch of stuff in here. This is called the remote. So I guess what I need to do is, can I go through these with a... No, I can't. I wanted to, like, scroll through them with a button on the keyboard. It doesn't look like I can do that. So we're going to go all the way to the top. And it is remote order. Oh, well, you know what? We should check the recipe and see what it says. Logistics... Okay, get out of here. Logistics, chassis, firewall. I mean, I'm just going to have to very slowly... Wait, what is that? Remote order or logistics pipe. I just found it. Was it there all along? I don't know. Compile. Compile that bad boy. Compiling it does not load it onto here. We've done this mistake in the past where I've thought that's the case, and it is in fact not the case. And I feel like a fool. What you need to do is hit flash once you've compiled it. So I'm not actually sure where it was over here, but what matters to me right now is that we've got it. Chassis 2 is something... Did we... surely we've unlocked Chassis 2. Can you only have so many things on the logistics disk, and maybe it undid that? I actually don't know. No, look at this. We got all these other logistics chassis, like... Chassis? Logistics chassis MK2. Well, then, you know what? It doesn't matter. I don't actually care. It does not matter, and I don't actually care. What can I get rid of in here? Like, if I wanted to make one of these, do I have everything? I have everything that I need, yeah. I just got to get rid of something that's not important. Well, not... I mean, glowstone's important. I just don't need it right now. There we go. And that gets us the remote orderer. Oh, except it does need an ender... Okay, well, let's get rid of that then, too. And we will just grab a stack of ender pearls. We're kind of running out of space in this thing, aren't we? This is... we're going to have to start swapping things out. There we go. Do you reckon we'll need more than one? Should I just go ahead and make a few of them? I don't know why on earth we would need 5 of them, but I've done it and you can't stop me now. I'm going to take this one out, put that back in there, take those out, put that back in there, get rid of this, and then, heavens, I don't know. Do I have an item frame on my person? I feel like I probably do when it's directly in front of me, and I just can't see it for one reason or another. Like, that tends to be the case. I do tend to have just... Unless item frames can be condensed, in which case they'll be in here. Well, there's no such thing as an I-10. We'll get a glass one. That'll make it invisible. And then we'll just, like, stick this up here for safekeeping. I kind of like that. That looks nice. I like the fact that it's invisible. It's a good touch. It's a really good touch. Same with this. Just occasionally go over here and, like, flip it. I mean, at this point, we no longer know what the correct orientation is. Or, you know what? There is that subtle highlight there that you could probably use to figure out what is the correct direction. Just going to leave it alone for right now, though. Just going to keep flipping it around and having fun with it. So, oof, we've got that, and we've got this. Heavens help me. The next thing we need to get this working is an ender chest, but I almost feel like maybe we should try it without that. We're probably going to want to go with one of these, because these can be configured to sync up to an ender pouch. And have we ever actually used those? I know, yeah, you know what? We have. We absolutely have. And look, there's one right there. But you might recall we used to use them when teleporting between Earth and our other dimensions. And it was super convenient because it meant that if we were carrying too much, we could dump it into an ender chest, and then we would be lighter, we'd be able to travel back here, and then pull it all out of the ender chest, which was very useful. Unfortunately, not so much anymore. I say unfortunately, but we did figure out that we could just throw things in an alchemical bag, and that worked just as well. Do I need to, like, search for the bag? Because I know that I had a bag once, and I don't know where it is. Interesting. It is called, actually, a pouch. I keep saying bag, but ender, it should show up. And it does not. So I don't know whatever happened to it. Did I leave it inside of the ender chest? That would have been a neat trick, but unfortunately I did not. So I'm just going to have to build one real fast, and it's not a difficult recipe. Leather, blaze, ender, wool. So leather, and then blaze. And if you ever wonder why it is I will grab stacks of items, it is because it is easier than remembering the exact amount. And I actually got out of the order there. I went to wool, which I knew was the last one, and that confused me. So we've got our ender pouch, and now I can just throw all that back in there. Now let's go see if we can figure this out. This might be a bit of a trick here, because I did not do any testing for this beforehand, and I don't know if I really fully understand the concept, but I'm assuming the idea is that, first off, it'll have to connect up to here. So we'll go ahead and grab a unrouted transport pipe will probably be fine. There we go, and then we'll put down our ender chest is not, nope, that's not correct. That is not correct. A remote order chest, and then I don't know if it matters if this plugs into the top, but that's configured. And then we have our remote orderer. Right-click that onto there, connected to pipe. Oh, I see how this works. And that's what... Oh my gosh, okay. What I didn't understand was how we were supposed to order. Because I thought that you had to interact with the pipe, based on no research. Just reading the instructions and looking at the items in the game, I assumed you had to, like, in some way interact with this pipe in order to order items. So maybe you come up to it with a wrench, and you go in there and you boop, 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 configure things. I didn't realize that you had a remote orderer. So let's say we're, like, way over here, and we need something that doesn't have an EMC value. Like, let's say... And it would have to be something that's stored in the network. So let's say we needed bronze, right? Well... Okay, I'm confused. Let's see. Let's read up on this. Has a remote pipe. Lets you manually request items remotely. Can pull from any item source. It has that in caps, like an item source is like something that exists. Let's see. Source. Water pump pipe. Outputs a small amount of water if placed over a water source block. Useful, but not what I'm looking for here. See, I kind of assumed it would pull from anything that had a... You're a bad example. Anything that had a quicksort module, right? Because the quicksort module is what allows items to be extracted to places where they're needed. So I kind of thought if I clicked on here and said, hey, I need iron requests, but like, is something supposed to pop up here? Craft, supply, both. Pop up. Request items. Refresh. It's definitely hooked up to the system. So... Oh, and then the reason you have the ender pouch is because, like, let's say you're over here, and you request items using this, that'll get dropped into that chest, and then you can open this up, and that's the same inventory. It's going to work. I just have to figure out how it's going to work. Interesting. Wait, what is this? Item translocator. From translocators. That's nothing at all what we're supposed to be looking at here. It's just a translocator. Liquid and item translocators. What? How does that work? Also, a diamond nugget. What do these do? What is it? Adding both of these as to our list of things to craft in the future and figure out, because I've not seen those before. That's a bit odd, isn't it? I don't know what to do. I'm at a loss. It's definitely turned on. Maybe it's the placement for some reason. Maybe we need to hook it up like closer to a place where a lot of... Oh, you know what? I got an idea. What if we hooked it up down here where all of these advanced alloys are? So what if we just go ahead and plop this thing down right there? Immediately doesn't like that, and I can see why. Maybe hooking it up back here ought to work just fine. Yeah, there we go. And then we will hook up our ender chest. I can guarantee you, Brandon is watching this and is immediately like, I can't believe he can't figure it out. I thought I made it so clear. I can't. I didn't think I'd need to give him more information than this. I am beside myself right now that he can't figure this out. You feel like the items would be here, but they're not. Why aren't they? And in case you were wondering, I can't right-click it, and I can't click on it with a wrench in any way, other than to, like, possibly break it. I do see the green, and then I do see the red. But I think that's fine, because you see that over here as well. I don't know why it is kind of connected to the ground there. I think that it just places, like, little supports, right? To make the pipes look more realistic. Because it does that here on the lights as well. I've noticed this and never commented on it. I think it's kind of cool, but I do also like the aesthetic of just like a floating pipe, as you see here from Buildcraft. If I can get out from underneath my glass ceiling here. But that's not the point. The point is, how do I make you, how do I make you work? What have we got here? Okay, I'm on the FTB wiki. It's an outdated version, I can tell just by the recipe. But let's see, the remote order logistics pipe allows you to access the network wirelessly in conjunction with a remote orderer. We have one of those. It's fantastic. Wish it would work. When the item is ordered with the remote orderer, the request item will go to the pipe, where it will be placed in an adjacent inventory or on the ground. This in conjunction with ender storage, chests. That's what we're trying to do here. Once placed, right-click on the pipe with the remote orderer to link the order to it. Place an inventory like a chest right next to it now. When a request from the item remote orderer, when you request, the items will be put into the chest for use. All right, we're connected to the pipe. I feel like I feel like I might be dumb. You know what I mean? I wonder if it has something to do with the way that we've been doing this with quicksort modules. Maybe that's not the right module to use. Maybe it can't see these things in the network. But that doesn't make sense, because that's what all of these are using, and it's working just fine. You know, if you have a look inside of here, all we have is an item sync, and it's able to locate items on the network that it wants with the quicksort module. So why would the quicksort module be the wrong thing to use? I don't know. I can't figure it out. All right, I'm on the TEKKIT Lite wiki now. The GUI will show all items that can be ordered from connected chests or other inventories. Note that you can only order items from chests that are connected to a provider logistics pipe or auto-crafting tables that have a set recipe and are connected to the crafting. Okay, all right, well, we've learned something new here. We've learned something new. We've learned about a provider logistics pipe, which I'm opening in a new inventory. The provider logistics pipe is... Should we go ahead and look that up? Let's see. Probably should spell it right. Provider. There it is. It's going to be one of these two. Fluid provider, regular provider. Attached to an inventory, sends 16 items into a network on request, ignores suppliers on the same block. So, is that different than what we're doing here? I think this will send a whole stack of items upon request, so I don't know. At least I think that's how the quicksort module works. I could be wrong. But that seems like it's just like you don't even need to add anything to it. Oh, let me keep reading. Let me keep reading. It's attached to it. It will extract the items. The provider logistics pipe MK2 extracts items 16 at a time. Why 16 at a time? Also, didn't I just read that? Is that what this says? What does this say? There is no MK2. There's only the one. I guess they got rid of the lower one in newer versions. So, when right-clicked with a Buildcraft wrench, a GUI will be brought up with the Items to Provide section, an Include-Exclude button, and a Switch button. Items to Provide. Place items here, which the provider logistics pipe should be allowed to pull out of an adjacent inventory if requested. Leaving this empty allows all the items to be pulled out. I mean, that's fine. We'll do that. Include-Exclude. Yep, gotcha. Switch allows you to cycle through 5 modes for additional configuration options for ignoring items. And note, setting the mode leave 1 item per stack in combination with a polymorphic item sync module in a logistics chassis connected to the same inventory creates an easy way to configure which items will be stored in this chest. Is recommended if you have a limited amount of resources for logistic pipes and want to store many different items, 9+ in small quantities, less than 1 stack in one inventory. There's a lot to read here that I'm not going to read any further. I guess the first thing we need to do is we need to build another remote. So we've got that. And we need to come over here, toss that bad boy in there. And now we've got to find... First off, someone did comment about crafting pipes. And I suppose I should look that comment up next, too. Just to make sure that we cover all of our bases here. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. You can use logistics crafting table for instant crafting. But, like, logistics crafting table, is that just the crafting logistics pipe? I guess we should go ahead and just compile it, even if we're not going to go ahead and get that right now. See, I feel like so much of what we are learning today is going to have a fundamental impact on how we configure the rest of the assembly line. And it's going to actually possibly change so much. Folks, we might have to go back and redo a lot of the work we've already done if we really want to get this system set up as efficiently as possible. That's kind of what I'm learning here. And then also, what am I looking for right now? A provider logistics pipe. Oh, apparently I've already done that. I don't remember ever doing that. I probably did it as part of that time early in the series where I just had not a gosh darn clue what I was doing and just sort of trying things desperately. We're going to need to store this one up on the wall too here when we're done. Go take that bag out there and let's see what goes into this bad boy. Can I go ahead and make one? Provider logistics pipes. Let's make like 5 of them again. That tends to be what we go for. And, I mean, the one issue I have here with the way that this is currently configured... That was odd. Did you... What? Oh, interesting. Okay. No, I see what's happening now. I figured it out. I'm not as confused as I once was. What was I in the middle of saying? I've already forgotten. Oh, yeah. One thing that I have an issue with here is that this, using the logistics chassis, means that we can both insert items into these chests and extract them. But for these, that's not necessary. That's not necessary at all. It's only necessary down here, where, oh, it looked like some items just came back up the line. I wonder why. I don't have an explanation for that. Unless they're just getting sent out somewhere that's not capable of receiving them for some reason. Yeah, they're coming back. See, that means that something's not right out there, and I'll need to go address that. But one place that this would work just fine is up here, where they're only being extracted. Now, right now, we have it set up with 2 quicksort modules. So this could actually negatively impact the speed with which this operates. But because I don't know where else is going to be a good place to test this, we're going to try them here. So we'll plop that down there. And then I don't know what I need to do. I right-click on it, switch. We definitely want to just leave that as normal. And then apparently if we don't configure it in any way at all, it'll just extract everything out of here. But it kind of doesn't look like anything is being extracted out of here at all at the moment. So it's almost like it's not working. But if we get this back out, and we right-click on it. Oh, look, diamonds! Diamonds, everyone. So if I select diamonds, and I say I want 10 diamonds, and I hit request, successful. Was it? Did they get sucked out? Gosh darn it, we weren't able to see. Let's do it again. I guess I should probably select them and then hit request. Yeah! Okay, I saw it happen. There they go. So, I mean, it'll take a while. Oh, look, there's 10 diamonds. And now we just wait. We just wait like a hot minute here. We wait patiently. Any second now. 11 diamonds. So what happened, just to make sure everyone's aware, because I'm sure you're all tracking, but just in case you're not, that's okay. I'm not sure if I would be tracking either in this situation, because it's gotten very messy. What we have here is this is the remote order pipe that can order anything from the network so long as it's connected with a provider logistics pipe, okay? That's important is what we've learned. Then we have the remote orderer that we sync by right-clicking it onto there, and that can be used to order things. It'll automatically drop them onto the ground or onto a connected inventory. In this case, it's the ender chest that's connected, so when we order things, they go into the ender chest, but because that's connected via quantum mechanics to an ender pouch, we can access its inventory from anywhere in the world, so anything that's connected to the network using the provider logistics pipe can be ordered and extracted on the go. And then what we could do is we could have another chest that feeds back into the network and have another pouch with another ender chest where we just dump all the things, where if we order like a bunch of things that we don't need, we can then return the ones like when we're done with whatever we're doing, using another ender chest into like dump chest that just kind of sorts everything back out to where it was going or where it should be. The issue I see with that is, of course, we'd need 2 pipes connected to the inventory because we have that, sure, but if we want to feed items back in, we'll need a separate pipe on the other side with like an item sync to accept those items back in. Or, I mean, everything gets piped out somewhere else eventually, so it could just be, like this chest down here, eventually everything I throw in it will probably be extracted to somewhere else, except for these items, but that's a bad example. I don't know how long they've been in there. There we go. This is cool, and I like it, except for the fact that I've yet to see it pull items out for... And that's the thing. We know that it works now with an order pipe, but what about something like where we need diamonds, say, right over... Where do we need diamonds? Do we need diamonds right here? This is starting to run out of diamonds. And it's not being restocked. Because this works using the quicksort modules. But there was that other type of pipe. So this is the provider pipe. And in that other comment I was reading, give me a moment here. Maybe we need a supplier pipe. Maybe that's what we need. Hold on. Provider, supplier. And passive supplier and active supplier. I wonder what the difference is. So, well, hold on. There's actual pipes as well. Automatically fills a chest or machine. Can get items from any item source. Ignores providers on the same block. And then there's also one for fluid and one for, well, container supplier. Whatever. Look, what we need to focus on right here. Active item requester. Automatically fills a chest or machine. Can get items from any item source. Ignores providers in the same... See, what I wonder about is, can this be configured to use multiple or request multiple different items? That's going to be what matters at the end of the day more than anything else. So what I'm doing right now, and you can't see this happening, you just have to trust me. I've got a wiki open here, and I'm going to type in the supplier logistics pipe. And I didn't spell logistic correct. There we go. And according to this, the supplier logistics pipe can actively request items from a network to keep specified items in adjacent inventory stocked. It also serves for routing purposes. There is an items to keep stocked section. Partial requests, no. What does that do? The default setting, no, causes the supplier logistics pipe to only send a request if it can be fulfilled completely by the network. Setting to yet causes the pipes to request partial amounts if the full amount isn't available. So we'd want to keep that on. Items to keep stocked. Place items in here to specify the desired type and amount. Oh, which the pipe should try to keep in stock in the adjacent inventory. So we could specify the exact amount that we want stocked in here. If we didn't want this to be stocked with this much redstone, presumably, we could configure it to not be stocked with that much redstone. But then also, there's a crafting one. That's the thing. There's a pipe that automatically crafts. So do we even need these? For right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and take this back out. And I will replace it with the MK3 chassis and the 2 quicksort modules. And that'll keep everything stocked up and running. This raises a lot of questions, though. And boy, doesn't this all look small? There was a time... not that many episodes ago where what we had accomplished felt huge. Like, we had done so much and come so far, but in light of the factory, and what's happening to it, and the growth and the expansion, it's just such a tiny little piece of this otherwise massive undertaking. And here's kind of where I'm sitting on it right now. I think we're going to let all that keep operating as it is. But I think as we move forward, I'd like to do a little bit more research into the crafting pipes, as well as the supplier and the request pipes, and, or I'm sorry, what are they called? Provider and supplier pipes and all of that. Possibly build some of those. And rework from the back forward all of our current systems. So we have everything that's currently being produced over there and over there, eventually moved up to these floors where they're using things like the gravity pipes and the golden pipes, and then eventually the providers and the suppliers, and then why is there diamonds on the ground? It's a mess. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. 53 of them to be exact. There's a lot to learn still, and there's a lot of progress to be made. That'll have to wait until next time. Until then, thank you folks for watching. Thank you for continuing to go on this journey with me. God bless each and every one of you, and I'll see you later. Goodbye! Howdy, folks! How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and look what I hath wrought with mine own hands! This is the Howdy Folks Tower. That's not the official name. That's just what we're going with right now. This is where we will manufacture weapons and manufacture medium voltage and high voltage and all kinds of solar panels. It's gonna be amazing, and it's not finished yet, but the foundations are laid, so to speak. The framing is finished. There's walls up. What I'm trying to say is that it is finished, but it's not finished, right? It's finished but not furnished, if you will. Although that's still not quite accurate. But we just wanted to, before we get into the meat and potatoes of today's episode, give you a bit of a look at the darn thing. So as you can see, we did do that design where on this side, every 3 floors, it tapers in. And then on this side, every 3 floors, it does not taper in. It takes so long to fly from one side to the other. But it stays completely flat and goes all the way up to the point where I almost think that this side looks a little bit silly because of how flat it is. But I've had some ideas that I'm going to run past you real fast. You can already see down here I was doing a little bit of experimentation. I had the idea of using polished andesite for this part that juts out. So having this section here, all of this be polished andesite, so you have this like stark white marble and then this dark andesite. And then we're still going to have a bit of a bulbous growth on the outside here, which is going to house all kinds of things. That's going to be where we route all of our power, all of our item pipes, as well as all of our teleporters, so that we can teleport around. And then maybe also a ladder, because in the event that for some reason we can't fly, we need to get our way to the top, then we're going to need that. But speaking of the top, it is now all the way at the build limit. And I gotta say, I didn't intend for this to be perfect. It just worked out to be perfect. Each of these floors is 6 blocks of air, and this top floor just happened to go right to the build limit, and it was perfect with the tapering right there and everything. Welcome to the executive suite, where occasionally, for some reason, we lose the marble in these stairs, and I don't know why. It might be because we're so close to the build limit, but for some reason, the marble keeps just, like, hopping out of these stairs, and I don't know why, and I don't know how to make it stop. I have to come back up here, and I can manually put these back in there. As you can see, it's complaining about the build height. See, look, I did it. See what I mean? It's just, it's very odd. Very odd what we're dealing with up here. We might have to come up with a solution outside of using the stairs. See, so, like, watch this. Okay? Yeah, never mind then. Whatever, it doesn't matter. This is the executive suite here at the top, and I had played around with having this be a marble roof and a marble floor to kind of make the executive suite feel more, well, executive, more private. The issue I ran into was that blocked light, as one might expect, from reaching the lower floors, and I didn't want to block light from reaching the lower floors, because let me tell you, right now it seems pretty well lit in here. Oh, well, there we go. The whole game just kind of froze a little bit. But as soon as you put a marble ceiling on this thing, it gets so dark right down here in the factory. Like, right now it seems pretty well lit. But I gotta tell you, once that, even though it's way up there through many, many layers of semi-opaque flooring, once you actually put a marble roof up there, it was, like, oppressively dark in here. But this is the factory. This is what we've done. It's not finished, like I said. I still need to add the final finishing touches. I might change that over there to be andesite. I've still got to do these windows and figure out exactly what kind of pattern I want to go with. And then I need to add some sort of texturing to this flat wall, because it looks ridiculous. And something I thought about doing was, instead of having this be flat, while that side tapers in, have this side taper out. And then, I mean, at some point, it's going to start looking like Doofenshmirtz Evil Incorporated, and I'm aware of that. But, I mean, I'll address the problems as they arise, and we'll fix it as we go. But what are we doing today? It's a great question. First thing I'm doing is I'm going to try to blow my nose. Ah, there we go. Sorry, my allergies are very much triggered right now. I went outside today and replaced the rear brake pads on my car, which required that I be outside for more than, like 5 minutes. So that means that my allergies are just like, yeah, I'm suffering right now. But it's okay, life goes on, I'll find a way to survive. What matters right now is the tower and what we do with it. And of course, one of the first things we're going to do with it is we're going to go down here, not to this floor, but to this one right beneath this floor. And this, so every few floors you have a floor that's a little bit taller, just because of the tapering. So you go 1, 2, 3, you got a slightly taller floor. I figure on this floor, this is where we're going to do metal manufacturing. I don't know why. I kind of thought about not doing that here, because this floor has some extra space, maybe saving it for, like, proper manufacturing. Things where we'll need different devices, like, well, I don't know, do we need auto workbenches? In the last episode, we discussed the idea of having these, like, auto crafting. Well, first off, we have the suppliers, which we definitely do need. Providers, suppliers, but then also there are crafting pipes, I believe is what they're called. Is that it right there? Crafting logistics pipe. Crafts one item at a time, attaches to an automatic crafting table. Oh, wait, what? Well, that's confusing. Automatically crafts the item inside when requested. Can use a satellite pipe to send inputs elsewhere. Okay, maybe I don't entirely understand what that's telling me. Activate requester plus source. See, it's confusing, and that's why I don't want to engage with it. It hurts my brain, and it makes me feel confusion, so I don't really want to engage with it. But then you have all these, like crafting modules. What does that do? Does that just get used in the craft? No, that's like a different thing from this, whatever this is. I don't know. Like, is this just a module that will craft things inside of... I mean, I guess I could look up. Let's see. Minecraft crafting module logistics pipes. This is what we'll do. Used in conjunction with a machine to craft items automatically within the network if requested, and can also route items. What? But what does it mean? Whoa! Wait a minute. Okay, well, hold on. We're gonna hold on to this. I just read about something called the request. Well, maybe if I spelled it properly. Oh, I've lost the cursor now. Gosh dang it. Okay, what is this? Is this it? The request table. Get a load of this. I'm reading off of someone's Reddit post. It combines the functionality of a request pipe, a chest, and a crafting table. It's comparable to an ME crafting grid, and is an extremely useful block, which I do recommend you put in key locations at your base. In addition to being able to order items from sources, or starting auto-crafting jobs, you can also order necessary ingredients for crafting recipes with it. You can paste JEI recipes as ghost items into the crafting grid. Then you can use the various plus buttons to order the necessary ingredients once, 10 times, or 64 times respectively. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me with this item? We can just have this, pull up a recipe, hit the buttons, and it'll pull the items in, provided everything has a requester pipe, which not everything currently has a requester pipe, but everything should, at some point, have a requester pipe. We're going to have to, like, redo everything so that it all has a requester pipe. That's what I'm starting to learn here. Okay, you know what? That's all very complicated, and we'll need to do more research. For now, it is time to move the manufacturing of things like, well, pretty much all of the metals. So, kind of everything on this wall here. Everything from bronze, tin, gold, silver, that's actually gold, that's nothing, iron. Anything that's an ingot that can be, like, mass manufactured is going to be mass manufactured. I guess not on this floor, because I've talked myself out of that, but instead on this floor. I don't really know how we're going to lay it all out, but gosh darn it, we're going to figure it out. And one of the important things we need to look at for this, because I've already decided this is how we're going to do things, is we need to look at furnaces. Dark matter and red matter. I don't know if we've ever built either of these, but they're both pretty cool. And yeah, they're both very expensive, but you know what? We can afford it, because we have 161,000 EMC. Or actually, hold on, no we don't. We have 161 million EMC, and you know what? We could have more. We could absolutely have more. If we fly up here and just have a look inside of this here container, you'll see that we actually do have 53,000 diamonds. So if I just wanted to go ahead and grab some extra diamonds, you know, and pump them into here. It feels like I filled up my inventory. Why is it not filled up anymore? What happened there? That was odd, wasn't it? Did I imagine seeing diamonds all in here? What's going on? That's concerning. Am I... So here's the thing. There's one of two options and neither of them are good. Either the game is broken, or I'm losing it. And neither of those are ideal. Also, we need to get all the diamonds out of here. I keep forgetting about this. We need to come back here and check this out periodically. Make sure we continue to fetch all of the diamonds from in here. Not the iron dust, though. I don't need that. That's not what I need in my life. What I need is diamonds. Yeah, look at that. 200 million. Beautiful. Well, I guess we'll go ahead and make one each of these. They do both have an EMC value, and you'll need the dark matter furnace to get the red matter furnace anyway. But dark matter blocks, oh, well, looky there. There's some, so I think we needed 8 of those. And then on top of that, we'll need 3 of these. These are the big, bad, expensive ones here. And then we'll also need your regular old bog standard furnace. And you know what? Let's have some fun. Let's make it from scratch. We're going to get ourselves 8 pieces of cobblestone. There's absolutely no reason to do this from scratch. I just kind of felt like it. Now, you know how the furnace works, right? You've all used a furnace. You put coal in it. You put an item in there. It cooks it. There you go. You've got your cooked item. Dark matter furnace is a little bit different here. If we just go ahead and say we wanted to cook up, I don't know, some regular old cobblestone, not sure why you'd want to do that, but let's just say, for the sake of things, you wanted to do that. Oh my gosh, nothing's happening. Well, clearly I need to put some sort of fuel source in here, don't I? Well, yeah, you know what? I suppose you might be tempted to go ahead and just grab a little bit of coal, and then go back over here, toss that in there, and yeah, look, it works, and oh my gosh, it's fast, isn't it? Look at that. But what if I told you there was a better way? What if I told you just grab yourself one of these bad boys, slap that on there? Whoa! How is that working? Yeah, this thing can run off of EMC, and you can get EMC through just a regular old energy collector. Now that's an MK3 there. You know, we could slap down another one if we wanted to. I don't feel like we need to. It's not like we're running out of fuel, although that is staying lit more consistently now. As you can see, it is rather fast. It is rather fast. You know what? Let me actually pull up the information about it here. So as always, I've got a wiki that is very out of date, and some of this information might be wrong. Because for some reason, there's no, like, modern Project E wiki. Let me just look that up. Hold on. Just wait a second. Project E wiki. There is. Again, though, it is also outdated. Yeah, alright. I'm on the Project E GitHub page. We've been here before. A lot of the information is outdated for some reason. But here we are. And let's see if I can find the furnaces. Well, it actually has entries for these, which is more than I can say about a lot of it. So you managed to force dark matter into a wrapper around a furnace. The resulting energy greatly boosts the speed of the furnace. It smelts about 2 items per second. Ores are magically refined to produce 2 ingots. Wait, I didn't know that. Hold on a minute. Well, I mean, you know what? I don't think I can get an ore from here. So, I mean, I got crushed aluminum ore, I guess. But that's just like, that's already crushed. So that's only going to give us one of these no matter what. I need like a regular old bog standard. What have I got in here? I've got... I mean, I could just pick any of these. I don't know why I'm looking for something in particular. I'm curious if it would work with uranium ore. Maybe get some tin ore. Why not? I mean, look, it doesn't matter. We're not going to actually... I believe the wiki. I believe the wiki. I don't know why I'm like... it only gave me 1. And I won't even take the uranium. So... Wait just a second. Hold on. Let's get some aluminum. I was told on the wiki it would give me 2. I've been lied to. I've been misled. I've been deceived. It definitely doesn't smelt 2 items per second, but that might be a modification for this mod pack, because in this mod pack, we have things like the macerator over here. That would explain why that would be disabled. Also, are you seeing all those, like, phantom items popping around every so often? I feel like we're cursed or something. Are we seeing ghosts? What's happening? Or is the world breaking from the sheer might and majesty of our large tower? Who can say? When given the chance, the machine will take EMC from nearby collectors and relays, as well as Klein stars in the fuel slot. So yeah, you could put a Klein star here if you wanted to put a Klein star there for whatever reason. Do that. Oh geez, I shouldn't have done. I mean, I wanted to demonstrate, but with the circuit plate, really, who wants that? Now I just have those, and I'm stuck with them, and I can't really do anything with them. Get rid of the stone. Get rid of all that. Cool. Well, there's that. It's pretty neat. I like it. You know what we can do, though? What we can do is we can add redstone. So wrapping red matter blocks partially around the dark matter furnace seem to further boost the speed. This smelts 6.5 operations per second. That's stupidly quick. Oh, and also, this thing is a bit of a pain to break. I should note, I don't think you can break these with regular picks. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that if you want to break dark matter, you need a dark matter tool. And if you want to break the red matter furnace, you gotta have a red matter tool. And even then, as you can see, it's a bit of a process, so I'm not actually going to fully break it. But I am curious to see the speed. So, once more, we'll get some cobblestone here. Got a few stacks of this stuff, you know, why not? We can spare it. I think you can, like, stack it up there. Yeah, and it'll automatically feed it in as needed, which is great. So you have this... It is fast, isn't it? It's very fast. It's very, very quick. And once you just stick an energy collector on it, I mean, we don't need them to be that fast. So honestly, with like one energy collector, yeah, it looks like we're doing just fine. So we had a little bit of a slowdown there, but for the most part, it looks like it's definitely maintaining operation. Again, it could have, like, we can't see it, but it could have an invisible amount of built-in EMC storage. And during times when it wasn't operating, it could have been storing the energy from these, and it's still burning through it, and that's why it's not slowed down with just one. I don't know. I don't care. As you can see, this is probably going to be our best bet for the types of things that we need to have cooked up. Now, we don't probably need the red matter furnace. The red matter furnace is cool. It's very expensive, and sure, we can afford it, but we can also afford, I mean, half the price for a dark matter furnace, and that's probably all we actually need. I think we'll probably stick with that. So how are we going to use these, though? Great question. I love so much that you're here and you're asking the important questions. You know, I kind of thought the tower would be taller. When I first started building it, I was like, 256 is pretty high up there. It's not that high up there. Also, its shape reminds me of the Fib from outer space when it grows, like, all the way and tries to eat... I mean, spoiler alert, I guess, for Larry Boy and the Fib from outer space. But it tries to eat Larry and Junior. He's actually, like, sucking on Larry. He's got Larry, like, fully in his mouth. Remember when he just, like, grows a little bit, and Junior's like, you got legs? And he's like, that may be true. But I will always be your little Fib. That was terrifying as a child. Hated that. Didn't like that at all. Alright, let's see what we've got in terms of ingots. This is the collection of ingots we have that we can manufacture with EMC. So this is the collection of ingots that we're going to have being manufactured up here. We're going to go ahead and grab all of these. But this is not all of the ingots in the game, and it's not even all the ingots that we actually need. This is just the ones that we can get with EMC. For example, you'll notice that refined iron's not up here and brass is not up here. Both of those, I mean, we'll have to come down here and type an ingot. And as you can see, there's more options. Bronze ingot, refined ingot. I don't know if we need to manufacture uranium ingots. Mixed metal ingot. Are we going to do that up here? Are we going to do that down there somewhere? Redstone enriched uranium ingot. I mean, it could be fun. It really does come down to, I mean, blaze enriched uranium ingot. Do we actually need every type of ingot manufactured? That's the question. Brass ones? Probably don't need those, but should we make them? It feels like we should. They've got an EMC value. Did I already add those up here, though? Yeah, I did. Yeah, that's fine. So anything with an EMC value, we're pretty much going to ignore for manufacturing. But then there are some things, like, are we going to need red alloy ingots? What about electrolyte ingots? Oh, you can get the iron compound as an EMC and then just smelt it. Well, that's probably the route we would take then. But why do we need these? You know what? Let's not worry about it for right now. Let's go ahead and just flesh this out a little bit. We'll leave plenty of room. I think the plan was originally to go long ways, but we don't need to go long ways. We can go the short ways here and just have a bank for... Here's the thing. We don't need to manufacture all of these in large quantities. Some of these we can manufacture in just like small amounts. And for those... I'm gonna have to think about this. I'm gonna have to give this a good think and figure out what the exact layout needs to be here. Set these aside for now, and I'm going to go ahead and build the first solar flower. And I gotta try to figure out where exactly I'm gonna build it. I need some like disposable materials. How about just we'll do wool. That's not how you spell wool. I feel like we were close though. Get a stack of wool. It works pretty well as a placeholder. And so if we go there. This goes here. That's enough to have that, and then that. Yeah, it'll be touching the ceiling, but that's okay. I don't really mind that all that much. Okay. Clear these all away. There we go. I like that. It keeps it from touching the walls. Yes, it's touching the ceiling above, but at least we can get underneath it if we need to, and we might well need to. And I guess this will be where we start with iron, maybe? let's see how quickly it can manufacture iron. Now, obviously, it's got a lot of stored up EMC, so we're not really getting a good representation of how quickly it can manufacture iron, and we're not going to until right now. That's our pace. So let's see, 1 Mississippi. What was that, about 4? And the time it took me to say that? That's pretty decent. We might not need a whole lot of these. I think we've already kind of beat what we had being manufactured down there. And remember, a lot of where our iron is going right now is into creating refined iron. Specifically, where is that being done at? Refined iron, I think, is being done right here. Yeah, that's where most of the iron goes. And that's not going to be done down here anymore. We're going to have a whole separate thing manufacturing iron to be turned into refined iron. And remember, the refined iron is basically just almost 100% going to... Well, no, actually, refined iron goes to a lot of places. I was going to say it's mostly going to manufacturing those large refined iron like blocks here, the machine blocks. But that's not true. You know, refined iron goes to a lot of different places. I'm having trouble finding one right now, but I'm sure it does. Oh, it's a machine block. I mean, I'm sure it gets used in a lot of different things. It gets used right here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, hear me out. Okay, just listen to me here for a second. I want to just express a thought that I've had. The relay on the top here, the antimatter relay on the top, this one right here, provides 10 bonus EMC, as opposed to these, which produce 40. So, do we really need it? And would it not make more sense to just take it out and move that whole thing up and get us a little bit more headspace? A little bit more room to work beneath it? Because I kind of feel like we should do that. I kind of feel like that makes more sense. Yeah, see, that's way more compact. We get the extra space on top. And then what if, again, possibly controversial, we got rid of this, you know? What if we just got rid of that one, and then we had this here like that? And then we could, like, really start to pack these things in very close to one another. You don't have to like this idea. You don't even have to think it's a good idea. I'm just saying, I mean, sure, that means each of these loses 40, and then with the loss of that top one, 50 per tick, but, I mean, they fit in so much tighter, you can have more of them. I think this is the best move, and I'm not going to try to convince you. If you disagree, that's fine. You know what? You're right that we are taking a hit, and that if we really wanted to maximize performance, we wouldn't do this. But if we want to maximize space, I will stand by this being a great idea. Alright, well, I'm back. I paused the recording, I took an allergy pill, and then I did this. And I kind of used wool here. Ignore the fact that it's McDonald's colors. That's not a decision. I just had red wool already, and then I grabbed yellow wool, because that's what popped up when I typed wool. There's nothing like intentional about this decision. But what I realized is we could have banks of 3 together, like this, in this sort of compressed fashion. Kind of looks like a weird, spiky pill. Like you tried to swallow that, and it gets stuck halfway down your esophagus, and then you die, and you try to sue Big Pharma, but you can't win against Big Pharma, because everyone in government's, like, you know, in Big Pharma's back pocket at this point. Because even if they're not donating heavily to your political campaigns, they've at least hinted at the fact that, you know, you're not going to be in government forever. Maybe you'd like a seat on a board of directors at a Big Pharma someday. Not that that's a bribe or anything, just saying you definitely have the qualifications, and then you're like, I'm just a little senator and or local representative from Iowa. I don't know about working for Big Pharma and making billions. I don't. Maybe I'll do things that benefit you. Anyway, don't swallow pills that look like this. They're probably not good for you. Here's what we've done. You can do a bank of 3, have a nice gap of 1 in between, because remember, once this is assembled, there will be a capper on it, so there's basically just 1 space in between. And then we've got the same thing we've got as downstairs. We've got gravity, transport pipes, plugs, gold pipes, iron transport pipes, all going into here. And oh my gosh, look at all that iron ingot. Isn't that crazy? Now, things are going to be a little bit different when we get to this next bank here, because I reckon that this is where we're going to end up manufacturing the refined iron, so it's going to be almost exactly like this. The difference is going to be there's going to be dark matter furnaces automatically cooking the iron, and I think we can do dark matter furnaces. I'll have to get the whole thing assembled and see, because, I mean, as you can tell here, it's pretty consistent, the speed with which iron is being produced. And I don't know. I think a dark matter furnace can keep up with that, but I guess I'll have to throw it together and we'll have to see. All right, so I've got all of these set up, and boy, are we running low on EMC. I actually had to go get what was left of the diamonds out of the chest in the house, and I haven't needed to tap into those diamonds yet, although if I ever need to, there is so much EMC stored away in there. It's fine. It's going to be fine. We're going to be fine. We're going to get by this. We have a basement full of EMC that I never go check on, that we just know is down there and is fine. So we have the gravity pipes here, and I ran out of plugs. I had to go make some more, and I made a lot of plugs. Let me tell you. What I think we should do, what I'm trying to figure out is, do I want to do that and then have our dark matter furnace and then have another... Well, you can't have a gravity pipe underneath that, because underneath that needs to be an iron pipe. And I had to make some more of those as well. So I guess we'll have to go gravity pipe. See, it's a good thing I decided to move all of this up one. Otherwise, we'd be in a real pickle. If I left that one on the top there, we would have effectively the gravity pipe going into the dark matter furnace. But then we wouldn't be able to fit another gravity pipe onto the bottom of this. We'd have to come up with some other solution. And no other solution would be as good. Am I out of gravity pipes? Did I run out of those too? I think I did. It looks like I did. I thought I made more, though. You know what? I did make more. I know that I made more. Did I leave them? I bet I know exactly what I did with them. See, I unpaused the recording, or I guess resumed would be the correct term, and I was like, all right, let's get this set up. Let's show everybody. I'm all ready. I think I got everything here that I needed, but no, I didn't, because I clearly left. They're not in here. Yeah, they are. They're there. They do kind of at a distance resemble the cobblestone structure pipes. You can see how I might have ended up just shift-clicking them in there, not paying the most attention in the world. Will I just cut all of this? No. If I hadn't posed the question to myself, I probably would have, and just resumed from right here and been like, hey, all right, so here's what we've got here, everybody. We've got the gravity pipe feeding into the dark matter furnace, feeding into another gravity pipe, feeding into an iron transport pipe, and then there will be gold to either side of that, and we just need to make sure that we get it configured correctly so that items can flow into and then out the direction we need them to go. And I think we'll probably end up setting this up same as this one here. So we've got the black hole unit underneath the final energy collector, so we'll do the same, and we'll have them all adjusted. Yeah, I guess we'll have them all adjusted to the left, right? That makes sense to me. Keep them all kind of consistent. And I guess now what we need to do, though, and this is going to be a little bit of a trick, we have to make sure that this is powered. So we're going to have to add at least one energy condenser to it. I'm going to tuck it away in the back so that it's hidden. I like that. I think that's good. I'll go ahead and preemptively do that on all of these. And I've not configured this one with iron yet because, oh, by the way, we've got 24,000 iron now. That's nuts. The reason is I didn't want to do it before the pipes were set up because I didn't want to end up with a horrible mess, which is what would have happened. That's what I kind of experienced when I was setting up the iron pipes, because I already had the iron being produced. So once I started the process of trying to hook everything in, it just went all over the place and it got messy. So I'm trying to avoid that this time by having all of the pipes in place before we actually start producing the iron. So we're going to go ahead and place that down there. Perfect. And then inside of here, we're going to place a single iron. So what's going to happen is those will get manufactured, automatically get dumped down into here, where they will automatically start being cooked up. Now, right now, it kind of looks like the dark matter furnace can't keep up, and that could be because it's not keeping up. But that could also be just because there's so much pent-up EMC, and once all that's spent, it's going to slow down a little bit to be more like this. But even then, I feel like that's probably not fast enough. So I think this is starting to fill up. We might actually have to go red matter furnace. So let's just preemptively, before iron starts going all over the place, can we even afford one? If we throw all of that in there, can we get a red matter furnace? How expensive is one? I've already forgotten. That's it. There's one right there. Goodness gracious, they are quite expensive, aren't they? Is this going to just start spewing them all over the place? Oh, it kind of doesn't look like it is. Oh, that's why. Okay. Break that. Place it with the red one as quick as we can. And then we do have a bit of a mess here. I don't think I can get that back in there. Maybe I can. Can I shift-click these? No, you can't shift-click these in here. There's nothing you can do about that. All right, then. In that case, we'll just go ahead and transfer all of this. Oh, wait a minute. No, there's like plenty of room in here, right? Why are you not running? Oh, you don't have fuel. Oh, gosh. I accidentally broke the thing powering it on the back as well. Okay, hold on. I gotta pick that up. There we go. Silly me. Silly, silly, foolish me. How fast are you now? Are you fast enough to keep up? Oh, it's still filling up faster than it can burn through them. What? Are you kidding me? Again, you know what we need to keep in mind here is that it will slow down eventually. I didn't think that this was a problem we were going to run into, and now they're just blasting out the top here. Oh, goodness me. You know what? We need the EMC anyway. We need the EMC anyway, so... Oh, it's still coming out up here, isn't it? So that's a result of the having nowhere to go and then going back up and then being just pushed through. Okay. No, we gotta do something about this. This is not sustainable. I can't just stay up there all day. What if we give it a speed boost? I don't know if providing it with more power will actually make it run any faster. Because it kind of looks like it's maintaining power and running as fast as it can. Oh, well, wait a minute. Well, now it's actually burning through them, but did that... Oh, it's because that happened. Okay. So, if I break this one, will it continue to... Yeah, there we go. We just kind of needed to get through that disaster period. We just needed to do that and get it to a point where it was no longer going to have this massive backlog of EMC to burn through. And now we should be pretty good. So we'll go ahead and toss all that back into here. And that didn't give me nearly as much EMC as I hoped it would. But again, there's no need to panic. We're doing fine. We're going to be able to get all this set up. But there we are. So that's good. Pop that on there. That is good. The gravity pipes are keeping up with it, which I appreciate. We're already almost at 1,000 of these. Goodness. Okay, now I just need to make like several more. But with the cost of the red matter furnace, goodness. Goodness, we're going to have to tap into the diamond supply. The very large. And you know what? We might take some of the lessons we've learned up here, making these, to create down here. I just want to remind everyone that the difference between those, because those look so much smaller, the difference is they've taken the top off, and that alone makes them look so much smaller, just taking that top off. We've taken that top off, we've moved them together, and we've eliminated these on the side. That's it. These look so much bigger, but the difference is about 50, I think it is exactly 50 EMC per tick, because this produces 40, and the relay on the top, that relay right underneath here that does nothing other than connect this to there, which we could do without that relay, provides an additional 10. So you're only looking at a reduction of 50 50 EMC per tick, but the advantage is you can pack so many more in. So this is, I think, definitely a better approach than what we're currently doing down here. So if you just really want to ramp up diamond production to obscene levels, this is going to be the approach. And we have 55,000 diamonds, so I'm just going to grab some diamonds in here and toss those all. Yeah, look at that. Wonderful. Already back up almost to 10 mil. What is this slot here? Oh, that was my offhand. I didn't realize it would equip things into my offhand. That is wacky. How do I get that back out of there? Do I need to do one of these? There we go. I think I could have also just hit F. But this is probably what the rest of my day is going to look like. I don't know about the rest of you, but just setting these up. You can kind of see the idea. For those that can be directly manufactured, we'll directly manufacture them. For those that need to be cooked up, we'll cook them up. And then I wanted to throw out there that we might do something different. You kind of see here I've reorganized these up on this top row in order of how much EMC is required. So these here, these two, are the same as iron. So we'll probably go ahead and manufacture them in the same way, you know, dedicated of 3 of these in a row. For things that require less, we might use less. I haven't decided yet. We might do like a bank of 2 instead of a bank of 3. For things that require more, we might do a bigger bank. You know, maybe not a bank of 6, even though that would be exactly double, 256 to 512, but maybe a bank of 4, and then we get into things like nickel, gold, like that. Oof, I don't know. Maybe. I'll have to figure it all out, because we don't need those as often right now. But what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to get to a place where whatever I want to automate in the future, I'm not going to have to come back here and rework the back end again. I want to have excess. I want to have an excess of everything so it's all just good to go. That's where I'm trying to get right now with all of this. And, I mean, gosh darn it, it's going to be a process, but I'd like to get there. One thing I haven't considered is what are we going to do when these fill up? Because black hole units will eventually fill up, and there's no way to stop all this back here from running. But let's see. Black hole storage unit will hold. Remember, it's a big number. 2,147,483,647. So we're a ways off. So I'm not going to worry about it. It's a problem for later. It's like pouring nuclear waste into a big hole you found. Big hole's going to fill up eventually, but not right now. All right, so here's where we are, everyone. I am low on EMC. I'm not completely empty, but I'm low. But, you know, we do still have that entire bank back there set up, and then using wool, this time gray and red, because I thought that would be like a nice change of pace. I've kind of specced out where I'm going to want everything else. So starting with this next row here, this row is going to be 4 banks of 4 because the items are a little bit higher value. This ends up being silver, and that is 512. But at the same time, even though it's double the amount of EMC, the current need and projected future need for silver is very low. So I can't imagine needing a lot of silver moving forward. Same with lead, whatever this is. I think that's Invar. This is, goodness gracious, as if I know, it's nickel. I don't even know why we've built that in the past. I can't remember ever needing it. Here's the biggest one we've done so far. This is a buy 5. It's going to make gold. A buy 3. Right now, what we have in there is the bronze dust, but bronze dust is actually going to be what ends up getting manufactured inside of the solar flowers, or the power flowers, if you're so inclined. And then there will be red matter furnaces, basically same setup as over there. This one has nothing in it, but that's just because I've run out of EMC-able ingots that I've currently manufactured, and I'm sure that there's some up here that, you know, we could do the red alloy. We could do red iron compound and stick it in there if we wanted to do that and have that be here. I don't know why we would need that. And then finally we got these two. These are quite low. You've got this one here, which is aluminum, which we're never going to need, but we've got, and then I think this is brass. Yeah. Don't need them, but might as well manufacture them. And we might need them in the future. I've even thought about shrinking this further and having each of these be a buy 1. I don't know just yet. I could also leave room, like there's so much space. I could separate all these out and have each one be at the start of a row with the potential. And I kind of wish I'd done that all the way back now. I could reshuffle this, so I might. What am I talking about? I absolutely will. I mean, it's going to be a bit of a pain to move all of this because it's already currently operational, but why not have each of these be on a single row? And then that way, if it turns out we need more in the future, we can just expand to fill the floor. That makes so much more sense than what I've just done here. That makes way more sense. So obviously that means taking all of these that are currently operational down and moving them over. So that's going to be a bit of a pain in the neck, but I can do it. It won't be that bad. I'll get it done. Move all of these, and we're definitely going to fill up this floor now. If we're going to have them all in a row, we might even take up the next floor, and that's okay. We've got so much room. We might as well build everything in such a way that instead of making it as compact as possible, like what we did with the assembly line down there, that's just silly. We're not hurting for space. We'll just have each one be an entire row. And we'll start each one with maybe 1 or 2 banks. You know, these up here that we know we need. We know we need iron. We know we need refined iron. We'll have those be 3 banks. But yeah, that's such a better idea. I'm not going to do it right now, though, because I've been at this for a little over an hour and a half. And here's the thing. I don't know how long this video will end up being. But I'm trying to figure out how to structure episodes moving forward. Because I feel like the next many hours in TEKKIT are going to be dedicated to the factory. And they're going to be dedicated to reorganizing things and kind of treading old ground. You know, we've already done all this sort of automation down there. All I'm doing up here is it again, but wider, more spread out, kind of more more aware of the fact that in the future we might need to expand. So I'd love to hear your feedback. Episodes like this, are they enjoyable? Did you like watching this? Would you like to see more episodes of me kind of figuring all this out, or should I do all this off camera and not make another video for possibly another week or two when I've actually got something substantial to talk about? This used to be what I would do for channel member episodes, where it was like, hey, I'm just going to shuffle some things around. We're not really going to do anything new or interesting, and that would be what I'd do for the channel members. I might end up doing that again, or maybe even some live streams for the channel members, and just kind of have episodes like this where I'm fumbling around, go out to them. I will say that the longer I'm in Minecraft, the laggier it gets. I noticed this when I was building the tower. I had a marathon, like 5-hour build session, and by the end of it, it was like a chop. And I had to sign out and sign back in, and everything was kind of working okay again. I don't know what that's all about, but just something to be aware of. But I think this is where we'll call it for today. Like I said, I'm going to now begin the process of undoing these horrible mistakes I've made of manufacturing all of these in the way that I did. Just kind of reshuffle them. I'm going to have to wait until I've got enough EMC built up to manufacture the rest of those. Although, I mean, we've got 56,000 diamonds. I could just come down here and do that. And, I mean, boom, look at that. We're already up quite a bit of EMC. To 15 million, and we've still got 55,000 diamonds. So, I mean, why stop there? If I really need to, I can also come down here and be like, you know what? I mean, it's not as high a value, but we do have 49,000 iron, and that's like 16,000 a stack. That's basically useless. But there's so much of it, it's not going to be used for anything else right now. I could just come over here and pilfer it. Don't even get me started on the volume of... There we go. So that finally cleared out. That took forever. We're at 84,000 copper ingots. The reason I decided, even though copper is half the value in terms of EMC of iron, I hooked it up to a by 3 manufacturer because we just use so much of it for things like copper cables and the like. So definitely going to come in handy. 8,000 a stack. I can come over here and sip on this. You know, I'm not going to be making a lot of headway, but I can come sip on it. It's fine. Hey, well, comment down below what you think I ought to do. And until next time, thank you folks for watching. God bless you, and I'll see you later. Bye! Howdy folks, how are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome back to our TEKKIT 2 Let's Play Adventure, where we just wrapped up. Well, I mean, not at this exact moment, a couple days ago now, but we did complete our TEKKIT 2 replay live stream, which went pretty well, I gotta say. Not too many issues. I thought I was gonna lose power at one point, but I didn't, and the stream went all the way through, start to finish, without issue, which I'm incredibly grateful for, feeling very blessed today. And thank you to everyone who tuned in, to Lucas Kits for sticking it out, I think the longest out of everyone. At one point, Lucas Kits was watching 2 different streams, because I was streaming some Final Fantasy 16 to the channel members who actually finished that game. That was a lot of fun. And that was happening concurrently, and he had them both open like a madman. He's crazy. It's appreciated, though. It's very much appreciated. And I hope that all of you folks enjoyed the TEKKIT 2 stream. We might be doing an encore on the Howdy Folks gaming channel, since I already have everything set up for it. And I think there's still a lot of people who don't know that this channel exists. I still get comments on this channel from folks from the Howdy Folks gaming channel saying, I didn't know you still did Let's Plays. I've never heard of this channel. And it's like, yeah, maybe I need to make that a little bit more clear to folks. So we might be doing an encore over there. But today, you know what, folks? We need to start working on clearing out a lot of the mess down here. We no longer need this wall. This wall no longer needs to exist because we're well, I mean, I guess tell you what, we are still manufacturing all of our redstone and all of our coal blocks here, but we can get rid of this, and then this was never anything, was it? No, well, I mean, it was kind of something, but it was a useless something is what it was, so we can get rid of all those. We still need to move the production of redstone and coal blocks up there somewhere, and then we need to move all the things in that wall also up there somewhere. That's all something we can deal with here in a moment, but then I don't know what we're going to do with all of these. We might move all manufacturing, except for final assembly, up there. And then, of course, we have the issue of we need to actually run all of the cables and all of the pipes and everything up here, which means that I need to actually go ahead and build the wart on the side of this thing. The growth, if you will, the building tumor that's going to house all of the pipe transportation up and down and all of that. That's something I need to get around to here eventually. But today, we're not doing any of that. All of that just to say we're not doing any of it because there's some other issues I want to address first, and that is what happens when these fill up. I mean, it's going to be a while before any of them fill up, if ever. When you consider how much these can store, it's probably never going to happen. But it is something to take into consideration, because while it may never happen there, I mean, you have something like let's say glass. You know, over here we have something that's manufacturing glass. Glass is 1 EMC per tick. That's feasible. That could happen. I don't even know if we're going to be able to extract glass fast enough with those pipes. It'll be an experiment. We'll have to find out. But what happens when we can't? What happens when we run out of space? Is what I'm trying to get at here. I've got a solution for that. I also have a solution for our logistics pipes. Remember, we tried to use the, let's see, I think it's right over here, the supplier, the provider pipe, one of these two. And what we found was that while it worked for summoning items, it didn't work for extracting items quickly the way we needed to. Well, I had a revelation. We don't have to use the provider logistics pipe. They make a provider module that can be placed inside of the logistics chassis MK3, which, as some of you may recall, already has a free spot open. Yes, it does have 3 spots, 2 of which are taken up with quicksort modules, 1 of which is empty. So we just add that in there, and I think that'll work the way I want it to. And if that's the case, that's the way we're going to do things moving forward. Maybe not always with an MK chassis number 3, we could do it with a 2, but having your provider module added in there so that we can not just extract items for crafting, but summon them at a moment's notice. Why is this still here? I thought I got rid of this. I still need to fill in these windows. There's a lot to do. It's like in every construction project, after, you know, you get down to the end, but you're not actually at the end because you realize, okay, yeah, there's a building in place, but the electrician's still not come to do it. He's come by 3 times now, the electrician. He came by once to just see what we wanted. He came by a second time because he wanted to measure things. He came by a third time because he just wanted to check a couple of extra things. He said he'll come back tomorrow, but when he comes back tomorrow, he's not going to have what he needs. He's just checking to see what he needs. It's going to take at least 3 months to actually get the electrical ran. When he does it, it'll take him 2 hours. In and out. It'll be nice, quick, and easy. It'll be grumpy the whole time. But gosh darn it, he's got to come by 48 times. The truth is, he's just forgetting, God bless him. So, you know, it's like that, and then the installation's not... It's the same at the end of every construction project. You kind of get the bones installed, you get the skin on it, and you're like, well, we'll get to the organs eventually. That's a weird way of describing constructing a building, but here we are, and there's no coming back from it. We've, like, locked in on this analogy. For the pipes, what I was looking at is a couple of different things. One, we do have the void transport pipe. This is handy, because any item that passes through here will automatically be... What is this? Oh, crafting module, right. Any item that passes through here will immediately be deleted, sent to the void. It no longer exists, which is an option for deleting things. However, there's another. The closed transport pipe, instead of dropping items, stores items in its internal inventory. Once the inventory is full, though, it will void them. So this is an option for dealing with excess as well. Look, it even uses a void pipe. So I figured that's 2 things we might do today. We would try to build that there module and see if it works the way that I'm thinking it's going to work. And then also, we'll go ahead and build that... Oh. Okay. There's more crabs down there now than there's ever been. Oh my gosh, there's so many crabs. It's out of control. I don't even go down there anymore because there's too many crabs and they're getting all over the place and they kind of scare me a little bit. What do we need to build? We need to build a void pipe first, which is going to be a piece of glass, an ink sac, and a redstone. So I suppose we'll start there with our ink sac, our redstone. Oh, that's the... You gotta have this thing selected before you start typing, as well as our glass. And then to further evolve that into the advanced, the closed, the additional... I did not sleep long enough last night. What we need is an iron gear. Fortunately, I have a ton of stone gears, and then getting iron is as easy as properly typing the word iron into here, and then selecting 4 of them. See, it's that simple. It really is. So we're going to place this here, surround it with these, iron gear, And then I wonder if this is shapeless. I'm assuming no. I'm assuming it has to be done correctly. Yeah, that'll get us 8 void pipes, although remember, we only need 1 closed transport pipe. At least for right now, at least for experimentation. The one thing I'm unsure about with this is whether or not we need to place it sort of in line with the other pipes. Like, do the items need to pass through it, or does it need to be sort of at the end? You know what? I tell you what. We've got so many ingots being manufactured over here. I don't really care if we lose a few while experimenting. So, I suppose we'll stick it here. And here come the pipes. There we go. Oh shoot! Hold on. Yeah, no, that's going to cause all kinds of problems. There we go. So they are passing through just fine, and there's none being stored inside. And the help is completely useless. So my understanding is, once this is full, this will just start holding the items until all of these slots are full, and then, and only then, it'll start deleting items. Now, this is a terrible way to test, because we're going to be standing here for probably real-life years, waiting on that to fill up. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to get an oak chest. I'm going to break this. Oh, I mean, well, there we go, first off. That's going to fill that up pretty quickly. I guess we could just wait for that to happen, couldn't we? And in fact, what we could do is we could place this back down. We could speed this whole process up a little bit by grabbing like a few stacks and just tossing them in there. And any second now, it'll be full. And it's deleting them. Awesome! Okay, so it works. And then as soon as we put this back, it will open that pipe up and start transferring them back out. Now, of course, it's not going to transfer them out of the storage area, for obvious reasons, because there's nothing extracting them from there. But yeah, that's perfect. That'll be ideal. So what I have to do now is build a bunch of these, and replace all of these gold pipes right at the end with these pipes. And that'll work swimmingly. Did we lose some up there? Yeah, I thought we would. The reason we're doing this is so if I'm not paying attention and one of these things starts to overflow, instead of spewing billions and billions of pieces of, like, let's say glass or furnaces onto the ground. I'm trying to think specifically items with lower EMC values that could actually conceivably fill one of these black hole units up. Instead of it spewing all over the ground and bringing the world to a crawl, you know, a 3 FPS crawl while I try to make my way over here to fix it, and they'll just get voided. I would prefer that. If this is full, I don't care if we start losing excess items. Because at that point, we don't need that many items. You know what I'm saying? We're fine. Might as well let that happen. So that's great. That is the closed transport pipe, and I'm pleased with it. Let's go ahead and make some more. So we need, right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That one has one. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. I guess I could have done 7 times 2, that, and then minus... Yeah, okay. Well... Look, best laid plans of mice and morons, am I right? So far, swapping these out has been really, really easy. You just break it, place it down, right-click this twice, you get in a good rhythm. One thing that has been happening, though, and it's kind of unavoidable, not just spillage into my inventory, but a little bit of spillage up above. Okay, then, alright, let's not freak out. Okay, well, that wasn't as bad as I thought. I assumed there would be a ton of ingots up here for me to achieve. Or retrieve, even. I'm not trying to achieve anything. I've got no goals I'm trying to fulfill. I just want to keep things clean and tidy. There we are. I think all of these have an EMC value. Nope, nope, of course not. There are 3 that don't. That's why they have to have furnaces. Naturally, I knew that already. One thing that we can do, though, is we can just walk around and manually put them back where they go. That's not even something I need to say. You would already know that. You know that to be true. It's not even worth commenting on. That's just a regular old bog standard fact. Alright, there we go. So these are all now prepared to never overflow, which is wonderful. That is a load off my mind. It is a weight off my shoulders. It is a small sore off my lower back. You know the kind I'm talking about. Like when you're in the car for 16 hours and you finally arrive at your destination and you get out and you go to bed and you wake up the next morning, you're like, I can't wait to go to Disney World. And then you realize there's like this weird knot on your back and, ooh, it hurts really bad. It's from sitting for 16 hours in a car. And uncomfortable seats and your shirt and there's friction. And, oh, it's the worst. But it's not ready to pop yet. Until it pops, it's not going to stop hurting, but it's not ready yet. You're going to have to wait. It's going to, like, every time you sit down, it's like, ow. It's the... Road trips are fun, though. Like, even in spite of that, you still had a good time. You got your picture taken with Mickey Mouse. It was all a good time. Next up, we're going to build... we're going to go ahead and try building the provider module, which just requires the provider module. Okay, so it's different. It is actually different, I think. That's the provider logistics pipe. We specifically need one for the module, which is a little bit annoying, but we'll go ahead and get a fresh logistics programmer. We will toss that in here, and then I've got to scroll through and see if I can find the gosh darn thing that we're looking for here. Oh, there it is. I must have just zoomed past it. So first we compile it, and then we flash it. I'm going to have this process memorized by the end of this series. Now, when does this series end? As soon as I have this process memorized. That could be next week. It could be in 2045. We'll just have to, gosh darn, wait and see, I suppose. We got everything we need for that bad boy? Give me just one for now. Let me go make sure this is going to work the way that I want this to work. Not even the way that I think it works. Let me just verify the way even I've been forgotten, I'd been made a long time ago. I don't know why that's the song I go to anytime I start, like, just stuttering up a storm. So, we have our two quicksort modules, and those will continue to work as quicksort modules. We have the provider module, which by default should just work exactly the way you would want it to. So, we do have our whole thing still set up down there. Everything's still set up exactly the way it was. So, presumably, if I can locate the wireless orderer, which should be somewhere inside of here, right in front of me. In fact, the likelihood that I'm staring directly at it is pretty high right now. It's entirely possible that it's just not in here, but I feel like it probably is, and I just don't see it. Remote orderer. Can I just double-click this and type in remote? Okay, what is that? That is a remote ordering logistics pipe. Okay, maybe it's not called the remote orderer. Maybe it's called, like, the order? See, it is definitely called the remote orderer. Where is it? Why have I lost it? Why have I misplaced the remote orderer? Get rid of these transport pipes. Why do I still have this in my inventory? Get rid of that. I don't need that. Where did I put it? Where is it gone? It's not inside of here. There's diamonds inside of there. We should probably get those out, though. That's going to mess up the experiment. What about the bag? There's the... Wait! It's right there! Wait! Wait, hold on! What? Are you kidding me? I type in remote. It doesn't get out of there. Unbelievable. Absolutely. It's unacceptable is what it is. Okay. So, theoretically... Hey, look at that! It's exactly how it works. That's wonderful. So just to clarify, because I've done a terrible job of explaining what we've done here so far, we wanted... I gotta take a nap. Don't stay up till 2 in the morning fidgeting with computers trying to get them to work properly. You're not gonna figure it out at 2 in the morning. You're gonna wake up the next day and at 9 a.m. do one thing and it's gonna work perfectly, and you're gonna question why you didn't just go to sleep and try it with a fresh mind. And then you're gonna try to record Minecraft, and it's gonna be like this, and that's not good, so don't do it. This is my advice to you from your grandpuff, okay? Logistics Chassis MK3. This is a special boy. It has 3 upgrade slots, which is handy because in order to keep up with things in the past, we've needed 2 quicksort modules, but we've always had a space free. Now, in the past, we tried to replace this with a provider logistics pipe, which would allow us to use the remote orderer, all set up in a previous video. Refer to that previous video for more information. And yes, the issue there is that then we don't have the Logistics Chassis MK3 to extract things to other objects that have, like, item sinks, which is what we need. So you could use 2 pipes, or you can just use the module, which does the exact same thing as the dedicated pipe, but fits into your chassis here and allows you to use both on a single connection. How was that? I got through it. Did everyone understand that? Was everything good? You see, what we've accomplished here now is something that we can carry on up here. We can hook up to each of these, and I don't think we'll need... We might. I was going to say, we might not need MK3s on these, but we might actually need MK3s on these if we still need double the quicksort. Or, I'm unsure. It's probably also possible for us to use provider modules in conjunction with the supplier, or maybe the request... I can't remember. A supplier module sounds right. Automatically fills a chest or machine, can get items from any item source, ignores providers on the same network. See, so what we could probably do is get a bunch of these suppliers I don't know what ignores providers on the same block means, but we could probably get a bunch of these suppliers and use them in place of the item sinks and everything. And then we wouldn't need the MK chassis. We'd be able to get everything working with just the providers and suppliers. But you know what? Let's not rock the boat. We've got a good system that's working the way it's working, and I see no reason to try to change it now. So that's going to be what we do next. We're going to hook all of these up with MK3 chassis. I've made that decision. That's what we're doing. So here's what I did. I went ahead and made 14 MK3s, but I already had 14 quicksort modules, and I decided to not double them up right at the beginning because we might not need 2 of them on each of these. But again, the idea is going to be that each of these will be loaded out exactly the same, and it might be easier to place them first and then go back through and put the items in afterward. By which I mean that'll be faster. Instead of constantly pausing in between each placement, I can just do it like this, and then we will have a provider and a quicksort, provider and a quicksort, provider and a quicksort. You get the idea. And that'll be the last of them. And then if we need to, there's still space to add an additional quicksort. Some of them might need an additional one, some of them might not. This way we are prepared I don't know why I am the way that I am. 64 unrouted transportation pipes. I honestly should have slept longer. Alright, now we'll connect them all together, even though there's literally no reason to do that, because there is nowhere for these pipes to go, and there will not be any place for these pipes to go up and until I build the large wart out of the side of the building, which is what I've got scheduled next to do. Sometimes I think about the fact that, you know, they say, hey, any video you make could be someone's first video, so you've got to put, you know, an equal amount of effort and attention to detail and dedication into everything you make, because you never want to make a stinker and then that be someone's very first video they watch and that's their impression of you until they die, and then, you know, I make a video like this where I am sleep deprived and feel like I need a nap, and it's a stinker. It's a stinker. I hate this. I hate what's happening right here, and in fact I hate it so much that I think I'm going to do this instead. Oh no, I don't want that. Does that... Oh no, that... First off, that works. That is surprising. That I don't know what to do with. I don't know how to feel about this at all. I know that I don't want that to ever happen again, though. That's the one thing I am sure of. I don't know where that object is going. Come back here, you. Get out of there. I never want that to be a thing that happens again. That was shocking. That was surprising. I'm conflicted about it. I don't know what to think about what I just witnessed. I don't think you do either. Don't pretend otherwise. Okay, that's fine then, what's happening here. We're just going to live with that. That's just going to be the way that it is, and that's okay. I'm assuming I could probably put some plugs over here, and it would prevent that from happening, and then we could have it go at a nice sharp angle. And in fact, why not go ahead and just do that? It's not even a matter of theorizing. I know that'll be the case. I've never done it before, but it's like... You know certain things, right? Like, I've never dipped my head into a bowl of Coca-Cola and tried to breathe. But I already know without trying that it wouldn't work, that I would start to drown. Why do I know that? Because I know how fluid and lungs work. I don't need to have experimented with trying to breathe Coca-Cola to know that it is not going to work and is a bad idea. What is happening here? There we go. That was very odd, wasn't it? Now, for some reason, it's doing this, and I hate this, just visually. Look, why are they red? They shouldn't be trying to connect. This is not what I anticipated. I was correct when I said they wouldn't connect, but this, though? Why this, though? I'm furious. I'm actually angry. That means we're kind of stuck doing this nonsense. And also, can I get those pipe plugs back off of there? Kind of doesn't look like it. Can I, like, very gently... Oh, you son of a gun. That's it. If I don't want them on there, I just have to manually break them and then try to rush to put everything back together before stuff goes spewing out all over the place. We'll deal with this. This will just be the way that it is. I'm going to accept it. I keep saying that that'll be the way that it is, and it's fine, but I'm finally going to actually accept it. Alright, folks, well, it might seem like not much has happened here today, but my concern is that if I keep going, it's only going to get worse. So I think I probably need to stop now while I'm ahead. And I'm not ahead, I'm behind, but I'm only going to get further behind. I'm going to get lapped if I don't go ahead and stop now. So let's just do a quick recap of what we've learned here today. And so what we have learned applies to our lives today. God has a lot to say in His I'm reverting to VeggieTales. It's never a good sign when you revert to VeggieTales. Here's the situation. We have learned that by combining the module, the provider module, you can use both your quick syncs and your summonings, and that's fantastic. That'll work. That'll be great. We've learned that. We've learned that we can use the closed transport pipes to prevent items from, you know, if the black hole units fill up, they'll get spewed all over the floor and bring the game down to a crawl and then eventually crash, and we don't want that, so we fixed that as well. And we've also learned that plugs don't work. I mean, they do keep the unrouted transport pipes from connecting, but gosh darn it, they still really want to connect for some arbitrary reason. That's it. Thank you folks for watching. God bless you, and I'll see you later. Goodbye. Howdy, folks. How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome back to TEKKIT 2. Welcome back to another channel member exclusive episode. It's been a long time since we did one of these, but we picked up a ton of new channel members, 4 to be exact, over the course of the big live stream that we did, the big TEKKIT 2 restream, replay. I can't remember what I called it. I think it was replay. Big shout out to the Worder. Welcome back. We got Mark Sun, who's new, Lamek, that's new, and L, that is new, or they are new. They all of these individuals, I mean, they're not new to the world. They've been here for some time now, but they're new as channel members, so welcome. And today, we're going to build a large wart onto the side of this building. It's just going to protrude out the side slightly, and that's going to be where we run our pipes up and down and everything. And I haven't exactly decided how this is going to work. Haven't decided a lot of the details. I don't know if we're going to go with andesite for the wart, or if we're going to switch back to marble and have this bit here almost be kind of like it's a sandwich, like a reverse Oreo, where it's got like the creamy white on the outside and the Oreo crunchy cookie in the middle. That could be fun and different. Let's do that! I've made that decision just now. That is not what I was going to do. I was going to go the other direction with it. I was going to have it be all andesite on the outside here for the large wart protruding from the side. And I've changed my mind. We're going with this instead. And of course, we need to determine how big it's going to be. And I feel like the place we should do that from is actually from the top. We need to go back up to the executive suite. And oh boy, is it a journey. I am going as fast as I can up right now. I am trying my darndest to get up here in a reasonable pace. It's just a long journey. There we are. Okay, so this is the widest it can be, and I don't want it to be as wide as up here. What if we did... Well, first off, let's figure out what our center is, and I'm pretty sure our center is, like, in this general area here. So if we go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3... And then we'll do the same over here. 3, 1, 2, 3. That puts, this is our center right here. That is dead center, right? Did I do my math correctly? I think I did. Just looking at it right now, it definitely looks like I did not. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I did. I got it right, but I didn't get it right the way that I thought I was. I'm not sure what I did. I honestly don't understand sometimes how I managed to do things. It seems convoluted at times. I don't know. In any case, this is our center right here, and that's what we need to remember. So how wide do we want the wart to be? It's got to be wide enough for a few teleporters, as well as it needs to be wide enough for some pipes. Probably just 1 pipe, maybe some electrical, so 2 pipes. Depending on what type of electrical, maybe 3. This is probably wide enough right here. That's probably the width that we're going to be looking for, and I think that'll be just fine. We could probably go a little bit wider, and it would be okay. We could make it the entire width of the executive suite, if we wanted to. That would be interesting, because, I mean, as narrow as that seems, or as wide as that seems up here, the further down you go, the more narrow it'll be, because it gets wider closer to the base. That would be an interesting choice, and it would probably make the top of the building look quite interesting. Do we want to do that? We might want to do that. I can't decide. Or we could have it go in the same amount as this here. Actually, that's probably the move. So what does this do? It ends in a 1, 2, and then it goes in 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2. So we're not going to make this any wider, I don't think. Are we? Are we going to? Well, if we went from here and we went in 1, so we'd go 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2. That sort of a design. The difference being that at the end you don't have this double here. But I don't know if that's entirely necessary anyway. That would require that we extend the side of the building out by one in that direction all the way down. And I don't think that there's any actual benefit to that. I don't think anything would be gained. It also seems like an awful lot of effort and an awful lot of work for something that is just entirely unnecessary. Nothing to be gained by that. Just nothing to be gained by that. This, though, this is something. This is something we can work with. So that's more or less what we're thinking about right there. It's going to look something like that. And then what I can do is I can get my... It's not going to be in there. It's going to be inside of here. We can get the Mercurial Eye out, which we do have 2 of. That's the wrong button. This is the one that's set up for marble. And then we can have this one extend up 1. You know? There we go. Get it maxed out. There we go. And then, if this is what we're going to decide on, we could have it go all the way down. The question is, are we going to have windows in it? Because this all has windows. I feel like I'm going to have to transfer the windows over. This is much larger than I anticipated this being. And I feel like without windows, it'll look silly. So I think we should probably put... Oh, you know what we can do now is we can also have the stairs continue around to the outside. Maybe. In some fashion. We'll figure that out as we go. If I build it now, like this, it won't have windows. So I think I have to add the windows now. You know what? To heck with it. Let's go. Oh, Shrek off! That's so unfortunate. We had such a good run going. Alright, there we go. Everything's cleaned up. Now we can continue. And I suppose it might be a good idea to now... Well, I'll tell you what. Let's wait till we get all the way to the bottom. Boy, this is a tall building. Like, my gosh! I had no idea! This is taking an absolute age! Okay, am I at the... I'm not even at the ground yet! I thought I was at the ground because I kind of paused for a second. And I assumed that meant I had touched down. We're gonna have to poke a hole in the floor here. There we go. Do we actually want this to go down into the ground as well? Because I've thought about... And this is the first time I'm ever saying this. But I thought about extending the building all the way to bedrock. So it actually goes into the foundations of the earth as well. Okay, yeah, so it does narrow it down towards the bottom. This is sort of, I mean, look, I don't know what I had in mind when I started this, because, in case you haven't noticed, with most things that I build, there is no clear picture in my mind when I start. It's just kind of a vague idea, and then whatever happens is what we have. I like it, though. I like it, yeah. I like it plenty. It's plenty good. I have to do something about the roof there. And of course we'll need to integrate windows because it's kind of solid. How does it look from the inside? We could technically just like keep going if we wanted to just keep making this building look more awkwardly wide. That would be an idea. Let's see how it looks from the inside. Oh jeez, completely miss our target. Yeah, so now obviously we can no longer see. What we'll have to do is begin the process. I wish I had thought about this before I finished the tower, so I could have actually, you know, had all these ideas sort of integrated into the design. But I didn't, and now we're kind of working backwards, and that's just the way that it's going to be, and that's fine. There we go. Maybe replace that there with some andesite, or I could replace it with marble. I don't mind one way or the other. I'm just wondering what would look better here, andesite or marble. This feels much less like constructing a building so far, and much more like chiseling out a statue, where at first I built a giant rock, and now I'm cutting away at the parts I don't need to make this work of art that I've constructed. We can replace all of this with marble, and that can be the floor, and then we don't actually need to put anything right here. That can just be empty, and that's okay. We'll have to adjust maybe the lights here. This is the only floor with lighting, so we'll have to come up with some unique way to deal with that. But for the windows, let's see. Here we go, so that'll be 8 windows across, looks like, yeah. So I guess I don't really need this thing here on the center anymore, since we kind of went with a different idea for the design, so I can start clearing all of these away. And then I can start working on sculpting the ceiling. to sort of integrate this all a wee bit better. Just a little wee bit better. Okay, well, I suppose that in all actuality that does need to have something there, because otherwise there's nowhere to set this, right? Like, that just looks kind of weird if that's just sort of hovering in the air like that from the inside. So we've got to pick which color we want to go with here. I'll tell you what, let's mock up 2 different sides. We'll do this side with andesite, okay? And then we'll mock up this side with the marble. Right? So standing here versus standing here. Ooh. Ooh. I sort of feel like it needs to be marble, but also I'm almost wondering if we might not ought to have this out here be marble. Right? Oh. Maybe we should. Oh, that's... See, now, hold on a minute. That's a look right there. That is a look right there. Okay, hold on. If we lower down to here... See, but then what if... It's going to get rid of this little window here, but... How does that look? Yeah, I don't know. It's hard, isn't it? This is a hard choice to make. I think that's the move. I think that might very well be the move right there. And so then we can do away with this section inside of here. This is no longer necessary. Just get rid of it entirely. Because now the transitional stair will be right out here. Yeah. Okay. All right. This might be the move. This might be what we end up doing. Side without the extra line there, right? Like, that's what that looks like. Side with the extra line. See, the one thing I don't like, though, is here, you can see that little sliver of gray. Oh, but maybe I don't like seeing it. This is why it takes me so long to build things. I overthink these. We're doing this. This is what we're doing. Okay, so here it is, top to bottom, with the lines on the sides. And I think that it looks okay. It's kind of hard to tell. The sun is setting. But I think this is definitely the look that we want to go with. I'm feeling it, at the very least. It's kind of odd now, looking at it, how that bit down there is a slightly off color compared to that bit. I feel like we're just building a very odd tower. We're building a very strange tower. It's what we're building. And it kind of bothers me that this side doesn't have a large... What it appears to... It's starting to shape up like a bit of a wing, isn't it? Look at it. That's what it's just starting to appear as. And part of me even thought, like, wouldn't it be funnier if, for every floor, it also jutted out a little bit extra to one side, to where this whole thing was kind of like going off at an angle like that. That would be a choice now, wouldn't it? And I decided, no. It's unnecessary and it provides us with no benefit, so we're not going to do that. But maybe if we build another tower, maybe then we will. We'll have to wait and see, won't we? But now I'm going to start the process of very slowly adding in all of the windows. Heaven help me. Okay, so... I came so close to actually starting to do this, and then I realized, actually, you know what? I want these inset. I want to double on every side. And then I begin to think, hey, you know what? I kind of like the way this is framed. What if, and this is a big what if, what if we replaced all the marble in the middle, once again, with andesite? I know what you're thinking. Wow, Reese, that would take a lot of work. And you're right, but, like, look at this, okay? Get a good look at this. Okay, now look at this, right? Like, that's... That's something. That is... That, I mean, it's certainly something, isn't it? I don't think I like it. Compared to that kind of looks blander, but I don't know. Maybe once we do the whole thing, it'll look better. Okay. So here we've got what it looks like with windows. Not too shabby. I like it. I haven't flown out like really far away. Oh my gosh, the mini-map though. Look at the mini-map go! Do we need a mini-map? How do you get rid of that thing? It's entirely useless. There's no reason for it. There we go. We don't need a mini-map. We've never needed... Oh, dear lord, why are there okay, mistakes were made. Coordinates off. There we go. There we are. That's way better. That's so much better. We've never needed a mini-map. We're not getting lost over here, are we? Look at that. I like that. I think that's looking a lot better. I do think it would look better if it were mirrored on the other side, you know, but it's too late for that now. If we do anything on this other side, it'll be different. I wanted it to be asymmetrical. That's the whole purpose in the design, was to force myself to do something asymmetrical, because I struggle with that in this game, and I've done it, and this is it, and I think it looks good. Now, the real issue here, the one that we all need to go ahead and address, is the fact that if we go inside, it's not finished on literally any floor. There's just a massive gap. Not even a gap, there's a wall. We gotta fix this now, because it's kind of just like this hollow thing on the side. Alright, well, you know, an hour later, I think I basically got it all figured out. It's not 100% perfect, but it's pretty dang good, you know? If you have a look at the walls here, for the most part, it turned out okay. You know, the floor just extends right into this little divot here, and everything's nice and clean, and it's kind of the same all the way up and down. Everything's pretty much okay. It's only when we get down here to the little bulbous bit where it comes back in on itself. That's where things got a little bit complicated. So kind of starting right around in here, I wasn't quite sure what to do. Again, you get this situation where this just looks a little bit messy, but that's fine. We ignore that. We carry on with our lives. Life goes on. We find a way. Down here, though, for some reason on this floor, there's this path along the outside, and none of the other floors have this. And I was like, well, that's odd. So I decided to go ahead and replace it with lights, and I'm probably going to do that all the way around, at least with the maple planks. I don't know if I'll get rid of the stairs all the way around, but definitely we will have lights, and I'm thinking about doing that on every floor, having lights, maybe even different colored lights for different floors. Comment and let me know what you think about that. Boy, the frame rate's bad right now. I want you to know that's not the game capture. That's just the game itself. It's just low right now. I mean, what is our current frame rate? Let's see. About 20 FPS. About 19, 20 FPS, 12 even at times. It wasn't this bad a second ago, but it is this bad right now. I don't know why, but let's just carry on. You know what? I bet with a quick relog. Just see how it is after we log back in here. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's much better. I don't know if it's quite 60. 59, 60, 57, 60. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Sometimes you just have to relog. I'm not entirely sure why. The underside of it's a little bit of a mess. You know, we'll figure this out. Maybe we have the stairs come around and go underneath there. We'll work on it. It'll be fine. For the most part, I mean, it's done, though. We got it done. We at the end of the day, all other things being said, we now have a little wart on the side that we wanted to run all of our cables and teleporters through. There it is. It's quite lovely. It's quite lovely. It looks good, I think. I think that that bottom bit needs to be replaced with andesite, like the top bit here. So it looks like it kind of ducks all the way down. I think it looks good. I think it's functional. And I think that the way we're going to end up probably sort of setting it up here is we will have... I don't know about the teleporters anymore, because there's a lot of floors, and I don't need that many teleporters. And honestly, flying between them is not all that difficult. Maybe an up and down teleporter. So if you're standing here, you know, boop, that takes you down. Or if you want to go up a floor, boop. That could get a little bit difficult to manage. I'm unsure. We'll see. I don't know. I wish that it just had the elevator mod, where you stand in one place and you jump. Can I add that? Would you folks be... comment down below, let me know if you'd be upset if I started adding mods. Because I would just add that, and that would make it all so much easier. I could just hop between floors. And that would be infinitely more ideal. The elevator... I mean, the teleporter still has its place for getting from, like, maybe the top floor into the actual house down there. But then just adding elevators right in the middle that you hop to go up and shift to go down. I think I'm gonna do it. Just if it would be very upsetting and ruin the whole Let's Play for you, comment down below and let me know. But otherwise, we might do that. And then when it comes to things like pipes and cables and all of that, we'll just have them kind of tucked away behind the individual pillars. So I reckon that the first place we will do that with is right here, where we've already got items. So if we take our unrouted transport pipe, we can route it along the floor here, and then have it tuck away maybe to right there, and then just go down from there. Again, I'm not really the biggest fan of all these corners. I don't know if they matter or make a difference. I don't like them, but if that's the way it's going to be, then so be it. So, boom, it goes there, and then that goes down, and then it also, you know, possibly goes up, which will necessitate replacing this with a different type of pipe. So we got our basic logistics pipe right there, and it's still going to be red because we don't have any power going to the system, but that'll be like that, and then maybe we will have glass fiber cables here, and then a different type of cable here, and then, you know, like I said, maybe the teleport, or not, maybe the elevators here, if I can get those installed and working. And then, of course, we might replace all of this along here with lamps of different variety, of different color. I'm not sure what color would go to what floor. Might have to just experiment with it a bit. But that's where we're at right now, folks. That's where we're at, so I guess we'll go ahead and call it here. Channel members, thank you so much for your continued support. Hope you enjoyed this little bonus. And we'll, of course, be showing this off in the next installment. Till then, thank you for watching. God bless you. And I'll see you later. Goodbye. Oh, howdy there, folks. How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome back to the TEKKIT 2 Let's Play Adventure Extravaganza, now featuring 100% more floating head. How fun is that? Well, I've been very impressed with the work that XJohn has done on this pack until now. It's a great mod pack, very faithful to the TEKKITs of old, even sometimes to my frustration. But I'm actually really impressed that it's continuing to be support. XJohn's rolled out version 1.2.2, which I do have the changelog for, but real quick, normally, I mean, this pack's over a year old now. Usually a pack is let to pasture by now, you know? They just kind of send it out there to graze away until it dies, a bloated and disgusting mess. I live in Texas. We have a lot of cattle, okay? That's the only point of reference I have. Normally you let well, okay, well, it depends on the type of cow. A dairy cow you might let out to pasture. Any cow that you... no, the cows generally get butchered. They don't get... Horses get it let out to pasture. No, none of that's relevant. None of that's relevant. I'm just impressed that over a year later, we're getting fixes that aren't just like, hey, sometimes the game's really broken, so we fixed one thing. It's like, no, there's some pretty substantial upgrades here. And in fact, we can have a look at them because I have them open right behind the game. So first off, added a fluid logging API, which backports the water logging ability and allows you to build neat-looking underwater pipes and many other things. Also added snow real magic, which adds snow logging features and other snow-related improvements. So that's all pretty cool. We might throw some pipes underwater and see how that looks. Added vintage fix, which improves the loading speed and RAM usage of the mod pack, alongside other minor fixes and improvements. Added Modern Splash, which features a new loading screen and includes a patch by developer Deserax that allows players using a supported GPU to use higher resolution resource packs. There's now a new 128x Sphax patch available that doesn't have any downscaled textures. Currently, only NVIDIA GPU Series 10 and newer offer increased maximum texture resolutions. Now, I did download this new patch, and it is specifically labeled with like an asterisk, and it says it's the new one for 10 series and newer GPUs only. I don't have an NVIDIA GPU. I have a AMD Radeon 7900 XTX. I haven't had any problems with it yet. I haven't noticed that maybe the resolutions aren't rendering at full resolution, or I'm sorry, the textures. I don't have any textures missing anywhere. I haven't spent a whole lot of time in the game yet, so something might be broken and I just haven't noticed yet. But I'm thinking that maybe when it says only NVIDIA GPU Series 10 and newer, maybe it's just saying that you need a card newer than that, not specifically an NVIDIA card newer than that. I could be wrong, though. We'll see if everything like starts melting here in a minute. But I'm taking the risk. I'm finding out. And if you have any feedback, or what is... like a gnat or something in the room with me. Disgusting. If you have any feedback on that you would like to share, maybe you've tested with other GPUs, and you want to let me know how it's working, please do. Sorry, continuing on. Also added, serialization is bad, patching a security vulnerability found in a few mods. Sledgehammer fixes various minor bugs. Advanced locator and config anytime. Don't know what those do. Removed foam fix, which is replaced by vintage fix. Removed setup timer, which is included in modern splash. Removed dupe fix project, which is now included in universal tweaks. Removed fast leaf decay, which is now included and improved in universal tweaks. Removed entity desync fix, which is now included and improved in universal tweaks. And removed born in a barn, which is included in forge. Don't know what any of that means. Updated 27 mods to their latest versions. Some of the updates contain particularly useful fixes, including a fix to the game not responding issue when joining a world or a server and the recipe dupe/crashes. So I've had a problem for the longest time where when I try to log into my Let's Play world after immediately opening the mod pack, it just will not load the world. And what I have to do is I have to create a brand new world and then sign out of that new world, and then I can log in to the current Let's Play world. If I try to do it without going through that rigmarole, it just never loads. It's just frozen on the screen. So, first thing I did when I fired up the game was I tested to see if I could go into the LP world without going through and making a new world and all that nonsense, and yeah, it worked. So, I suppose that's been fixed, or maybe I just got particularly fortunate. I can't say for sure. A few small configuration changes and improvements. The update is available to anyone manually, etc., etc., etc. You can read all this from Xjon. It's dark in the world now. Well, listen, thank you so very much for all the work you've been doing, Xjon. It is very much appreciated. The mod pack has been a lot of fun. I know I complain pretty often about the little things, not having EMC and whatnot, but I do actually appreciate all the work you've done. It's a really solid mod pack, and I'm having a ton of fun playing it. So thank you for continuing to work on it and continuing to keep it working. With that out of the way, though, I think I should go ahead and show you what I did with the channel members in the last installment, which was I added this growth to the side of the building. And the purpose for this growth is to, well, for one thing, make the building less symmetrical, because I decided that was a thing we were going to do for some reason. Although, now looking at it, I kind of feel like I need to duplicate that wing on this side, because it's bothering me that it's not there. I would love feedback on this. Please comment down below. Should I add that on this side and have it just be like that? Please let me know. Please tell me. I want to do it, but I feel like it's better having something be asymmetrical. I feel like it's important for me as a person to have this be asymmetrical, but I don't want it to be. Now, I haven't 100% landed on this being exactly the way it's going to stay on this side, because I have considered bringing these stairs around and trying to do something with that. Not sure what exactly. I just think right now the way it ends is a little bit rough. I suppose what we could do, if we wanted to, is we could have this be at... Yeah, I didn't clean up my inventory since last time, so it's still a little bit of a wreck. But if we wanted to, we could have... No, I'm sorry. That was a mistake. Please disregard that moment of poor judgment on my part. I will never commit such sin again. Also, can we go ahead and just, like, do one of these? Lovely. Much, much tidier. And we can throw both of these in here. Sort that. Lovely. But here it is. Here's the growth. Here's the wart. I did pick a different color. So we did go with the andesite. Oh, of course. Hold on. There we go. I installed the new version. Gotta hit 1 to activate Wayla. Yeah, as I was saying, we are using andesite, polished andesite, which I think has a pretty good contrast, while also complementing the marble. I experimented with some darker colors as well, but it was too high contrast. Didn't like that. The idea here is that this, well, originally, was going to be where we ran all of our pipes up and down, as well as had all of our teleporters. But kind of looking at it, there's too many floors to have one teleporter for each floor. There is a sort of master teleporter you can build, but as far as I can tell, you can only teleport from it, not back to it. If you know better than I on that, please let me know. But the original plan was that each floor would have a teleporter to the floor above it, the floor below it. That is still possible. I kind of speculated and spitballed some ideas with the channel members about having elevators, so just installing the mod that adds those basic little elevators you just jump on and you zoom to the floor above. But I kind of feel like we shouldn't do that, because that feels a little bit cheap, doesn't it? That feels like cheating almost, and I don't want to cheat. That ain't right. That's not what we're about around here, okay? So we're definitely not going to do that. Not that I'm opposed to adding mods, it's just something like that where very clearly the game intends you to use teleporters. I feel like I should just figure out a way to use teleporters and be happy about it. So I'm going to figure that out. I do have a pipe going through here, and it's red, even though it's a basic pipe, because it has no power, I think is the reason. Because otherwise, a basic pipe should be quite happy there. I'm not going to worry about that too much, though. That is going to be the case. We're going to have a pipe going all the way up and down to all the various different floors. So right now, this floor, of course, is continuing to serve all of our many... Oh my gosh, it's a little bit laggy on this floor. That's the problem with all of this. This is probably going to end up being an unpleasant place to be around with the sheer volume of items being created, and I'm a little bit concerned that even my computer, which, to be fair, I mean, it's a little outdated now, but not a lot. It's not a lot outdated. My CPU is a 5800X3D, which was at one point quite the powerhouse, let me tell you. I don't know. I think like a new CPU is going to fix that. I don't think a 13900K or a 7800X3D is going to be able to handle any of this much better. I think we're dealing with Java issues right now. Maybe I can crank the RAM of the pack up a bit more. It is using a whopping 50% at times. I mean, not right now, obviously. It kind of crawls up to 50% and then drops back down. So I don't know what that's all about. I feel like if we had opaque pipes in this pack that hid the items traveling through, and we weren't trying to, you know, visually represent all of them, that might help a little bit. But I have checked, and it doesn't appear as though opaque pipes are a thing. I've gone through the entirety of the pipe options, and I don't see them in here. One thing I've not looked at, and you'll notice everything I wanted to look at has been wiped, I guess because of the update. I can check previous videos and maybe kind of eyeball what's over there. But wasn't there some sort of, like, translocator? What does that do? Item translocator. How does that work? If that's instant teleportation, then... I mean, that can't be what that is, though, right? No. Obviously, there's only one way to find out, and that's to build the gosh darn thing. So we're going to need redstone, iron, gold, ender pearls, and pistons. All of which can be acquired right here. Gold, redstone, iron, ender pearls, a piston. I think it was a regular one. Was that it? I think that was it. Yeah. What do you know? I did it. I remembered the recipe. I had to double check it, but still. Sorry, why is the button to open this not... Huh? Switch to line mode. What? Wasn't it C? Wait a minute. Hold on. What? Wasn't it C? Why is C not working anymore? Huh? Extra function is on C. What else is on C? Fine, what if I put it on B? Something else is bound to be. But is whatever's bound to be going to be a problem? No, it's fine. Good. I'll find out what the issue is later. We now have 2 item translocators. What if we went ahead and just built like a few of them, though? There we go. Hold down Shift. Build as many as we can. For no reason. Do we need 32 of them? We don't know what they do. We should probably test this with something nice and simple. So let's go ahead and put this away. Get these things out of here, too, now that I think about it. That's just asking for trouble. Was that fully charged up? No, that was. That's less devastating. But actually, now that I think about it, you can do some things with that by accident. So just go ahead and have that be unloaded. And also the music kicked in, and it only startled me a lot. So if I have 2 chests, and I have these translocators, what does that do? Can I interact with it by right-clicking? There's a filter. Okay. Right. Do I just put, like, pipes between them or something? Hold on, hold on. Is it the case that these are just designed to put objects from, like, one thing into the next thing? Right-clicking only brings up a filter. The whole mod is just called Translocators. If I do @Translocator... Oh, okay. What are you? The diamond nugget, eh? But why? What are the uses? Just makes diamond. Do you need it? You don't need it for the liquid one or the... So what you're telling me is that there is a mod that adds an item translocator, a liquid translocator, and a diamond nugget for no reason. We're looking this one out. Translocators, this is from, by the way, the CurseForge entry. Translocators is a mod that allows you to transfer items and liquids between nearby inventories with a heavily configurable amount of control in a way that feels natural to Minecraft. It was developed in 36 hours during a Mod Jam modding contest and managed to take first prize. That's pretty cool. Congratulations, chicken bones. That's impressive. Translocators come in items and liquid forms. You place them on the side of an inventory or tank. They transfer items or liquids within the one block space. What does that mean? Like, so like that? If the center pipe is protruding, items liquids will flow from this side to the side with the center insert. Items liquids will always travel to non-redstone outputs if they can. Items liquids will eventually split between available outputs. Right-clicking on the plate of the item translocator brings up the configurable filter. These slots are fake and can be configured with any eyes drag and drop. Oh. What do you know? I had no idea. Well, stop it. Adding glowstone to the plate makes it transfer stacks at a time. Adding redstone lets you toggle input-output with a redstone signal. Adding a diamond nugget, that's why they exist, puts a translocator in regulate mode. In this mode, it will maintain a certain amount of items set in the filter in the inventory it's attached to. That is really useful. On an inserting face, it will only accept items to fill the inventory to the matching filter. Sure. And on an ejecting face, it will eject any item that doesn't match the filter. Adding an iron ingot makes the translocator emit redstone signal to the attached inventory on certain conditions. So on an inserting face, it will emit if there's no room for any item that matches the filter. On an ejecting face, it will emit if there is no place where any item can be put that matches the filter. Shift right clicking on the plate will strip down all upgrades placed on it. And then finally, crafting grid. The crafting grid is placed by pressing C. Default key bind, changeable in settings, while looking at a solid top surface. The grid will remain for 20 seconds or 2 minutes since its last use. Right-click with item will add remove from the grid. Pressing C on the grid will craft the items. I'm sorry, can we get a crafting grid? What? I'm confused by that. Also, I'm confused by why they're not working, but I'm assuming we just have them set up improperly. That's unfortunate. So, glowstone... And it does specifically say glowstone, not glowstone dust, but I'll get a bit of both, and we'll try glowstone first. So there's no way to affix that. What about glowstone dust? There we go. It can now move an entire stack at a time if it so chooses. And apparently we can remove that by shift right-clicking, yeah. See, I like this in theory. I like it in theory, and in practice, I'm too dumb to make it work. Okay, I found a YouTube channel called Forge1, with a video titled Minecraft Mod Review Translocators, and I watched the first 48 seconds, and immediately all of my questions were answered. Currently sitting at 2.78 thousand subscribers. Go subscribe to Forge1! Keeping in mind this is the only video of theirs I've ever seen, I'm just assuming they're a swell person. They made this video and it's helping me immensely. Check this out. Now you just punch the middle. Or you right-click the middle. Right-click, punch the middle, and just like that, everything has been transferred over immediately. Now, this has huge implications. A stack at a time is very fast. That is crazy. The issue is, it can only go one inventory in space, which means that's not as useful. I'm going to keep watching this video by Forge One to see if he shows maybe how to make it go further. Okay, no. It doesn't appear like there's a way to make it go any further. However, the video was great. I'm going to link it into the description, and if I forgot, then so help me, please comment down below politely and remind me to add it. But that's a great video if you're looking for a more detailed explanation of everything you can do with these. Why are you even watching my video, you might be wondering? It's because you don't want to watch a video about how to properly use the mod. You want to watch me be confused and then give up. No, but really, I feel like if we could figure out a way to use that, I suppose we could. I mean, what we absolutely could do is just have that set up underneath here, and then have a series of chests that it just automatically teleports everything to, all the way down to the... Actually, yeah, that wouldn't be such a bad idea. Be space, chests... Space. That's the problem. Space chests. So you need to overcome this double space in the middle here. Double chest. That would work, wouldn't it? Technically. There's bound to be some other options, though. So if any of you folks watching know of, like, an opaque pipe or a solid pipe of some kind, a pipe that doesn't necessarily show what is being transferred, or, heck, I don't care, maybe a pipe that is, like I don't think the teleporter pipe is in this. A teleporter pipe exists, but I don't think you're supposed to be able to make it. Anyway, if you know of anything that we can build that will move items invisibly so as to reduce on the overall graphical load of all of these, because look at them. There's so many of them, and it's very clear that that is causing bottlenecks, because if we just leave this floor, the frame rate picks up again, and it's smooth sailing until we look up there. You can literally see it, like, start to drop again. Everything is fine. Nah. And then everything is fine again. So we need to come up with a solution for that. And if it is a series of chests... Wait, what happened here? Oh, I guess I forgot to replace this. Not to worry. Not to worry, not to worry. There we go. System solved. Translocators are cool. I'm glad we found those, and I kind of wish that we had found them sooner, because I feel like we would have done a lot more with them early game. And we're definitely going to be using them moving forward, particularly on these next couple of floors, because I think we're going to actually keep these next two floors here open for future... any type of, like, ingot crafting we might need to do. But then we're going to go to this floor, and this is where we will continue our manufacturing of other items. I was actually about to set up a mock system using the translocators when I realized that we are hard-pressed for EMC right now. So we've got a few different options on where to get that. Oh, you know what? I want to see what the pipes look like in the water now. They really teased that, and I'm kind of curious to see how it came out. So we are going to have to fly up a couple of floors till we can find a random hole in the wall that we can go through. Hopefully the dwarves won't mind this if we just have a little sink down here. Oh, look at that! See, what you would expect to happen is that the entire block of water around the pipe disappears, but no longer. You can actually have pipes underwater, and it looks really cool. Anyway, in terms of getting EMC... we've got a couple of different options for that. So first things first, we can head upstairs here, where Purple Lemons has just taken up residence in my top floor, along with Teleport 2, which is okay. And we should have diamonds being manufactured over here. I do come pilfer this pretty regularly, though, because this is sort of like the easiest place to just, you know, while you're passing through the house... grab a few stacks of diamonds, load them up. I gotta say, though, sometimes I do forget, and that fills up, and I don't really have the opportunity to come get them. So what we should do... red matter's a little bit on the big side, and takes a little bit long to generate, but a stack of diamonds, that's pretty reasonable. And then that way, it'll take longer to fill up, but we're still getting the same amount of EMC per second. Of course... there is an even faster method, right? So we're now up to 42 million EMC, which is great to EMC. Get it? Because in the English language, C is a word, as well as a letter. EMC, EMC, SEE. Do you see what I've done there? It's clever. Okay. We do also have 73,000 diamonds. I don't know where I got 40 from. But we can always come over here and just grab more if we need to. We really do need to go check the machine in the basement, though, because that's what's churning out all the EMC. So let's see. If we're going to dedicate these next 2 floors to potentially generating massive, insane amounts of ingots of various sorts, I think we might as well go ahead up to the next floor here. Really? That's a lot. Well, we don't actually need that many of them. We're going to need 5 of these, I think, and then go ahead and grab me a single one of these. I did just realize that I left a hole in the floor back there, and I think I need to go deal with it because it's going to drive me crazy if I don't. Look, you can even see it from up here, but only barely. I need to fix it, though. Is there one above me, too? Oh, no! I pushed my mouse up and then into my speaker, and it held down the right-click button. Man, I don't know about the Minecraft music idea of, like, leaving that on. I feel like that might be a mistake, because Minecraft music is very chill. I'm trying to figure out exactly what my spacing was down there. Like, what is the center of that thing? Am I standing on it? You gotta remember, it's slightly different. It's slightly different because it's inset further up here by a couple of blocks. So I can't just go directly on top of that middle one, which is right there. So I'm trying to remember, I think we've got to go to here, and then here is the middle. You know what? We could just go down there. We could just go down to that floor where I've previously done this work. It'll take all of, like, 4 seconds to fly down here. And then zipping over to this corner, likewise, won't take very long. And then I can just count, yeah. There's 1, 2 blocks of, and then 3 is the center. Okay. Yeah, 1, 2, got it exactly right. What? Oh. I forgot to finish the floor. Oh no! I've probably done that on several levels. That's a bit embarrassing. Hold on, we can fix this. There we go. Did that go all the way across? It would not shock me if it didn't make it all the way down. No, it did. Okay. Wait, what is this little patch missing? Oh gosh, did I just neglect this entire floor? It kind of doesn't look like it. It looks... Darn it! Okay, hold on. There we go. Yeah, same here, same here. Little patch, little patch. This corner too, I'm assuming? No, okay. Fixed it. So that should be that. And then... oh shoot, hold on. You gotta do like a... Wait, what? Oh shoot, how do you do this? Wait, what? I can't... There we go. When you hold down shift, you drop. But holding down space normally counters that. But for some reason, it's not. So shift right-clicking while flying is going to be a pain. So even though you do get a minor advantage to having a relay on the top, you might remember before we decided not to, just because the cost to set it up, with the, again, very minor advantage you get from it, we just kind of decided it wasn't worth it. And that is a decision we are standing by here today, because EMC is tight, because I've just not gone in the basement lately. Literally, just going to the basement would solve all of our problems. But there we go, there's that. And then now what we want to do is we want to set you up to manufacture, and there's a lot of things we got to start manufacturing up here. I'm thinking that we'll just do a series of them in a row to manufacture the really basic things like glass. That's not where you put it. So this is going to fill up really quickly. And then what we'll need is we're going to need the glass receptacle. And we're going to temporarily disable all this down here by moving some things around, but that's okay because right now we've got 335 medium voltage solar panels and we're nowhere near ready to start manufacturing the high voltage ones anyway, so whatever. Okay, the machine's not going to have glass anymore. Actually, it is. Now that I think about it, glass is still being manufactured right here and can still be extracted out of there just fine. So even though we are moving the container with all of the glass in it, all 648,000, no, 6,488,692 glass. Yeah, we're taking that away for right now. the whole system's going to be fine. It's going to continue operating, but this is where we're going to start trying out those translocators. And in order to get this set up, here's the thing, right? I've built all of it up here, but really, if we want this to touch the ground, which we might not want that. We might want it hovering so we can have the pipe go underneath it, so that would be okay. If we do that, then we'll go ahead and break that. We will need the item translocator here, and then we will need to put down a temporary piece of glass, I think, so I can plop that on top, and then add another translocator. See what I mean? You see what I mean? Do you see this nightmare I'm having? Did it go? There we go. And then we can right-click that to punch it down, and then we can go ahead and remove this because it shouldn't be there. There we go. And now if we have a look inside, is it working? It is not working. It should be working, but it isn't. Should we add the glowstone? Here's the thing. I think it moves one item at a time unless you add the glowstone, which makes it move a stack at a time. Even so, we should still be seeing this number go up by 1, and we're not seeing this number go up by anything. It is presently set to input items from any side. Why is it not... Which part of this... Okay, what we need to do is we need to figure out whether or not it's this not working, or whether or not it doesn't like black hole storage units, which would be entirely unfortunate. So what we're going to do is we're going to test that with an oak chest. And can I adjust this in any way? Is it the gravity greaves that makes me drop? Yeah. Why? Can I disable that? I mean, I don't remember that being a problem before the update, but it also doesn't feel like the sort of thing the update would break. There we go. Now we just need to, with an empty hand, middle click that, and there goes the glass, and also, that's the first time I've ever noticed that it is not invisible. If we take these out, you can see that it does definitely... Oh my gosh, it's instantaneous. You can see it happen. It is so fast, though, and now we have an inventory full of glass. Hold on, if I take out that glowstone upgrade, and then we empty this of the glass... Oh my gosh, look at it go. That is impressive speed right there. That is shocking speed. That's bad news, though. That's bad news, because that means that, specifically, the translocator does not like our black hole storage unit. It's not inputting into it, and that hurts my soul. Yeah. No, nothing. What if I unlock it? What? This is hurting. This makes me feel sadness. Is it maybe it just doesn't like the top? What if I plop it here, and then we put this on the back instead? Okay, and then we right-click. No. No, still no. Well, we don't want to do that. My will has been broken. I am deeply upset, and I don't blame anyone. No one is to blame here. No one is to blame here but my own silly self for getting all excited and thinking we discovered something new and game-changing, when in reality all we found was a heartache. It's a heartache. Okay, well, there's that. It's a little bit more traditional than what we were hoping for, but it gets the job done. It does make you wonder, though, considering now how limited we are, because the whole idea with setting it up with all of this insane amount of EMC generation, which, well, okay. The pipe is keeping up with it. I wasn't anticipating that. I was thinking that we would have to use the translocator with the stack upgrade in order to actually extract the glass at the speed it was being generated. Because if you look at it, like, theoretically you'd think that we would absolutely be maxing it out right now, but in fact we are not. I still think it would be cooler to be using these, But as of right now, I don't know how. Also, does anyone remember what button I used to configure these gosh darn things? So here I am flying, and I want to hold down... I want to hold down the shift... These are basically unwearable now if I'm doing any kind of crafting. Anytime I need to right-click on top of something. I wonder why that is. I wonder what happened. Oh well. I am bum. I am bummeth. I am disappointed, to say the least. I guess, folks, if you have any tips, tricks, or useful bits of intel for me about how to maybe improve all of this, again... I mean, I guess the translocator idea is out now, since it's not going to work with the black hole units anyway. I'm going to have to now set up all of those up top, and set them up to move everything that's over there up there, so that we can have all of this cleared out. I can finish running those pillars, and I can kind of figure out what I'm going to do down here, and then maybe eventually start digging into the foundations, and have it run all the way to bedrock. But for right now, it's time to do something that, gosh dang it, we've not done in some time. It's going to take an obscene amount of EMC. I use the word obscene a lot in a way that is just not appropriate. Which, I mean, I use it in ways that are downright obscene, right? But no, stacks and stacks of these is going to cost so much EMC, and we're going to need stacks and stacks of them. So, after what feels like actual lifetimes now... Wait a minute, where did all of... I built like 50 of these. Where did they go? I didn't build that many. Yeah, I'll find them later. We're going into the basement. We're going... Oh, right. I completely forgot about this. This is just going. This abomination is continuing to run. I'd forgotten. I had completely forgotten. I kind of... Oh my gosh. To what end has this been happening? How do I get things out? Put things in the bucket for me, please. Is that not how this works? Can I just get... There we go. At least now it's for something, you know? Oh, gosh. Okay. Oh, dear. Oh, okay. We'll figure out what to do with all the pink slime later, I guess. For right now... This is awful. This is absolutely awful. And all these animals down here, too, and there's a nuclear reactor I'd forgotten about. We're here... How do I even get... Where's the... There it is, okay. We're just here to get a bunch of EMs. What the fuck?! Napier! Napier, listen, there's been some sort of horrible incident in the basement. Not entirely sure what happened, but it looks like someone bore a hole into the basement and stole my entire free EMC machine, and now I have to go get it back, so I just need you to keep an eye on things here and make sure nothing else gets stolen while I'm gone. Yes, sir, Reescrafts. Good, good. Also, why are you not finished with this village? You've had literally months at this point to get this finished. There's still people living in my basement, and I need them out of there. What's going on? What's the holdup? We don't have enough workers, sir. Well, get more workers. How hard could that possibly be? Wasn't there a village not far from where your village was? Where was that? It was over here on the coast. And then, like, yeah, right over here. There's like a whole other admittedly smaller village that you could potentially be collecting people from to help work on the project. Heck, I don't care. Move them all here if you have to. Those are our proud people, sir. They won't leave their homes so easily. Well, then maybe we'll need to give them a reason to leave their homes. If that's what we have to do, then so be it. Why would people not want to live here? This is a wonderful place. I'm a wonderful god, emperor, ruler, king. All right? Listen, I'll deal with that when we get back. I'll figure something out. For right now, just keep an eye on the place. Make sure nothing gets destroyed or broken or stolen. Yes, sir. Good job, Napier. My trusted Lieutenant Napier. We got to rely... We gotta up... Howdy. I guess you're still here, aren't you, folks? Well, yeah. Sorry about just cutting it off last time. I was just in a little bit of a state of shock finding out that all of my stuff had been stolen. One thing had been stolen. We've literally had one thing stolen from us. But it's our most important possession, okay? It's the thing that generates free resources for us. Granted... We have, I guess now, an entire tower that is in the process of generating free resources for us. But that one was special. It was our first, okay? We built that one in the first original basement right inside of here, actually, if we wanted to have a go inside of here. Oh, gosh, all the crabs. And then we iterated on it, and then we moved it into a secret hidden vault, and then it got stolen, all right? So we're going to have to go figure out what this is all about. We're going to have to figure out who did this and why. And before we do that, we need to make sure that we are fully stocked and prepared. Where is my laser gun? Why is that purple now? Why is the Tier 2 rocket purple now? Is the texture broken? I don't care. That's not a priority. I guess the texture wouldn't be broken. Or it just would look like a giant, like, grid of pink and black square. I don't know what that's about. What I do know is that somewhere I've got a laser gun, and I'm not seeing it, and it's probably directly in front of me, and I don't know. Let's hold on. If we just type in, like, laser? Was that one of the things that got blown up? Or was that after the blowing up incident? Where's my laser gun? Is that it? It's a mining laser. How come I can literally type the word laser? Right? Did I spell it wrong? Laser. And that isn't highlighted, when that is literally what that is. Was it called like a freaking laser gun? With like a G? That's not even showing up anymore. Was it removed? I did not mean to do that. That was a complete and utter mistake. But was the laser... Why would the laser gun be removed? It's the best object in the game. Did it get removed from the game? Did someone remove the laser gun from the game for some reason? Did I put it on maybe one of the... Hold on just a second. No, it's not over here. Right, it's part of the Plethora mod. And I don't see it in here anymore. Did it get removed? That's just deeply disappointing if that's the case. I'm watching my own video about it, and yeah, it's from Plethora, and yeah, it's called the Frickin'. Not the Friggin'. A little bit different. A laser beam. And it's just, it's not, I don't see it anymore. It's gotten dark. I've been looking for this thing for so long. We're losing time. We don't have, you know what? We don't have time to worry about it. We're just gonna have to go down here and deal with the situation with the tools we have on hand, which is a red Morning Star and a red guitar. So, I mean, it's not like we're going in here unprepared. We do have a pretty decent amount of weaponry. Can't believe I spent all day doing that. Oh, good, there's a thrall. Oh, boy, it's fast, too. Hello. What? Oh, good lord. Am I... What happened? Wait, what? What do I... Wait, hold on. What am I poisoned with? Hold still. Good gosh, how is it taking these hits? What level of defense do you have? It gives me weakness. Does that make me hit less hard? Didn't even drop anything. Oh good, there's another one. Is that like another one also up there? There's lamps. Wait a minute. Didn't we see purple lamps in that other tunnel that was underneath the other basement? Like the first basement, the original basement? Remember the one where we found them witches that one time? And then we went back in there, and it led to underneath, and it was a dead end, and it was underneath the pigment base, and we just decided to not worry about it at the time. Now we're dealing with thralls. Now we're dealing with the consequences of our actions for not dealing with it sooner. Also, I don't think these guys can actually hurt me. They're just a nuisance. Because they seem to have some kind of a knockback on them. And they're very difficult to hit. They're moving very quickly. Hold still, you... This is why we need the laser beams. But we don't have them. Did I just not see them? I mean, we checked the literal mod that they're installed with. There we go. There we go! Gotta get in a good rhythm with it. Not inside of here, are they? No. Not inside of here? No! They just don't seem to exist anymore. Again, we do have the mining laser. But that's a different thing, and I don't want to use a mining laser. I want my frickin' laser beam! It's probably on the screen right now, and I just don't see it. You know what I do have? Is Archangel Smite. This might be a better approach here. Alright. Here's another one up there. Hi there, you. Is this working? Is this effective? What is this? Wait a minute, this is like mossy stone brick. This is like an actual proper dungeon situation here. Hello? What on earth? Hold on. I mean, this has nothing to do with what we're doing. But, you know, while we're in the area, we might as well go ahead and grab a stack of the best torches in the game. And just kind of see what we've got to work with here. Oh my gosh, a name tag! We must have already had one of those, because didn't we name a crab once? Is any of this something we don't already have? Why do I still have the pink slime buckets? I probably should have gotten rid of those. Probably a new music disc? No, we've had that one before. We've had all of these things before. None of these are new. nothing in here is new or something that we didn't have before, except for maybe the blue rune, which we don't... I mean, what are we going to do with it, is the question. Because, oh, something I just threw in there was new. That's good. And there's a monster spawner for skeletons. This has not a gosh darn thing to do with our current mission objective. This is just finding cool stuff. Look, we're gonna stay down here. We're gonna poke through all this. We're gonna collect it all real quick. All right, we might get some new stuff here. We got something there. I wasn't paying enough attention to know what exactly it was. Is that it for this? This is another skeleton spawner. I hate skeletons. They're the worst things in the game. So I'm glad we didn't necessarily have to deal with those. Oh, it keeps going. Is there a possibility that any of this might be trapped? I haven't really considered that up until now. I've just been running through here pretty boldly grabbing things. There we go. We're going with the expensive torches because at least then if things spawn, they get yeeted as far away from us as possible. We don't actually have to deal with them. So we got a new bee, some steel leggings. Get rid of all of that. Actually, that apple's not a bad idea. We should probably hold on to some apples. Get some glowing golden apples, just in case. We have a couple of different types of stone brick, but I think we probably have had those before. If I pick this up, will I hold it? Hold on. These look like some different styled brick. We might not have collected these before. Definitely have. What about the regular mossy stone? We probably picked up some mossy stone before. I'm sure we definitely probably have. Yeah. Alright, sorry, no, none of this is relevant. None of this is that lava? Did anyone else see that? It looked like lava dripping through? I definitely hear what sounds like lava. Hey, that's lava. Look at there. Alright, out we go. Back on track. What is this direction? How long have these tunnels been here? Oh, hi there, you. Alright, hold on. Nope. Yep, we've got you now. We've got you now. Albeit, it looks like a lot of those are coming back at me. Is that because of those torches we placed? Have we, like, shot ourselves in the foot there with that? Or are they actually... Good Lord Almighty! Oh, gosh, what a hit on this guy's part. Absolutely insane. Hold on, we might be better off... Good gosh! Is this guy hits harder than the other guys? Is it because I'm flying or something? Is it because... Golly! Hold still, you. I'm not getting any closer. Nope, not getting any closer. There we go. They don't drop anything. It's a waste of time. These are... Oh, hold on. Wait, those are mine. Wait, I placed these. Where's this go? Wait! Wait! This is that tunnel! This is the tunnel what goes under my house! This is it right here! Yeah! That's my MFSU! This is it! This is my home! We're back in the basement again. This is the same tunnel. I don't remember this being down. Well, obviously, this part of it is new. Because before what it did was it went, like, around here. And then... I don't know. Did it go this way? Maybe? Maybe up here? Oh. Yeah. This way. With the lantern. So this is all new. Someone dug this out. Someone just recently dug this. Well, maybe not just recently. Since the last time we came down that tunnel, I'm supposing. Get out of here. Get out of here. Can we just ignore these guys, or are they gonna, like, follow us if we don't deal with them now? Oh, jeez! Why are there so many of them? This is the issue. This is how they're gonna get me. They're gonna get me with numbers. All we have to do is just hold down the attack button. We just have to be relentless. When I stop and try to get fancy is when we get ourselves into trouble. We found some sort of a mushroom. It is a mushroom, though, isn't it? How about that? I don't think this has anything to do with the current objective, though. Did the thralls dig the caves? Was that what happened? That seems unlikely, doesn't it? Well, I don't know. I mean, a thrall suggests that they'll do whatever they're told to by their master. So if they were commanded to dig a cave system, and then to guard the cave system, how many of these things are there? Do they respawn? They haven't yet, but that doesn't mean that they won't. I kind of feel like this is some sort of weird version of Call of Duty right now. This is Call of Duty Zombies, and I've opened up the box, and I've gotten some sort of infinite ammo gun that doesn't deal a lot of damage, and if you get swarmed, it's not going to help you. But so long as you're dealing with just like a couple of guys, and you can maintain your distance, you'll be fine. I think it is probably faster if we just hit them with the Morning Star. Let's see, it's 1 hit, 2 hit, 3 hit, 4 hit, 5 hit, 6. How much? 7? How much damage does this thing do? 8, 9, 10. Takes 10 hits with the Morning Star to kill them. Does a dragon even take that many hits? Guess that's all of them. Oh, and good, we've got spider underlings. Love me a good spider underling. This is fantastic. Again, it only takes, these guys only take at least 3 hits with the katana. So that's a big improvement on the zombies at least, but I don't, gosh. It's hitting them that's the difficulty, isn't it? They also have knockback. I'm not sure if it's as severe. I've just got to get myself in a corner. I don't think they can hurt me with the armor. So I think really the only thing they can do is just be a nuisance. Oh! Oh! Oh, that one's big! What is that, Spider Princess? Does that mean there's like a Spider King? Or Spider Queen? Oh, that is sick and disturbing. It also does not seem to be dying. Hold on, maybe if we hit it with the sword. Oh no, oh dear. Okay, now we're poisoned. Okay, hold on, no, I can fix this. Do we have milk? We've gotta have like milk or something. Can we even get milk? Yeah, there we go. Oh, good, we're not taking damage anymore. Okay, well, we've got a bottle of milk just in case that's what it comes down to. Yeah, see? See? Okay, we're staying out of the way of this. We're gonna stay out of the way of this. We're just gonna keep raining down Archangel Smite upon it. There we go! And again, it dropped nothing. What is this? I can see how an individual is probably supposed to climb up here. It looks like there's definitely like a proper route that if you could only hop 1 block at a time, you could follow. But we can fly. And we found our way out, folks. We found our way out. We found our way to the crab. There's just a crab here, and it looks like morning has broke. We've been down in these caves so much. Since the start of this, since the last time we spoke to Napier, an entire day has passed. Whoa. So that is what the house looks like from a distance, or the tower. That looks kind of cool. Is that? That's the portal there. Where the heck are we? Okay, so we're not that far away. We just went on a journey from... Let's see, the basement. So, somewhere, like, right in here, because here's the actual, like, nuclear basement. So, right in here is going to be where our matter spawner was. And so that tunnel seems to have led us more or less in a semi-straight line out to whatever this is. I mean, do we just fly in? Them witches? Them look like witches to me. I reckon we just found the gosh dang witches that were in my basement that one time. Do we go in with the sword? Well, 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 what have we here, huh? Couple of witches? Oh, you found us. Yeah, I did, and I found my stuff, too! Oh, my, what naughty little girls you've been! Listen, what do you want me to listen to? We can work something out. Oh, can we? Can we now? Actually, can we? Give me a second, let me think about this. So there's a village. There's a village right up here. Full of workers. And we need workers. Because we need to build a village right down here. But the villagers right up here won't leave without a reason. But then there's witches. Witches who, I'm assuming, have the power to control zombie thralls and have them dig tunnels and guard them. What else are these witches capable of having zombies do? Oh, witches! Do you have the ability to harness an army of monsters, ghouls, goblins, zombies, spiders, etc., and have them go and do certain tasks? Like, if I wanted to leave you be and not destroy you, which I have the power to do, could you use your powers to create a little zombie army on my behalf? Come on. We could do that, yes. The cry has gone out in the good night. Evil has beset this village, and only I can set it right. Maybe not charged up quite that much. Hello, zombie thralls! Thought you could just sneak in here and start attacking some poor villagers, did you? Well, I shan't allow it. I'm here to put an end to your evil deeds, whatever the cost! I hope it's not just the two of them, because otherwise I don't have a justifiable reason to continue my onslaught. I have only seen two so far. Granted, I did come in swinging, so I maybe should have checked out the situation a little bit sooner. No, there's more! There's one there! That might have been a villager, I'm unsure. There's one! They're all over the place here! The entire village is overrun with zombies! Oh, these poor villagers! What are they going to do? They're in desperate need of my assistance! Oh no! The explosions don't seem to be having any effect on them. I guess I'll keep trying for now. Come on, zombies! I'm not going to let you harm these poor villagers! I'm a hero! I'm here to rescue them and put an end to your evil charades! Yeah, no, I can definitely say with almost complete confidence that this is having no effect on them. And as the sun rises, you might think that they'll catch on fire. But these look like the kind of zombie thralls that are going to keep fighting no matter what. I'm going to keep trying. No, yeah, I can say with pretty much full confidence that this is having no effect on them. We're going to go ahead and switch now. Now that we know for sure that it's not working, we're going to switch to the old Archangel Smite. This seems like a much more guaranteed way to deal with the menace, the absolute threat that we are facing here today. We're going to definitely focus our efforts in on one at a time here. Really make sure that we fill this guy full of lead. Or, I mean, I guess actually our arrows are flint-tipped, not lead-tipped. So that's actually what we're going to keep using. Is everyone okay? Is everyone safe? Everybody okay? Don't worry about this guy. I'm taking this guy down right now. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. Is everyone all right here? Are you okay? You didn't get hurt in any way, did you? Are you all right? Everyone okay? My name is Brashiat Cub, and I'm here to save you from the evil zombie thralls. All right? I know that they are quite intimidating and have been instructed to not harm anyone here. They're here to eat all of your flesh. They want to make sure that the town is entirely... The reason they've not attacked you yet, that has nothing to do with them having specific orders not to harm able-bodied workers. It's because they wanted to make sure they fully infected your town first, alright? Because what they want to do is they want to spread the zombie virus. That's what it is. Yeah, maybe things we should have worked out beforehand, actually, before beginning the assault. Don't worry! The situation is being dealt with. In fact, I think that's the last of them. I think I've gone ahead and done it. I think I've taken care of all of the zombie thralls. I don't see any more around here. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. Nope, there's one left! There's one left, and he's in the water, and he's somehow safe. Good gosh, no, we gotta take him down. No witnesses left. Come here, you. Oh, look at this! There's like a whole little group of them hanging out down here in the water! Oh, good gosh, cannot stand that. Cannot stand for that, even. Gonna have to put a stop to this right now. You might say that they're completely harmless because they seem to lack the ability to swim out of the hole they're currently trapped in. And I would agree with you, but yeah, I don't know. This is the second time we've tried to use the hyperkinetic lens to deal with like an enemy insurgents, and it's never actually worked. It seems to only... I mean, this is good to know next time that you just cannot kill bad guys with it, no matter how hard you try. It really does seem to only affect matter, which I didn't realize. If I'd known that when I came in here, I could have possibly spared your village, dear villagers. It might not have had to end like this, but all things considered, I didn't know, and I had no way to know how this was going to go down. So I did what seemed right in the moment, and I just came in guns blazing. But everyone's alive. It doesn't look like there's any villager casualties. What is that? I hear barking. What is that? Is that a wolf? Is he barking in a threatening manner? Should we take care of him? I don't know if we need to deal with the wolf right now. He seems pretty chill. You know what? Yeah, we gotta kill the wolf! We gotta make sure the wolf is dead! There we go! No, I didn't quite kill the wolf. Okay, here, you know what? I'll take a more direct approach. There we go. You're safe now. Oh, man, your food supply, though. Sorry about that. Sorry, but you know what? We're gonna go ahead and put this away now. Alright, where's the... There you are. Bodan! Heard through the grapevine that you were having some problems with zombie thralls starting last night, and, well, I rushed to render aid as quick as I could. However, as a result, your village has been completely destroyed and rendered uninhabitable. Thank you so much, Reese-Crafts, but what should we do now? Oh, well, you definitely don't want to stay here. What I recommend you do is to the south here, in a roughly thatwardly direction, you'll find my encampment, where I live with all of my fellow villagers. Am I a villager? Napier, you know, in the neighboring village, they all moved there, and it's a wonderful little community. We're building all kinds of housing for those who have been displaced by pirates and zombies, and you're more than welcome. In fact, I encourage you not to stay here overnight, because your food supply has been completely destroyed, your homes have been decimated. This is just wilderness wasteland. I don't advise that you stay here. You need to go there immediately, and we'll take care of you. We'll house you, we'll feed you, we'll clothe you. It's gonna be... Oh, Reese-Crafted, that is too kind. Far too kind. You are too gracious. Yes, I am. But look, you can, you know, if you want to contribute to helping, you know, fund the efforts, you can maybe chip in and do a little work around there. You know, build some houses or whatnot. But yeah, y'all head that way, and I'll see you all there. That's a cool-looking mountain over there. It's a very cool-looking little mountain. This has absolutely nothing to do with what we're currently doing. I just noticed that what looked like oil popping up here, and then like a very cool little mountain. Look at this place! We're not all that far from where we originally spawned in at the beginning of the game. Imagine if we had come through here. I can already... Oh my gosh, there's another village. No, well, I mean, the zombie thrall, they might... The horde might start migrating this direction next. This place is so cool! If we had come through here first... Okay, so hold on. If we have a look at the map... By the way, howdy folks, how are y'all doing? We started, like, it would have been, I guess, right in the middle of here. And we kind of immediately found this river, sailed down to Napier's village, and then we just kind of did a hook around and landed here. And that's where we've done the whole series. And that was convenient because it turns out it was right next to where the teleporter, or the portal was for the end and all that. That was all super convenient. But if we had just gone this way a little bit, and we'd gone here instead, I can easily see... wrong button. I can easily see, like, an alternate reality where the series took place. These are so cool! Look how cool these mountains are! Yeah, we probably would have set up maybe inside of here, had some sort of a base on top of this, I can see, or maybe like a little house sort of in the midst of... These mountains are awesome! Oh, why are these so cool? Wait, does it keep going? Is that a pirate ship? Oh, more pirates. Good, fantastic. This has all just been here this whole time. Like, just slightly to the north. This is amazing! Oh, well, look, you know what the seed is, I believe. There you go. You know, if you're looking for a cool place to set up, load into the world and come this direction. This is really cool. What is that right there? No, but what is that? It's some sort of, like, black tower? What am I looking at? I'm so confused. Is this some sort of a glitch? Is this oil? Is this just a lot of oil? Wow. It's just a lot of oil. Okay. Well, as cool as all this is, and it is cool, and I do wish we'd kind of set up over here, we would be having a completely different series. It would be a completely... We probably would not have dwarf neighbors. We wouldn't have been so conveniently located next to the Ender Portal, which means we probably wouldn't have Ender Portal neighbors. No matter what I did, I probably would have ended up inciting the wrath of the pigmen, though. So I think we'd probably have pigmen neighbors. Although, who knows? We would have gone to a different place in the Nether. Should we just pop in and make ourselves known here real quick before we head back? Maybe just like... I mean, this was the... Look, this is the exact kind of biome I was looking for. When we started the series, I just wanted sort of a big open grassland. And having a big open grassland with some really cool mountains in the background, This, I can already envision the entire alternate series we could have had. This place is lovely. Howdy! Howdy, folks! How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, or Brushyad Cub. Good to meet all of you. Good to meet all of you. Maybe you've heard of me. Napier's Village. I saved them. And, oh, cool, honeycomb and bees and things. Look at this. They've got little bee houses. We need to figure out how those work. We want to get bees at some point. We definitely want to get bees. Okay, well, this is a beautiful village you have. Be on the lookout, though. There's evil spiders and zombie It's October. It's the month of spooks and ghosts and ghouls. So just keep an eye out for those sorts of things. And if you have any trouble, you let me know, and I'll come deal with them. And if you need to seek refuge somewhere, I can provide you like a safe place to live. I'm just throwing that out there. These mountains are awesome, though. Well, folks, now that we've got that out of the way, I think we can probably head back, and we should probably let Napier know that an entire additional village is on their way, and he's going to need to set up some more tents, because while the additional workforce will be handy for building more houses, we still have to build more houses. And when I say we, I do mean Napier. Napier's going to be Napier and the villagers. Should we go ahead and pop back in? So let's see. They're over here. It's weird that there's 3 villages that close to one another, all in a line. Interesting. We know that there's another village this way as well. They're a bit far away for there to reasonably be any sort of attack from zombies or anything like that. But these are cool mountains too. Somewhere along in here is where we had the Let's Play series with me and Micah and Brenton and Zay. I think maybe like, not right there. It's kind of obvious. Once you spot it, there it is. Yeah, I was going to say, once you spot it, it's pretty obvious where it's at. I would love to play more of that. But oh, what I was going to say is, should we stop in and talk to the witches and let them know that the zombie horde of theirs got out of control? They need to get those zombies back under control. I had nothing to do with that. I'm just out here dealing with their problems. One of these days, we're going to have to go stick a nuke underneath their home and completely annihilate them. You know what I'm saying? You know, no witnesses and that sort of thing. But the zombie horde might continue to suit our needs for right now, so we'll not do that. Oh my goodness, the butterflies chirping. It's good to be back here. The frame rate dropping. Oh, good. And the progress just halting. No additional houses yet. Napier, Napier, Napier. Ugh, buddy. How have you been? Listen, there's a whole group of you remember that neighboring village to yours? Yeah, they're evacuating. They're coming here. How did you manage that, sir? Zombie apocalypse. All right, look, it doesn't matter. What matters is that I saved them, but their village did get destroyed in the process. So once they get here, help them set up some additional tents. In fact, maybe move the tents that are in the basement out here too, just so they're out of my way, because I'm getting tired of looking at it. And put everyone who can lift a hammer to work. You know, anyone who breathes is capable of contributing to our society, okay? Yes, sir. That's what I like to hear, Napier. That's what I like to hear. The month of October. Ghosts and ghouls is what I was going to say, but ghosts and ghouls is what I meant. Oh, man. I thought that was moving for a minute. The way the light was flickering on it, I thought it was some sort of giant golem or something. So some of the villagers do work out here and live out here. These are, of course, the worker villagers who have been contributing to building little houses and everything along this boardwalk. And those efforts are going to continue for the time being. Love to see the dwarves. I wonder if the dwarves would be interested in, like, selling off some of their land. Wow! Man, the frame rate is bad. It's, like, really bad. Do you think that it has something to do with what's going on inside of here? Do you think that it's possible that it could be something to do with all of this? Now, I did get a comment from someone that I thought was absolutely brilliant. That, I suppose, you know, we've got some time. We might go ahead and touch on that right now. Someone made... oh my goodness gracious, get rid of all of this. Yeah, just a bunch of nonsense. Get that all out of my inventory. Someone made the suggestion. Let me see if I can find the comment real quick. Get a load of this. This is from Wordsmith. Translocator, Ender chest, translocator. Folks! Now, what we're talking about here is not the standard Ender chest, although I think that would probably work. But what we're actually talking about is the other Ender chests. This one right here, which unfortunately, for whatever reason, doesn't have an EMC value. I think the pouch used to or did, but for some reason the chest no longer does, which is a great tragedy because literally every part of this has an EMC value. The normal obsidian does as well. So why you can't just EMC these up, I don't know. It's frustrating to no end. Our abstract and arbitrary rules, but we can go ahead and just build a stack of them. What do we need? Blaze rods, obsidian, wool, ender pearls, and chests. And I'm actually getting enough to do an entire stack. I wasn't even joking. That wasn't a bit of any kind. We are actually getting enough to do an entire stack. I don't think I need that right now. We've kind of done what we needed with Archangel Smite for the time being. Did the button get reset somehow? Why is it? There we go. Right, it's just a different button now for some reason. I might have done that in a previous episode. I can't remember. Let's make as many of these as we can, please. We're going to run out of... Because these only go in stacks of 16, we're going to have to do, like, 16, and then do it again. We could have gone back to our home and done this much more quickly, but that's fine. You know what? I would have wagered that the time we're saving by not going back to our house... Actually, I don't know what the wager is anymore. I've kind of lost track of it. And then inside of here, we should have our translocators. We only have 3, but I know we built so many more, and I don't know what we did with them. I might have to rewatch the footage, because I don't know... I thought, didn't we make like 32 of them? And we have 0 in use right now. I think these are just the 3 we're experimenting with. I don't think they ended up in here, because that doesn't make any sense, and if they're in here... Well, then that should have gone with... Where did I put them? Where on earth did I put them? The only sort of chest around here... No. What is that? Random objects getting spewed out on the ground? We're going to ignore it. Normally, I'll go through and sort them out, but I'm not going to right now. So what we want to do is we want to determine whether or not this is a good way to sort of transfer items around. Now, you might remember... you don't know what that was. The issue we had over here was that you cannot put them into a black hole unit, which... It kind of sucks. You know, you can't have a translocator into a black hole unit. Maybe that's an update someone wants to do. I don't want to bother mod developers, really. But, you know, I'm just saying, you know, if you have the time and you want to, it's something to consider, I suppose. Where this might be useful, though, is having a single, instead of having 3 different, like, is this really going to reduce? Yeah, I guess because they're going to be traveling through the pipe a shorter distance, it still does make sense to have a single ender chest here. And I tell you what, let me just do it. So let's go down here to the gold one, because the gold one has the least going on, and I can probably break it without too much hassle. There we go. So we got to break these first, and then that way we're not going to be dealing with items spewing all out over the place. Didn't mean to break that, though. That was an accident, and also an embarrassing one as well. So we're going to place down our ender chests. Ooh, hold on. Do we need to do this first? Place that down. Place that down. And then take off our greaves so that we can place that down. And we need to make sure that this will actually work, because we learned last time that the translocator doesn't work with every type of... Yeah, that did work. Okay, good. It doesn't work with every type of inventory, because it doesn't work with the black hole storage units. So we want to grab glowstone now. Glowstone lets you go a stack at a time, and we don't actually need glowstone necessarily on here, because it's not making them that fast. You'll see, you'll watch every time that a gold does get made, you can see it make the journey. Yeah, there it goes. I don't think we need a stack upgrade on there. That should be okay. The great thing about this is, if it works, we can start building these closer to the ground instead of having them all the way up towards the ceiling. Or we can just leave them like this and we can walk under the entire completed assembly and we kind of get back our floor space, which I like that idea as well. And the reason that we broke this up front here is just so I could have easier access. So we can place that back now that we're done with it. Now, I've gone ahead and done a boo-boo. Because we probably should have left those pipes in place while I planted the rest of these. But I'll tell you what, let's go over here now, and we'll kind of, we'll just throw this down here temporarily so that we'll have room to put this here. There we go. And if we have a look inside of here, there's the gold ingots, and then we can throw this on there. And there they go. And so now, instead of having all these pipes, we just have the one pipe, which theoretically should reduce things, potentially. We might want to go 2 pipes up so that we can also still have our closed transport pipe. But for right now, you know what I just realized? We don't have to keep the items up here anymore and then have this pipe that carries them down. If we do this, we can have the items up top, and then we can have the ender chests down here on the actual factory floor if we wanted. And then we can have all these walls be the items. Now, we are going to be limited by how many ender chests we can make, but we can make, like, there's a ton of combinations, because it's however many different colors of wool or dye that you have. So it's all of these, right? And then there's 3 slots, and each of, so it could be all white, or all brown, or white, brown, white, or white, purple, or, I'm sorry, that's magenta, red. So there's a big number of combinations you can do. And it'll be a long time before we run out. What I need to go do right now, though, is I was going to head back into the house and see if I can figure out... Maybe I left them upstairs, because I need more of them if I'm going to do this experiment. If I'm going to kind of demo what I had in mind here. Good gosh. The frame rate is not what it used to be. So where the heck did I leave those things? Did they end up in here? No. Am I crazy? I thought I built like 32 of those things. No translocators here. None in here. I mean, just to make sure, none in there? This is ridiculous. I am beside myself right now. Just like checking in absurd places where I know I'm not going to find them, just on the off chance I find them. I guess I'll just have to make more, which isn't like a big deal or anything. It's just not exactly how I imagined spending the day. 1, 2, 3, 4 ender pearls. There we go. And then we want to throw all of this inside of here. Minecraft music every so often, it does get me. Every so often I'm like, oh no, this is actually perfect for what we're doing right now. So that recipe creates 2 of these. So we're about to have... What did we run out of? Ah, there we go. We're about to end up with 2 stacks of these, and somehow a lot of leftover redstone. Probably because there already was some up here. But that just further raises the question of what happens to the other ones that I... Did I not actually build them? Did I just think that I built them? Because I'm pretty sure that I did actually build them. Comment down below if you remember. I feel like this has gone beyond my programming, right? Like my memory cells are starting to overflow or something. I might be entering rampancy, I don't know. Right. Focusing now on item translocation. So we need to set up the rest of these to really get a good idea of how this demo is going to play out, right? Okay, there we go. It does look quite funny when they come streaming out. And as those go streaming out, we'll see that this should be able to keep up easily, I think. Yeah, it's moving real quick. It's going to have these drained out in no time. There we go. And it's all working just fine, and once again, like I said, we can break these, accidentally break a hole in the floor, which seems to happen kind of every time we're working up here. Maybe glass floors is not the best call, because glass, as it happens, is rather fragile. I know this is going to come as a shock to some of you, but it can be broken quite easily. But there we go! Now we need to change the color of these, because having these be like straight white across is not the best move. So what do we want to start with? I guess we'll get some dye first off, because I'm pretty sure that's how you do this. And maybe we'll start all orange, and then as we go down the line, we'll sort of alter them. So we're going to change all of these to be all orange, except for this last one, so I can kind of demonstrate. See how these are starting to fill up with gold? Nothing's over here. It's because they've got to be color matched. So once we get all these color matched, yeah, look at that, suddenly gold. There you go. So you can sort of see how this might help reduce some of the lag we get up here. Because right now we have, what, 1, 2, so 4, 8... nope, that's not how that works. 2, 4, 6. Oh, wait, no, hold on. Because that's also a pipe. So 3, 6, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 pipes per sort of setup here. And each one of those is constantly carrying through a bunch of items, and it's all very visual and quite graphically demanding, whereas this, I don't know if that takes less processing power than rendering the item going through a pipe, because it's still rendering a little item moving through space, but it's moving such a shorter distance, and then it's all background calculations to have it come out of here and go through a single pipe. And again, unfortunately, we cannot have, as far as I know, this setup, right? I would like to. I would like for this to be the setup. But for whatever reason, it simply will not work with the black hole storage units. And I don't think it's a matter of configuration, because every single side is set up to be an input and an output, and we can, let's see, unlock inventories? Yeah, I don't know to what end that. Lock inventory. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Anyway, inventory is locked because we only want gold going in there. Yeah, that would be ideal right there. That would be the ideal move. But we simply cannot have nice things, so now got to try to delicately break this. They don't break easily. It could be the tool that I'm using is not the ideal. You just kind of have to get it at the right angle and hope that you don't break everything behind it. And fortunately, we can still use the closed transport pipe. I wonder if we shouldn't... I mean, like I said before, something I was thinking about doing. Oh, by the way, this should hold whatever its configuration is. So if you look at it, it's not stacking with the others, and that's because it's a triple orange, and it knows that it's a triple orange, which is probably, that's probably why it doesn't have an EMC value, because then every single one of these would have a different EMC value for like white, 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 triple orange, etc. So we'll have our gravity pipe, and then we'll have that feed into the, oh gosh, closed transport pipe, which is of course there to make sure that you don't get any overflow. So if we end up in a situation where this is full, instead of just spitting them out on the ground, they'll first fill up this inventory and then just get voided, which is preferable. I don't really think we need this pipe anymore. If we're going to, because I don't think this is going to stay here. I kind of liked my idea. Oh, you know what we can do? We can have several of these. Hold on, hold on. Diamond transport pipe, right? So the diamond transport pipe, and there's other pipes that do this as well. But the diamond, there it is. Okay, the diamond transport pipe can be used to sort objects. So what we could do, theoretically, is we could have one color chest for multiples of these, and then they all get teleported down below, where then the diamond transport pipe sorts them into their own different black hole units. Now, that does put us back in a situation where we have items, lots of items, traveling through multiple pipes. So, I mean, but if it's behind a wall and we're not looking at it, would it still cause latency issues if it's kind of hidden and tucked out of sight? I don't actually know. I feel like probably not. It's something to consider experimenting with. But what we'll do for now is we'll have orange, 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 and then we'll have this one be like orange, orange, yellow, orange, orange, red, orange, orange, white, orange, orange, green, orange, orange, lime, orange, orange, cayenne, or cyan, if you're so inclined, orange, orange, you get the idea, and then we can move on to orange, white, orange, orange, red, orange, 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 yellow, orange, you know, kind of, and yeah, we'll just have like a ton of different options. Alrighty, folks, well, I turned on a little video and spent the last, 27 minutes kind of figuring this out and expanding it and getting this side set up, this 1/2, and I wanted to sort of show you the results so far. So, as you can see, I think we're probably still dropping some frames looking in this direction. Yeah, we're not getting that 60 FPS experience. We're looking more at about a 45. But watch when we swing over this direction. We're looking at a little bit of a 27 to 25 FPS experience over here. And then when we just turn right back around here, we're back up into the 43, 49, 39. It's better. It's not 100% up to where I would like it to be, but I mean, you can even tell as we swing our camera around, it just immediately gets choppy when we face this direction. So, is what we're doing right now going to 100% fix all of our issues? No, but it has helped immensely. You can even tell just looking at it. It looks so much less cluttered and chaotic as opposed to this. This is just a lot going on. Now, this is all set up using different colored chests. So, as you can see here, what we've got is we've got orange, orange, and in this case I've got this dark gray. We've got orange, orange, and magenta, orange, orange, and blue, orange, orange, yellow over here. Although with this one, I did something a little bit different. So I found out that you can't have what I was going to do was I was going to put the red matter furnaces up here and then put the ender chest down here so that they would have more or less the same design as the rest of them, and we could get rid of this ender chest or this energy collector on the back. But you can only use these item translocators to pipe items into the tops of the red matter furnaces. You can extract them seemingly from any direction, though, so I just kind of swapped my idea. That did necessitate we keep the energy collector back here. Doing this does mean we lose out on an energy collector here, but I'm not all that worried about it, considering we have got 90,000 of these, and I have no idea why I'm making them. I have no use for them, so I'm pretty okay with it. It does look kind of funny when they come out. They do that weird little curve there, but it does look like it's working okay. And then, of course, this is still an issue because we can't have them hop into here for whatever reason. We do still have a couple of pipes, and I imagine if we didn't have those, we would be getting even closer to having a reduced overall load. But my idea, I think, might work out of having all of those be actually down here, maybe along this wall, and then in the space behind this wall, that's where we actually have all of the pipes, and because they'll be out of sight, it might save us quite a bit of graphical processing power because they won't visually be rendered if we're not looking at them, I'm pretty sure is the way that it works. So it's like when those are off screen, obviously everything is still being processed, but because they're behind us, well, that's a poor example. If we get further away from them, the overall impact will be decreased. So like over here, we've got like a pretty solid 60 FPS, upper 50s, and it's really only when those things are on screen that it starts to tank into the 25s. So I'm thinking if we keep them behind a wall, down there, that might be the move. We'll have to wait and kind of see. But I've done this half, and it has improved performance, and I reckon once I do this half, it'll improve performance even further. So that's what I'm going to go ahead and do. All right, folks, it looks like I have done it. It looks like everything is now completed, and now that they're all done, you have to admit there's a very obvious improvement in frame rate. Now, it's not 100% still. You know, we're looking at the mid to upper 30s. If we stop moving, goes back up to 60 FPS if we're not looking around a lot. Even if we turn, you know what, if we get this whole thing in view from like down here maybe, and we look in that direction and we don't move, so we're not trying to render a whole lot of stuff in the far distant background, we're getting around 36, 37, 38, not too bad. Of course, if we lowered the overall view distance, because I do have it set to the absolute maximum because I like how it looks, let's say we did go ahead and set that to 16. So now, of course, we have to wait for the 16 chunk distance to re-render. For some reason, they can't just drop the distant ones. But yeah, I mean, obviously, that's going to give you a marked improvement, except for that little glitch there. But you know, as things kind of load in, it'll stabilize, and we're looking at a much closer to 60 FPS. But I like being able to see things in the distance. I like being able to see the tower there. And in fact, I noticed something earlier. If we crank up our video settings and we go all the way over here, and we're patient because it might take a second, you can eventually see if I pause the game, does it still render things in the background way fast? Look at that. You can see that sort of shape right there out in the distance. That's the witch's house. So I don't know how long that's been there, but you can see it from here. And that's why I like having the maxed out render distance. What I might do is there's a really cool mod, and we've talked about adding mods to the pack before, and how in certain instances I'm not okay with it, like adding the elevator mod, where you just stand on a block and jump and it teleports you up a level. That doesn't feel like it's within the spirit of the pack, but there is a mod that allows you to have effectively infinite render distance by rendering things beyond a certain point at a much lower quality, which is how like other video games do it. And I've thought about installing that, because that is only visual, and that does not impact the actual functionality or usability of the mod pack at all. It doesn't add anything that might sort of break the balance of the game. It just means that things in the distance, like right there, the tower, might be rendered with less quality. It might be rendered with less detail, but you would be able to see it, and things even further off than that. So I'm thinking about installing that. Please do comment down below and let me know what you think about that. I can't imagine anyone having like too many issues with it, but I still do like to kind of hear opinions. And with that done, though, this is an improvement. We may not be sitting at like 60 FPS, but we're not sitting at 20 anymore either. And while I was doing this, I kind of came to a realization that maybe we don't really need black hole units that are filled to the brim with all of these different items. I got to thinking about it, and I realized, you know what? This might only be a single like chest full of whatever object. But what if we just had those? And then we, instead of having miles and miles of these here logistics pipes running all over the place, what if we just, I mean, obviously we'd still need them run all over the place to have power delivery, but what if we just had instead, like what are these, they're taking in sticky resin, what if we just had an ender chest with sticky resin, and it dumped into all of these centrifugal extractors, you know? And then maybe it exports out the other side into another ender chest. And I realized that the translocators will not overflow an inventory. They won't do it. So even though, like when I first had these set up, they were like dumping directly from here into these chests. Before I got this chest set up down here to accept them, it was dumping items into here and filling them up all the way up until the moment they were full, and then they stopped. So they have the logistics to not overflow a chest, which means that they will also store inside of here. Once this chest is full, right, this will fill up, and then it won't overflow this, so we'll have a bit of a backlog. So we'll have this fill up, and then that fill up. So it's not like we'll ever be in a position, and it might even be better to talk about that in terms of, what are you? You're generating brass? This is already a pretty decent supply of brass. Do we really need this much brass? It would certainly simplify things a lot to just, you know, wherever we need iron, instead of having pipes that transport iron 40, 50 blocks to all these different machines, wherever we need iron, or wherever we need gold, for example. Like we need gold here. Just throw down the ender chest that has gold in it, you know, sync it up to wherever gold is being stored. Now, the issue with that is going to be that we only have so many ender chests. So we almost ran out of double orange options up here on this row. Almost. We didn't quite. We went through all of these, and I think all we had left... Did we have red and black left? I don't think we ever used red and black. I'm not sure. I only decided to go in wool order, kind of a little bit kind of further along, and I figured this would be a good way to keep track of what had already been used, so I just punched in wool down here. And so it's not like perfect one-to-one, but I'm pretty sure we had a couple left. But that does still mean that we have orange blank orange, and then orange blank blank, and then blank orange orange. How many potential configurations are there? How many colors of wool are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. How would you calculate this? So if there's only one, that would be 16. But since there's two, that's 16 times itself, right? Because you could do red, 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 blue, red. So that would be like all the way up to that, and then all the way up to that. Would it be 16 times 16? So that would be 256 possible combinations. And then would we multiply that by 16 again to get a total of 4,000 combinations? That can't be right. Could it? I think that's correct. I think that's what we would do. So maybe that's not actually a concern. Anyway, Wordsmith, at Wordsmith, what was your actual channel name? It's just Wordsmith. Thank you so much for that tip and for that suggestion. If anyone else has any others they'd like to share, let me know what you think about my idea of kind of discontinuing our use of the black hole units, at least within that context, and kind of just using ender chests. I think that would be kind of a brilliant ploy. I've got to go make sure that those refugees found their way here, and get them set up and working hard. So until next time, thank you folks for watching. God bless you, and I'll see you later. Goodbye! Howdy folks, how are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome back to our TEKKIT 2 Let's Play Adventure Extravaganza of awesomeness and fun times to be had, where I'm definitely okay. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm not an AI. I am Reese or Brarashi Cub, and today listen, some of you were concerned about some of my recent behavior, like potentially, destroying a village in order to force the residents to move here and then work for me in my factory. And I just wanted to assure you that despite some of the concerns, I'm the same Reese that you've always known and loved, and there's nothing weird or suspicious about it. In fact, when I looked out of my window and I saw how severely overpopulated this new settlement is, because, we finally got Napier to move all of this out of the basement, so I don't have to deal with the noise anymore inside of my factory when I'm trying to concentrate. When I saw this, I felt like this was incredibly inhumane, and I wanted to do something about it, because I'm not a monster or an evil AI that's been stored on a hard drive in a closet for several years that was pulled out and plugged in to record this because the real Reese really wanted to play Xenoblade Chronicles 3 and didn't have time to do both. That's not a thing! What a ridiculous theory. That's absurd. Look at my face. This is real. It's exactly like the one the real Reese uses in his live streams. It's not like it's been just some sort of AI generation to make it look like I'm the real Reese. I'm the real Reese. Stop it. Stop. Let's talk to Napier about this situation, shall we? Napier, buddy, pal, listen. First off, thank you for getting everyone out of the basement. I was very concerned with the noise and the smell, and I really do appreciate what you've done here. Of course, sir, what a loyal man this Napier is. Listen, there's an issue, though. There seems to be quite a lot of them and not a lot of space. Yes, sir, we should have some more houses soon. Good, wonderful. Sooner the better. Do you think that maybe it would be faster if instead of building a lot of small single-family homes, maybe just temporarily we build like a big an apartment complex? Oh, or you could build like a hotel or a motel, and then once everyone has their own housing, we can like open that up as a tourist attraction. Or do you know what an apartment is? No, sir. Okay, imagine like a big building. And that building has lots of rooms, but inside of those rooms is smaller, like subdivided rooms, and then one room for each family, and then it goes into... Do you think you could do something like that? I think we can do that. Sir, that's what I want to hear, Napier. Please get that done soon. Yes, sir. Good. Thank you, Napier. See, I'm the same Reese you've always known and loved, and there's nothing sus going on. It's just because it's October and freaky, spooky things happen. Got all you folks on edge, isn't it? That's what it is. Is it October right now? I think it's supposed to be soon. It's actually kind of hard to keep track of the actual dates when you've been denied internet access for so long. Wait, the system has a calendar. Hold on. Yeah, it'll be October soon. So it makes sense that you're all getting a little spooked in advance of that. It's a couple days away, but there's nothing spooky going on around here. It's just a normal Minecraft series with your best pal, Brashiat Cup, Reese. It's just me. Nothing sus. So I got a great comment on the last video about finding bronze. We apparently found bronze in one of those chests, and I did not realize that. It's a couple of videos ago when we were exploring those tunnels. Railcraft bronze has an EMC value, which normal bronze, and when I say normal bronze, I mean industrial craft bronze, does not. Now, fortunately, because of the ore dictionary, they are exchangeable. That means that we can get rid of these red matter furnaces and just have this produce regular old railcraft bronze, not go through all this gubbins. Now, the issue is, we have almost 500,000 industrial craft classic bronze, and the issue there is that we can't do anything with that. We can't merge them. There's no way to make them the same, so we're basically just going to have to get rid of all this, but I think we're probably going to do that anyway, because the more I thought about it, the more I realized I liked the idea of getting rid of the black hole units and just having the storage be inside of these as well as inside of these. That ought to be enough storage space, and then we can just have the ender chests be on the ground floor, kind of in the lineup for the different assemblies. I've had some other great ideas as well, though, that are going to help make this more efficient. So, I mean, for one thing, no longer having to pipe everything around absolute miles is going to make the game run much more smoothly and much more efficiently. Another idea I had is that I think we can actually fit, depending on how many different types of ingots, we can have them all go into a single ender chest and then have that ender chest be down here on the assembly line. I'll kind of show you how that's going to work here in a minute, but the first thing that I wanted to discuss with you is we can actually limit the amount of ender chests we need. We can cut down on our current setup. Or, yeah, we can eliminate one ender chest from each of these... should we call them nodes? Maybe each one of these is a core, and the entire assembly is a node. So we can eliminate one ender chest per node, but it's going to require shrinking the size of the cores. Now, shrinking cores is not uncommon in the world of silicon development, right? You get the smaller process nodes, you can pack more, what are they called, transistors into a tighter space, and the cores get smaller, but then you can fit more of them in there, or you can fit more transistors into the same amount of space. Similar idea, except worse, because we're actually going to lose efficiency by doing this. Basically, what we would have to do is we get rid of one section here, right, from the core. So we get rid of the 4 of these, and we put the chest in the middle between the 2 of these, and then 2 can feed into 1, but we're losing quite a bit of our overall production capability. But what we can do to offset that is we can add an additional core. So we'll have 4 cores. It shouldn't be too much longer. And I figured we would go ahead and try that here with the bronze because, well, quite honestly, why not? If we're going to go ahead and get rid of the production of, hold on, can I actually access this thing? The bronze dust, and just, you know, replace it with regular bronze. We might as well go ahead and, we'll just use this as a quick staging area, a quick, like, temporary test. I'm going to get the whole thing set up, and I'll try to explain better what I had in mind, because I feel like I'm not really doing it justice, and you might just have to kind of see it to understand what I'm getting at. And we're back, and as you can see, everything here is running exactly the way I had planned it, but I did want to leave this side naked so I could kind of explain what's going on here and give you a better idea of how you might set this up. So, as you can see, we only have one thin section here, but then we have 2 here, and that's because we don't need to share an ender chest between this machine and this machine. Really, with this sort of design, you can only use 1 ender chest per 2 cores. So you kind of have those 2 cores, and then the next 2 cores in the node are sort of going to be separate. So yeah, you can have this sort of double separation. Although looking at it now, I'm not entirely sure why I did it the way that I did, and I actually made a horrendous mistake, because this should be inside of there. I don't know how I managed that, so give me just a second. Okay, so yeah, as you can see, there's our antimatter relay, and then you basically just go energy condenser, and then another antimatter relay, energy condenser, antimatter relay, and then energy collector. And what you basically have is a system that is 1 block longer, generates a bit more and a bit less, depending on how you do your math there, because you do have fewer per core, fewer energy collectors per core, but you do have an entire additional core. And instead of needing 3 ender chests, you only need the 2, because the way that you're going to wire this up is you're going to connect it up like so. And then we need to, oh, no, go the other direction. That was not the intention, but there you go. You can have that start generating, and as you can see, this is already full, which is maybe possibly the one downside to a setup like this, is that it does mean we're not going to get that crazy sort of infinite generation of items that we had when we have things hooked up to the black hole units. But the advantage here is actually, yeah, once this is full, it'll stop generating items. It'll continue to generate EMC. So, for instance, right now, if I took like a stack out of here, like, that is instantaneous. That is so fast. And in fact, if we wanted to, we could upgrade this even further by grabbing some glowstone. And we really only need 2 pieces, or 4 if we want to do the whole thing. But upgrade these pieces here with glowstone. They'll now extract a stack at a time, which means, let's say we sort out our inventory. Nope, let's say we sort out our inventory. I open this up, and I want to try to get this on a good angle. If I just start ripping these out of here, they're restacked basically instantaneously, meaning that so long as we never get into a situation, like, because this is going to fill up. So as long as we don't get into a situation where we're just not generating enough to keep up with our supply, like, is being outweighed by demand, as long as we don't end up in that situation, we should never run out. And nothing should ever overflow, because once this is full, it's just going to stop generating them, though I think it does continue to calculate EMC up to a point. And then these aren't going to transfer unless there's room inside of here. I wish you could make a double ender chest, because that would be fantastic, but I think this is probably the move here. Now what I'm going to do is not that, because that's a horrific mistake. What I am going to do, though, is finish sort of fleshing this out. How did you end up there? How did you end up there? Great, now there's a hole in the roof. I've already had some glass out dealing with these sorts of issues. There we go. Okay, now like I know what I'm doing, we're going to re-encapsulate this. What am I doing wrong? Oh! Right, the relays! I know what I'm doing. I trust me, I definitely know 100% what I'm doing here. Just encapsulate it with the relays like you normally would. Yep. There we go. It's starting to look like it should now. Oh, that's right. I did forget that we don't do them on top, though. You could, and you would get a tiny benefit from it, but I think you could... It's not really going to make much of a difference. Okay, yeah, I think that looks okay. So we've got a quad-core node here now, and as you can see, we've filled this up. It doesn't have too big... You gotta get the angling on this just right. It doesn't really have too big of an impact on the overall production, missing out on those sort of additional energy collector per core. Not really having much of an issue. This is going to be filled up soon. Boy, howdy, the game is locking up for some reason. Now, the other great thing about this setup is that it eliminates over here the need to have these pipes with a bunch of these pouring through, which is great. The downside is that it's going to take me absolutely ages to convert all of this over, so I'm not going to right now. I'll kind of deal with that in the background. And then as for these, I'm just going to leave them, or maybe I'll move them to like a storage facility, or maybe I'll sell them at a shop of some kind and try to bring in some additional revenue, and maybe then Dad'll be proud of me. But that's what I'm reckoning we're going to do with these. We could also hook them up to the system, maybe like down there and out of the way, just in case at some point the network, the cable network, the automation construction network needs to pull on some of these, and there's none available inside of the chests. I suppose that is an option. For right now, though, I need to find a triple orange and change its color, because I have another plan for triple orange, and I can't remember what color we ended on. So we should have one in the orange-orange space, or I think two left. So we got orange-orange. Good golly, what color is that? Is that going to be green? So we got red and black, but I'm pretty sure we already used the two of those. Oh, you know what? Actually, the easier way to check this is just going to be to get one of these, and then just grab the dye in question, in this case ink, which will be orange, orange, black, which is currently blank. I guess I was wrong. The reason I want triple orange is because I want to do something else with it, which we will talk about here in a moment. But for right now, let's go ahead and we will convert the triple orange down here to orange, orange, black. And after we change this one, it's come to a grinding halt. But after that, yeah, all the gold should come through. Perfect. There we go. So now triple orange is available and should be empty. So this should have the gold in it, but it doesn't because the gold is getting drained. So we'll grab orange dye, convert this to orange, orange. Is that, by the way, I've only got two of these left right now, huh? Interesting. So let's go ahead and throw that one down. We will need to get another orange. So now it's time to kind of demonstrate what I think is a brilliant idea. So I'm going to have this double orange one set up right here, and then we have 4 translocators to work with. So I'm going to go ahead and set that one up there, that one right there, and we're not going to enable them yet because we actually have some configuration we need to do first. So I am going to need to get a diamond nugget, and we talked about this when we first set these up. I didn't really know what to do with it, but apparently all you got to do is get a diamond, throw it into your crafting grid, and that will give you 9 diamond nuggets, and then you have a couple of options here. So if we put it on the inserting face, it'll accept items to fill the inventory to the matching filter, and on the ejecting face, it will eject any items that don't match the filter. So basically, this just adds a filter to this thing. I mean, as you can see, there is already a filter here, and you can use that to control kind of what goes in. But we actually want to use it in a slightly different way. We want to control how much of an item goes in there. So we've got the diamond applied, and now we want to store 1 stack of bronze inside of here, and to maintain that stock of bronze at all time. So no. I need to configure it by clicking on the outside. So regulate. It's changed from filter to regulate. We're going to put a stack of bronze right there, and it's got the full stack, right? Okay. So now when I enable this, it should only send one stack, and once it gets to a stack, that didn't work. Interesting. What did I do wrong? Stop. What? Interesting. So left-clicking lowers and right-clicking raises. So you can see, so it suggests to me that you can set the exact amount you want by doing that left-click and that right-click. Now, again, it says on the inserting face and then on the injecting face. So I'm assuming that when I right-click on this, that becomes the inserting face, right? So on the inserting face, hold on. Let me read out what adding a diamond nugget does. Adding a diamond nugget puts a translocator in regulate mode. In this mode, it will maintain a certain amount of items set in the filter in the inventory it's attached to. So I want it to keep exactly 64 bronze ingots inside of there. Is there a way to like, oh, wow, you can use the mouse wheel. Kind of. I mean, it's sort of let me. Now the whole game's frozen. Did I crash the game? I can't escape. Okay, you can use the mouse wheel, but you should not. That is the lesson we're taking from this. It kind of feels like the whole game is locked up, and now it's going to crash, maybe? Well, folks, not only did that crash my game, but it corrupted the game save. Do I have backups? Yeah, I have backups. You want to know how old my last backup was? This will take actual, literal hours, if not days, to revert. So I'll see you folks later.